ito sa inyong mga ranked games at makapag-win streak na rin kayo. Practice at tamang in-game communication lang ang susi para magawa nyo ang playstyle na to. Pero ang tanong, ang Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling madadominate ang MPL Philippines Season 12 at ang paparating na M5 World Championship? Yan ang dapat nating abangan. Kaya naman sana ay meron kayong natutunan sa video na ito. Kung meron kayong mga suggestion o tanong tungkol sa strat na ito, mag-comment lang kayo dyan sa baba. Maging laging updated at follow nyo kami sa aming mga social media platforms sa YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram at ang official website ng MPL Philippines Season 12. At tandaan nyo, sa mundo ng Mobile Legends, kung may alam ka, tiyak na mas malakas ka, kaya ano pa ang hinihintay mo? Laban na!
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
I value this the most.
Sulitin natin.
You guys ready?
Power all 99, please.
All access data and only TikTok for only 99 pesos.
Magic data for me.
Data that doesn't expire, also 99 pesos. Smart super value deals coming right up.
Get the most out of your 99 pesos. With PowerAll's 8 GB for all apps plus Unli TikTok.
Or magic data that doesn't expire. Switching? Simple with Smart eSIM.
Smart super value deals.
How to register to Smart Giga Arena. First, go to gigaarena.smart on your browser. Click Sign In at the upper right corner and enter your Smart mobile number. Enter the one-time authentication code sent to your number and agree to the terms and conditions and privacy policy. Personalize your account by choosing your username and profile picture. Congratulations! You've just taken the first step on your path to greatness. Check out upcoming tournaments and play arcade games. Just subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to join. To join tournaments, click the Tournaments tab. Find the perfect tournament with the search option. Find all the details about your chosen tournament and register. Provide your in-game name, ID, and other details. Make sure you have tickets to join. If not, then subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to get 2 tickets. And you're set. See you at the training grounds.
It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Then, let's make it smooth.
Running out of storage? Got more memory for more moments. Can it shoot in the dark?
Low light, zero problem.
Visayas, Mindanao, buong Pilipinas, mula sa Mpl-Philippines, ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Samahan niyo kaming saksihan ang lakas ng Pinas sa darating na Mpl-Philippines Season 12 Playoffs. 6 na MPL teams ang maglalaban para irepresenta ang bansa sa darating na M5 World Championship na gaganapin dito mismo sa Pilipinas. Tumutok online ngayong October 25 to 29 sa MPL Philippines Facebook at YouTube channels or buy your tickets via /event.com to watch the event live. Kita-kits mga katropay!
Mga di lang naman kaya ko mag-jungle. Ganyan din naman sabi nila nung nag-gold lane ako, nag-change role ako. Papakita ko lang sa kanila. Sa mga player naman, wala akong kinakatakutan na kahit sino. Dapat sila yung matakot sa akin.
Tingin ko yung pinakamalakas sa jungler ngayong season is si Carl TC pa rin. Napaka-flexible ng mga heroes na kaya niyang gamitin. Kaya niya mag-utility, kaya niya mag-assassin. Saka yung mga decision making niya on point, lalo na sa mga objective taking.
Nadadali niya na rin lahat ng players dahil sa tapang niya maglaro ganun. Sobrang aggressive niya na may halong play safe.
Feeling ko bumibelo pa lang yun eh. Tsaka gigil pa rin yun hanggang ngayon nakunin yung back-to-back na World Championship.
Yung top 3 junglers ko po ngayong season is, yung top 1 ko po si Carl TC, top 2 ko po si Kyle TC, top 3 ko po si Iran.
Top 1 ko is Irad, top 2 ko Carl, top 3 ko Saida.
Top 1 ko si Carl TC pa rin. Top 2 ko si Kyle TC, top 3 ko si King Kong siguro. Sa tingin ko yung pinakamalakas na jungler ngayon si Carl TC. Siguro yung top 2 ko sa jungler Kyle TC. Top 3 ko si King Kong.
Top 1 si Carl TZ. Top 2, Kyle TZ. Top 3, Irad. Top 3 jungler ko this season is si Carl TZ, Irad, and Kyle TZ.
Number 1 ako, number 2 si Kyle TZ, number 3 si Irad.
Lamang ni Irad kay Carl, pag-assassin ni Irad.
Sa tingin ko yung pinakamahina at saka kailangan pa mag-improve na jungle si Sensui kasi parang hindi ako part yung mga assassin hero kasi parang hindi yan nagagamit sa MPL kahit isang beses ata hindi siya nag-assassin puro tank jungle lang siya.
Kay Sensui siguro, patasin niya yung hero pool niya kasi hindi naman lagi na ganun at ganun yung role ng hero na gagamitin niya.
Tingin ko mas mahirap ako talunin sa tank sa assassin kasi yung tank kasi more on objectives dun kami naglalaro ganun yung playstyle namin.
Sa tingin ko yung kailangan ni Carl TC yung ipaforce mo siya mag-assassin heroes. Alam naman natin na hindi masyado comfort yung assassin heroes dahil sa lagi siyang tank jungle.
Siguro yung kinalaman ko po kay Ryzen yung pagkuha po ng objective sa kasama macro po sa team fights.
Tingin ko yung kailangan improve na player ngayon si Ryzen kasi siya yung feel ko hindi nag-step up sa team nila.
Feeling ko kailangan pa mag-improve is si Sensui. Maliit lang yung hero pool niya eh. Kaya niya lang gamitin ngayon mga tank utility.
Para sa akin po yung jungler na kailangan ng mas madami pang improvement is si Kellera. Kasi hindi ko po siya maramdaman eh. Tapos wala pa sa kalahati ko.
Kahit bago akong jungler, kaya ko patunayan sa inyo na magiging malakas ako ng jungler.
Siguro po this season pag natapat ko si Irad, tatulunin ko po siya tulad ng pagtalo ko sa kanya dati.
Tingin ko, kaya ako nasama ni Carl sa top 3 niya. Siguro, nung nalagpasan ko yung debut game ko. Kasi nung debut game ko, hindi masyado maganda yung laro ko eh. Pero nung sa playoffs nagkatapat kami, nasasabayan ko naman siya.
Ang reason kaya ako lamang sa ibang jungler kasi ang aggressive ko maglaro tapos calculated yung mga risk na tinitake ko. Siguro kaya ako pinakamalakas kasi ako yung pinakamadaming achievements sa kanis ko.
Warriors, their stories linger on through time. We remember them as heroes, but every hero's journey has a beginning.
So much emotion for owning esports and to build up the story of the entire year.
As tribulations are met, they grow ever stronger. In adversity, their greatness is shown throughout the ages. Introducing M-Series 5th Anniversary Greatest 10 Players. The nominees will be revealed from October 4th to October 28th, and the launch of the voting page will be from November 4th till December 7th on social media. The winners will be announced on the M-Series 5th Anniversary Awards Ceremony. live on December 17th, broadcasting on your favorite platforms. See you there.
Effective pa nga ba ang Pinoy meta? Ang mga Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling dodominahin ang mga ranked games at pro scene sa loob at labas ng bansa? Ngayong araw, alamin natin kung paano ginagawa ng Mpl-Ph teams ang isa sa mga pinaka nakakagulat na strategy sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Ito, ang split push. Ano nga ba ang split push strat na ito at bakit dapat natin itong matutunan? Ang split pushing strat ay isang in-game tactic kung saan ang isa o dalawang miyembro ng team ay minamaximize ang ongoing clashes o agawan ng main objectives para makasalisi sa enemy base at mabilisang tapusin ang laban. Layunin ng strat na ito na sabay-sabay na magbigay ng pressure mula sa iba't ibang bahagi ng mapa para malito ang kalaban at mas madaling makuha ang mga game objectives at kung maari tapusin ang laro. Ito ay nakafocus sa mga macro plays kung saan sinisira nito ang orihinal na rotation o plano ng kalaban at pinagre-react na lamang nito ang katunggali para sumunod ito sa gustong mangyari sa team. Nagsisimula o ginagawa ang tactic na ito kapag nasa mid to late game na ang labanan, kung saan mas madali na para sa mga certain heroes na i-clear ang mga waves at tumiretso sa enemy base. Para magawa ito, kailangan may malaking objective o teamfight ang mangyari, habang ang isa o dalawang member ng team ay sinasamantala ang clash para basagin ang turrets papunta sa base ng kalaban. Dapat hintayin na maging busy ang kalaban para hindi agad makapag-react bago simulan ang tactic na ito. Kung magbabak ang kalaban, tiyak na makukuha ng team ang isa sa main objective ng game. Ngunit kung mag-decide man sila na hindi mag-react sa play na ito, tiyak na tatalunin sila ng ganitong strategy. Pero hindi lahat ng heroes ay kayang makagawa nito. Ang hero na dapat mag-split push ay dapat may kakayahang tumakas kapag kinakailangan, kayang manalo sa mga 1v1 na labanan kapag may nag-respond na hero para pigilan ng split push, at 3, mabilis na makapag-clear ng wave. Kaya naman ang pinakabagay na hero sa playstyle na ito ay sina Hayabusa, Fanny at Ling. Habang sina Moskov, Beatrix, Kari, Bruno at saka si Claude para sa mga marksmen. Ang mga heroes na ito ay mabilis makapag-clear, makapag-apply ng pressure sa kalaban at makatakas kung kinakailangan. Pero kailangan rin ng matibay na frontline heroes tulad ng tank at fighter para masustain ang damage ng kalaban habang nagbibigay ng space para ang iyong teammate ay makapag-push. Sobrang risky ngunit napaka-epektibo ng strategy na ito. Para magawa ito, kailangan ng eksaktong timing at komunikasyon para maging successful ang play. Dahil kung hindi, maaaring ito pa ang ikatalo ng iyong team. At ngayon alam niyo na kung paano i-execute ang split push strategy. Sana magamit niyo ito sa inyong mga ranked games at makapag-win streak na rin kayo. Practice at tamang in-game communication lang ang susi para magawa niyo ang playstyle na to. Pero ang tanong, ang Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling madadominate ang MPL-Philippines Season 12 at ang paparating na M5 World Championship? Yan ang dapat nating abangan. Kaya naman sana ay meron kayong natutunan sa video na ito. Kung meron kayong mga suggestion o tanong tungkol sa strat na ito, mag-comment lang kayo dyan sa baba. Maging laging updated at follow nyo kami sa aming mga social media platforms sa YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram at ang official website ng Mpl-Philippines Season 12. At tandaan nyo, sa mundo ng Mobile Legends, kung may alam ka, tiyak na mas malakas ka, kaya ano pa ang hinihintay mo? Laban na!
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
value this the most.
Sulitin natin.
You guys ready?
Power all 99, please.
All access data and only TikTok for only 99 pesos.
Magic data for me.
Data that doesn't expire, also 99 pesos. Smart super value deals coming right up.
Get the most out of your 99 pesos. With PowerAll's 8 GB for all apps plus Unli TikTok.
Or magic data that doesn't expire. Switching? Simple with Smart eSIM.
Smart super value deals.
How to register the Smart Gig Arena. First, go to gigarena.smart on your browser. Click Sign In at the upper right corner and enter your Smart mobile number. Enter the one-time authentication code sent to your number and agree to the terms and conditions and privacy policy. Personalize your account by choosing your username and profile picture. Congratulations! You've just taken the first step on your path to greatness. Check out upcoming tournaments and play arcade games. Just subscribe to Gig Arena 20 to join. To join tournaments, click the Tournaments tab. Find the perfect tournament with the search option. Find all the details about your chosen tournament and register. Provide your in-game name, ID, and other details. Make sure you have tickets to join. If not, then subscribe to Gig Arena 20 to get 2 tickets. And you're set. See you at the training grounds.
It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Then, let's make it smooth.
Running out of storage? Got more memory for more moments. Can it shoot in the dark?
Low light, zero problem.
Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, buong Pilipinas. Mula sa MPL Philippines, ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Samahan niyo kaming saksihan ang lakas ng Pinas sa darating na MPL Philippines Season 12 Playoffs. 6 na MPL teams ang maglalaban para irepresenta ang bansa sa darating na M5 World Championship na gaganapin dito mismo sa Pilipinas. Tumutok online ngayong October 25 to 29 sa MPL Philippines Facebook at YouTube channels or buy your tickets via /event.com to watch the event live. Kita-kits mga katropay!
Baka di lang niwalang kaya ko mag-jungle. Ganyan din naman sabi nila nung nag-gold lane ako, nag-change role ako. Papakita ko na sa kanila. Sa mga player naman, wala akong kinakatakutan na kahit sino. Dapat sila yung matakot sa akin.
Tingin ko yung pinakamalakas sa jungler ngayong season is si Carl TC.
Carl TC pa rin.
Napaka-flexible ng mga heroes na kaya niyang gamitin. Kaya niya mag-utility, kaya niya mag-assassin. Saka yung mga decision making niya on point, lalo na sa mga objective taking.
Nadadali niya na rin lahat ng players dahil sa tapang niya maglaro ganun. Sobrang aggressive niya na may halong play safe.
Feeling ko bumibelo pa lang yun eh. Tsaka gigil pa rin yun hanggang ngayon nakunin yung back-to-back na World Championship.
Yung top 3 junglers ko po ngayong season is, yung top 1 ko po si Carl TC, top 2 ko po si Kyle TC, top 3 ko po si Iran.
Top 1 ko is Irad, top 2 ko Carl, top 3 ko Saida.
Top 1 ko si Carl TC pa rin. Top 2 ko si Kyle TC, top 3 ko si King Kong siguro. Tingin ko yung pinakamalakas sa jungler ngayon si Carl TC. Siguro yung top 2 ko sa jungler Kyle TC. Top 3 ko si King Kong.
Top 1 si Carl TZ. Top 2 Kyle TZ. Top 3 Irad. Top 3 jungler ko this season is si Carl TC, Irad, and Kyle TC.
Number 1 ako, number 2 si Kyle TC, number 3 si Irad.
Lamang ni Irad kay Carl, pag-aasasin ni Irad.
Sa tingin ko yung pinakamahina at saka kailangan pa mag-improve na jungle si Sansui kasi parang hindi ako part yung mga assassin hero kasi parang hindi yan nagagamit sa MPL kahit isang beses ata hindi siya assassin puro tank jungle lang siya. Kay Sensui siguro patasin niya yung hero pool niya kasi hindi naman lagi na ganun at ganun yung role ng hero na gagamitin niya.
Tingin ko mas mahirap ako talunin sa tank sa assassin kasi yung tank kasi more on objectives dun kami naglalaro ganun yung playstyle namin.
Sa tingin ko yung kailangan ni Carl TC yung ipapush mo siya mag-assassin heroes. Alam naman natin na hindi masyado compart yung assassin heroes dahil sa lagi siyang tank jungle.
Siguro yung kinalaman ko po kay Ryzen yung pagkuha po ng objective sa kasama macro po sa team fights.
Tingin ko yung kailangan improve na player ngayon si Ryzen kasi siya yung ko hindi nag-step up sa team nila.
Feeling ko kailangan pa mag-improve is si Sensui. Maliit lang yung hero pool niya eh. Kaya niya lang gamitin ngayon mga tank utility.
Para sa akin po yung jungler na kailangan ng mas madami pang improvement is si Kellera. Kasi hindi ko po siya maramdaman eh. Tapos wala pa sa kalahati ko.
Kahit bago akong jungler, kaya ko patunayan sa inyo na magiging malakas ako ng jungler.
Siguro po this season pag natapat ko si Irad, tatulunin ko po siya tulad ng pagtalo ko sa kanya dati.
Tingin ko kaya ako nasama ni Carl sa top 3 niya. Siguro nung nalagpasan ko yung debut game ko kasi nung debut game ko hindi masyado maganda yung laro ko eh. Pero nung sa playoffs nagkatapat kami, nasasabayan ko naman siya.
Ang reason kaya ako lamang sa ibang jungler kasi ang aggressive ko maglaro tapos calculated yung mga risk na tinitake ko. Siguro kaya ako pinakamalakas kasi ako yung pinakamadaming achievements sa kanila.
Warriors, their stories linger on through time. We remember them as heroes, but every hero's journey has a beginning.
So much emotion for owning esports and to build up the story of the entire year.
As tribulations are met, they grow ever stronger. In adversity, their greatness is shown throughout the ages. Introducing M-Series 5th Anniversary Greatest 10 Players. The nominees will be revealed from October 4th to October 28th, and the launch of the voting page will be from November 4th till December 7th on social media. The winners will be announced on the M-Series 5th Anniversary Awards Ceremony. Live on December 17th, broadcasting on your favorite platforms. See you there.
Effective pa nga ba ang Pinoy meta? Ang mga Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling dodominahin ang mga ranked games at pro scene sa loob at labas ng bansa? Ngayong araw, alamin natin kung paano ginagawa ng Mpl-Ph teams ang isa sa mga pinaka nakakagulat na strategy sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Ito, ang split push. Ano nga ba ang split push strat na ito at bakit dapat natin itong matutunan? Ang split pushing strat ay isang in-game tactic kung saan ang isa o dalawang miyembro ng team ay minamaximize ang ongoing clashes o agawan ng main objectives para makasalisi sa enemy base at mabilisang tapusin ang laban.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Layunin ng strat na ito na sabay-sabay na magbigay ng pressure mula sa iba't ibang bahagi ng mapa para malito ang kalaban at mas madaling makuha ang mga game objectives at kung maari tapusin ang laro. Ito ay nakafocus sa mga macro plays kung saan sinisira nito ang orihinal na rotation o plano ng kalaban at pinagre-react na lamang nito ang katunggali para sumunod ito sa gustong mangyari sa team. Nagsisimula o ginagawa ang tactic na ito kapag nasa mid to late game na ang labanan, kung saan mas madali na para sa mga certain heroes na i-clear ang mga waves at tumiretso sa enemy base. Para magawa ito, kailangan may malaking objective o teamfight ang mangyari, habang ang isa o dalawang member ng team ay sinasamantala ang clash para basagin ang turrets papunta sa base ng kalaban. Dapat hintayin na maging busy ang kalaban para hindi agad makapag-react bago simulan ang tactic na ito. Kung magbabak ang kalaban, tiyak na makukuha ng team ang isa sa main objective ng game. Ngunit kung mag-decide man sila na hindi mag-react sa play na ito, tiyak na tatalunin sila ng ganitong strategy.
Oh my God!
Pero hindi lahat ng heroes ay kayang makagawa nito. Ang hero na dapat mag-split push ay dapat may kakayahang tumakas kapag kinakailangan, kayang manalo sa mga 1v1 na labanan kapag may nag-respond na hero para pigilan ng split push, at 3, mabilis na makapag-clear ng wave. Kaya naman ang pinakabagay na hero sa playstyle na ito ay sina Hayabusa, Fanny at Ling. Habang sina Moskov, Beatrix, Kari, Bruno at saka si Claude para sa mga marksmen. Ang mga heroes na ito ay mabilis makapag-clear, makapag-apply ng pressure sa kalaban at makatakas kung kinakailangan. Pero kailangan rin ng matibay na frontline heroes tulad ng tank at fighter para masustain ang damage ng kalaban habang nagbibigay ng space para ang iyong teammate ay makapag-push. Sobrang risky ngunit napaka-epektibo ng strategy na ito. Para magawa ito, kailangan ng eksaktong timing at komunikasyon para maging successful ang play. Dahil kung hindi, maaaring ito pa ang ikatalo ng iyong team. At ngayon alam niyo na kung paano i-execute ang split push strategy. Sana magamit niyo ito sa inyong mga ranked games at makapag-win streak na rin kayo. Practice at tamang in-game communication lang ang susi para magawa niyo ang playstyle na to. Pero ang tanong, ang Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling madadominate ang MPL-Philippines Season 12 at ang paparating na M5 World Championship? Yan ang dapat nating abangan. Kaya naman sana ay meron kayong natutunan sa video na ito. Kung meron kayong mga suggestion o tanong tungkol sa strat na ito, mag-comment lang kayo dyan sa baba. Maging laging updated at i-follow nyo kami sa aming mga social media platforms sa YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram at ang official website ng Mpl-Philippines Season 12. At tandaan nyo, sa mundo ng Mobile Legends, kung may alam ka, tiyak na mas malakas ka, kaya ano pa ang hinihintay mo? Laban na!
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
I value this the most.
Sulitin natin.
You guys ready?
Power all 99, please.
All access data and only TikTok for only 99 pesos.
Magic data for me.
Data that doesn't expire, also 99 pesos. Smart super value deals coming right up.
Get the most out of your 99 pesos. With PowerAll's 8 GB for all apps plus only TikTok.
Or magic data that doesn't expire. Switching? Simple with Smart eSIM.
Smart super value deals.
How to register the Smart Gig Arena. First, go to gigarena.smart on your browser. Click Sign In at the upper right corner and enter your Smart mobile number. Enter the one-time authentication code sent to your number and agree to the terms and conditions and privacy policy. Personalize your account by choosing your username and profile picture. Congratulations! You've just taken the first step on your path to greatness. Check out upcoming tournaments and play arcade games. Just subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to join. To join tournaments, click the Tournaments tab. Find the perfect tournament with the search option. Find all the details about your chosen tournament and register. Provide your in-game name, ID, and other details. Make sure you have tickets to join. If not, then subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to get 2 tickets. And you're set. See you at the training grounds.
It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Then, let's make it smooth.
Running out of storage? Got more memory for more moments. Can it shoot in the dark?
Low light, zero problem.
Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, buong Pilipinas. Mula sa Mpl-Philippines, ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Samahan niyo kaming saksihan ang lakas ng Pinas sa darating na Mpl-Philippines Season 12 Playoffs. 6 na MPL teams ang maglalaban para irepresenta ang bansa sa darating na M5 World Championship na gaganapin dito mismo sa Pilipinas. Tumutok online ngayong October 25 to 29 sa MPL Philippines Facebook at YouTube channels or buy your tickets via /event.com to watch the event live. Kita-kits mga katropay!
Mga di lang naman kaya ko mag-jungle. Ganyan din naman sabi nila nung nag-gold lane ako, nag-change role ako. Papakita ko na sa kanila. Sa mga player naman, wala akong kinakatakutan na kahit sino. Dapat sila yung matakot sa akin.
Tingin ko yung pinakamalakas sa jungler ngayong season is si Carl TC pa rin. Napaka-flexible ng mga heroes na kaya niyang gamitin. Kaya niya mag-utility, kaya niya mag-assassin. Saka yung mga decision making niya on point, lalo na sa mga objective taking.
Nadadali niya na rin lahat ng players dahil sa tapang niya maglaro ganun. Sobrang aggressive niya na may halong play safe.
Feeling ko bumibelo pa lang yun eh. Tsaka gigil pa rin yun hanggang ngayon nakunin yung back-to-back na World Championship.
Yung top 3 junglers ko po ngayong season is, yung top 1 ko po si Carl TC, top 2 ko po si Kyle TC, top 3 ko po si Iran.
Top 1 ko is Irad, top 2 ko Carl, top 3 ko Saida.
Top 1 ko si Carl TC pa rin. Top 2 ko si Kyle TC, top 3 ko si King Kong siguro. Sa tingin ko yung pinakamalakas na jungler ngayon si Carl TC. Siguro yung top 2 ko sa jungler Kyle TC. Top 3 ko si King Kong.
Top 1 si Carl TZ. Top 2 Kyle TZ. Top 3 Irad. Top 3 jungler ko this season is si Carl TC, Irad, and Kyle TC.
Number 1 ako, number 2 si Kyle TC, number 3 si Irad.
Lamang ni Irad kay Carl, pag-aasasin ni Irad.
Sa tingin ko yung pinakamahina at saka kailangan pa mag-improve na jungle si Sansui kasi parang hindi ako part yung mga assassin hero kasi parang hindi yan nagagamit sa MPL kahit isang beses ata hindi siya nag-assassin puro tank jungle lang siya. Kay Sensui siguro, patasin niya yung hero pool niya kasi hindi naman lagi na ganun at ganun yung role ng hero na gagamitin niya.
Tingin ko mas mahirap ako talunin sa tank sa assassin kasi yung tank kasi more on objectives dun kami naglalaro ganun yung playstyle namin.
Sa tingin ko yung kailangan ni Carl TC yung ipoforce mo siya mag-assassin heroes. Alam naman natin na hindi masyado comfort yung assassin heroes dahil sa lagi siyang tank jungle.
Siguro yung kinalaman ko po kay Ryzen yung pagkuha po ng objective sa kasama macro po sa team fights.
Tingin ko yung kailangan improve na player ngayon si Ryzen kasi siya yung Bilga hindi nag-step up sa team nila.
Feeling ko kailangan pa mag-improve is si Sensui. Maliit lang yung hero pool niya Kaya niya lang gamitin ngayon mga tank utility.
Para sa akin po yung jungler na kailangan ng mas madami pang improvement is si Kellera. Kasi hindi ko po siya maramdaman tapos wala pa sa kalahati ko.
Kahit bago akong jungler, kaya ko patunay sa inyo na magiging malakas ako ng jungler.
Siguro po this season pag nakatapat ko si Irad, tatulunin ko po siya tulad ng pagtalo ko sa kanya dati.
Tingin ko, kaya ako nasama ni Carl sa top 3 niya. Siguro, nung nalagpasan ko yung debut game ko, kasi nung debut game ko hindi masyado maganda yung laro ko Pero nung sa playoffs nagkatapat kami, nasasabayan ko naman siya.
Yung reason kaya ako lamang sa ibang jungler kasi ang aggressive ko maglaro tapos calculated yung mga risk na tinitake ko. Siguro kaya ako pinakamalakas kasi ako yung pinakamadaming achievements sa kanila.
Warriors, their stories linger on through time. We remember them as heroes, but every hero's journey has a beginning.
So much emotion for owning esports and to build up the story of the entire year.
As tribulations are met, they grow ever stronger. In adversity, their greatness is shown throughout the ages. Introducing M-Series 5th Anniversary Greatest 10 Players. The nominees will be revealed from October 4th to October 28th, and the launch of the voting page will be from November 4th till December 7th on social media. The winners will be announced on the M-Series 5th Anniversary Awards Ceremony. Live on December 17th, broadcasting on your favorite platforms. See you there.
Effective pa nga ba ang Pinoy meta? Ang mga Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling dodominahin ang mga ranked games at pro scene sa loob at labas ng bansa? Ngayong araw, alamin natin kung paano ginagawa ng Mpl-Ph teams ang isa sa mga pinaka nakakagulat na strategy sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Ito, ang split push. Ano nga ba ang split push strat na ito at bakit dapat natin itong matutunan? Ang split pushing strat ay isang in-game tactic kung saan ang isa o dalawang miyembro ng team ay minamaximize ang ongoing clashes o agawan ng main objectives para makasalisi sa enemy base at mabilisang tapusin ang laban. Layunin ng strat na ito na sabay-sabay na magbigay ng pressure mula sa iba't ibang bahagi ng mapa para malito ang kalaban at mas madaling makuha ang mga game objectives at kung maari tapusin ang laro. Ito ay nakafocus sa mga macro plays kung saan sinisira nito ang orihinal na rotation o plano ng kalaban at pinagre-react na lamang nito ang katunggali para sumunod ito sa gustong mangyari sa team. Nagsisimula o ginagawa ang tactic na ito kapag nasa mid to late game na ang labanan, kung saan mas madali na para sa mga certain heroes na i-clear ang mga waves at tumiretso sa enemy base. Para magawa ito, kailangan may malaking objective o teamfight ang mangyari, habang ang isa o dalawang member ng team ay sinasamantala ang clash para basagin ang turrets papunta sa base ng kalaban. Dapat hintayin na maging busy ang kalaban para hindi agad makapag-react bago simulan ang tactic na ito. Kung magbabak ang kalaban, tiyak na makukuha ng team ang isa sa main objective ng game. Ngunit kung mag-decide man sila na hindi mag-react sa play na ito, tiyak na tatalunin sila ng ganitong strategy. Pero hindi lahat ng heroes ay kayang makagawa nito. Ang hero na dapat mag-split push ay dapat may kakayahang tumakas kapag kinakailangan, kayang manalo sa mga 1v1 na labanan kapag may nag-respond na hero para pigilan ng split push, at 3. Mabilis na makapag-clear ng wave. Kaya naman ang pinakabagay na hero sa playstyle na ito ay sina Hayabusa, Fanny at Ling. Habang sina Moskov, Beatrix, Kari, Bruno at saka si Claude para sa mga marksmen. Ang mga heroes na ito ay mabilis makapag-clear, makapag-apply ng pressure sa kalaban at makatakas kung kinakailangan. Pero kailangan rin ng matibay na frontline heroes tulad ng tank at fighter para masustain ang damage ng kalaban habang nagbibigay ng space para ang iyong teammate ay makapag-push. Sobrang risky ngunit napaka-epektibo ng strategy na ito. Para magawa ito, kailangan ng eksaktong timing at komunikasyon para maging successful ang play. Dahil kung hindi, maaaring ito pa ang ikatalo ng iyong team. At ngayon alam niyo na kung paano i-execute ang split push strategy. Sana magamit niyo ito sa inyong mga ranked games at makapag-win streak na rin kayo. Practice at tamang in-game communication lang ang susi para magawa niyo ang playstyle na to. Pero ang tanong, ang Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling madadominate ang MPL-Philippines Season 12 at ang paparating na M5 World Championship? Yan ang dapat nating abangan. Kaya naman sana ay meron kayong natutunan sa video na ito. Kung meron kayong mga suggestion o tanong tungkol sa strat na ito, mag-comment lang kayo dyan sa baba. Maging laging updated at follow nyo kami sa aming mga social media platforms sa YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram at ang official website ng Mpl-Philippines Season 12. At tandaan nyo, sa mundo ng Mobile Legends, kung may alam ka, tiyak na mas malakas ka, kaya ano pa ang hinihintay mo? Laban na!
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
I value this the most.
Sulitan natin.
You guys ready?
Power all 99, please.
All access data and only TikTok for only 99 pesos.
Magic data for me.
Data that doesn't expire, also 99 pesos. Smart super value deals coming right up.
Get the most out of your 99 pesos. With Power All's 8 GB for all apps plus only TikTok.
Or magic data that doesn't expire. Switching? Simple with Smart eSIM.
Smart super value deals.
How to register the Smart Giga Arena. First, go to gigaarena.smart on your browser. Click Sign In at the upper right corner and enter your smart mobile number. Enter the one-time authentication code sent to your number and agree to the terms and conditions and privacy policy. Personalize your account by choosing your username and profile picture. Congratulations! You've just taken the first step on your path to greatness. Check out upcoming tournaments and play arcade games. Just subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to join. To join tournaments, click the Tournaments tab. Find the perfect tournament with the search option. Find all the details about your chosen tournament and register. Provide your in-game name, ID, and other details. Make sure you have tickets to join. If not, then subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to get 2 tickets. And you're set. See you at the training grounds.
It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Then, let's make it smooth.
Running out of storage? Got more memory for more moments. Can it shoot in the dark?
Low light, zero problem.
Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, buong Pilipinas, mula sa MPL Philippines, ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Samahan niyo kaming saksihan ang lakas ng Pinas sa darating na Mpl-Ph Season 12 Playoffs. 6 na MPL teams ang maglalaban para irepresenta ang bansa sa darating na M5 World Championship na gaganapin dito mismo sa Pilipinas. Tumutok online ngayong October 25 to 29 sa MPL Philippines Facebook at YouTube channels or buy your tickets via /event.com to watch the event live. Kita-kits mga katropay!
Mga di lang naman kaya ko mag-jungle. Ganyan din naman sabi nila nung nag-gold lane ako, nag-change role ako. Papakita ko lang sa kanila. Sa mga player naman, wala akong kinakatakutan na kahit sino. Dapat sila yung matakot sa akin.
Tingin ko yung pinakamalakas sa jungler ngayong season is si Carl TC pa rin. Napaka-flexible ng mga heroes na kaya niyang gamitin. Kaya niya mag-utility, kaya niya mag-assassin. Saka yung mga decision making niya on point, lalo na sa mga objective taking.
Nadadali niya na rin lahat ng players dahil sa tapang niya maglaro ganun. Sobrang aggressive niya na may halong play safe.
Feeling ko bumibelo pa lang yun eh. Tsaka gigil pa rin yun hanggang ngayon nakunin yung back-to-back na World Championship.
Yung top 3 junglers ko po ngayong season is, yung top 1 ko po si Carl TC, top 2 ko po si Kyle TC, top 3 ko po si Iran.
Top 1 ko is Irad, top 2 ko Carl, top 3 ko Saida.
Top 1 ko si Carl TC pa rin. Top 2 ko si Kyle TC, top 3 ko si King Kong siguro. Sa tingin ko yung pinakamalakas na jungler ngayon si Carl TC. Siguro yung top 2 ko sa jungler Kyle TC. Top 3 ko si King Kong.
Top 1 si Carl TZ. Top 2 Kyle TZ. Top 3 Irad. Top 3 jungler ko this season is si Carl TC, Irad, and Kyle TC.
Number 1 ako, number 2 si Kyle TC, number 3 si Irad.
Lamang ni Irad kay Carl, pag-a-assassin ni Irad.
Sa tingin ko yung pinakamahina at saka kailangan pa mag-improve na jungle si Sansui kasi parang hindi ako part yung mga assassin hero kasi parang hindi yan nagagamit sa MPL kahit isang beses ata hindi siya nag-assassin, puro tank jungle lang siya.
Kay Sensui siguro, patasin niya yung hero pool niya kasi hindi naman lagi na ganun at ganun yung role ng hero na gagamitin niya.
Tingin ko mas mahirap ako talunin sa tank sa assassin kasi yung tank kasi more on objectives dun kami naglalaro ganun yung playstyle namin.
Sa tingin ko yung kahinaan ni Carl TC yung ipoforce mo siya mag-assassin heroes. Alam naman natin na hindi masyado comfort yung assassin heroes dahil sa lagi siyang tank jungle.
Siguro yung kinalaman ko po kay Ryzen yung pagkuha po ng objective sa kasama macro po sa team fights.
Tingin ko yung kailangan improve na player ngayon si Ryzen kasi siya yung build ko hindi nag-step up sa team nila.
Feeling ko kailangan pa mag-improve is si Sensui. Maliit lang yung hero pool niya eh. Kaya niya lang gamitin ngayon mga tank utility.
Para sa akin po yung jungler na kailangan ng mas madami pang improvement is si Kellera. Kasi hindi ko po siya maramdaman eh. Tapos wala pa sa kalahati ko.
Kahit bago akong jungler, kaya ko patunayan sa inyo na magiging malakas ako ng jungler.
Siguro po this season pag nakatapat ko si Irad, tatulunin ko po siya tulad ng pagtalo ko sa kanya dati.
Tingin ko kaya ako nasama ni Carl sa top 3 niya. Siguro nung nalagpasan ko yung debut game ko kasi nung debut game ko hindi masyado maganda yung laro ko eh. Pero nung sa playoffs nagkatapat kami, nasasabayan ko naman siya.
Ang reason kaya ako lamang sa ibang jungler kasi ang aggressive ko maglaro tapos calculated yung mga risk na tinitake ko. Siguro kaya ako pinakamalakas kasi ako yung pinakamadaming achievements sa kanila.
Warriors, their stories linger on through time. We remember them as heroes, but every hero's journey has a beginning.
So much emotion for owning esports and to build up the story of the entire year.
As tribulations are met, they grow ever stronger. In adversity, their greatness is shown throughout the ages. Introducing M-Series 5th Anniversary Greatest 10 Players. The nominees will be revealed from October 4th to October 28th, and the launch of the voting page will be from November 4th till December 7th on social media. The winners will be announced on the M-Series 5th Anniversary Awards Ceremony. live on December 17th, broadcasting on your favorite platforms. See you there.
Effective pa nga ba ang Pinoy meta? Ang mga Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling dodominahin ang mga ranked games at pro scene sa loob at labas ng bansa? Ngayong araw, alamin natin kung paano ginagawa ng Mpl-Ph teams ang isa sa mga pinaka nakakagulat na strategy sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Ito, ang split push. Ano nga ba ang split push strat na ito at bakit dapat natin itong matutunan? Ang split pushing strat ay isang in-game tactic kung saan ang isa o dalawang miyembro ng team ay minamaximize ang ongoing clashes o agawan ng main objectives para makasalisi sa enemy base at mabilisang tapusin ang laban. Layunin ng strat na ito na sabay-sabay na magbigay ng pressure mula sa iba't ibang bahagi ng mapa para malito ang kalaban at mas madaling makuha ang mga game objectives at kung maari tapusin ang laro. Ito ay nakafocus sa mga macro plays kung saan sinisira nito ang orihinal na rotation o plano ng kalaban at pinagre-react na lamang nito ang katunggali para sumunod ito sa gustong mangyari sa team. Nagsisimula o ginagawa ang tactic na ito kapag nasa mid to late game na ang labanan, kung saan mas madali na para sa mga certain heroes na i-clear ang mga waves at tumiretso sa enemy base. Para magawa ito, kailangan may malaking objective o teamfight ang mangyari, habang ang isa o dalawang member ng team ay sinasamantala ang clash para basagin ang turrets papunta sa base ng kalaban. Dapat hintayin na maging busy ang kalaban para hindi agad makapag-react bago simulan ang tactic na ito. Kung magbabak ang kalaban, tiyak na makukuha ng team ang isa sa main objective ng game. Ngunit kung mag-decide man sila na hindi mag-react sa play na ito, tiyak na tatalunin sila ng ganitong strategy. Pero hindi lahat ng heroes ay kayang makagawa nito. Ang hero na dapat mag-split push ay dapat may kakayahang tumakas kapag kinakailangan, kayang manalo sa mga 1v1 na labanan kapag may nag-respond na hero para ipigilan ng split push, at 3, mabilis na makapag-clear ng wave. Kaya naman ang pinakabagay na hero sa playstyle na ito ay sina Hayabusa, Fanny at Ling. Habang sina Moskov, Beatrix, Kari, Bruno at saka si Claude para sa mga marksmen. Ang mga heroes na ito ay mabilis makapag-clear, makapag-apply ng pressure sa kalaban at makatakas kung kinakailangan. Pero kailangan rin ng matibay na frontline heroes tulad ng tank at fighter para masustain ang damage ng kalaban habang nagbibigay ng space para ang iyong teammate ay makapag-push. Sobrang risky ngunit napaka-epektibo ng strategy na ito. Para magawa ito, kailangan ng eksaktong timing at komunikasyon para maging successful ang play. Dahil kung hindi, maaaring ito pa ang ikatalo ng iyong team. At ngayon alam niyo na kung paano i-execute ang split push strategy. Sana magamit niyo ito sa inyong mga ranked games at makapag-win streak na rin kayo. Practice at tamang in-game communication lang ang susi para magawa niyo ang playstyle na to. Pero ang tanong, ang Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling madadominate ang Mpl-Philippines Season 12 at ang paparating na M5 World Championship? Yan ang dapat nating abangan. Kaya naman sana ay meron kayong natutunan sa video na ito. Kung meron kayong mga suggestion o tanong tungkol sa strat na ito, mag-comment lang kayo dyan sa baba. Maging laging updated at follow nyo kami sa aming mga social media platforms sa YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram at ang official website ng Mpl-Philippines Season 12. At tandaan nyo, sa mundo ng Mobile Legends, kung may alam ka, tiyak na mas malakas ka, kaya ano pa ang hinihintay mo? Laban na!
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
I value this the most.
Sulitin natin.
You guys ready?
Power all 99, please.
All access data and only TikTok for only 99 pesos.
Magic data for me.
Data that doesn't expire, also 99 pesos. Smart super value deals coming right up.
Get the most out of your 99 pesos. With PowerAll's 8 GB for all apps plus only TikTok.
Or magic data that doesn't expire. Switching? Simple with Smart eSIM.
Smart super value deals.
How to register to Smart Giga Arena. First, go to gigaarena.smart on your browser. Click Sign In at the upper right corner and enter your Smart mobile number. Enter the one-time authentication code sent to your number and agree to the terms and conditions and privacy policy. Personalize your account by choosing your username and profile picture. Congratulations! You've just taken the first step on your path to greatness. Check out upcoming tournaments and play arcade games. Just subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to join. To join tournaments, click the Tournaments tab. Find the perfect tournament with the search option. Find all the details about your chosen tournament and register. Provide your in-game name, ID, and other details. Make sure you have tickets to join. If not, then subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to get 2 tickets. And you're set. See you at the training grounds.
It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Then, let's make it smooth.
Running out of storage? Got more memory for more moments. Can it shoot in the dark?
Low light, zero problem.
Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, buong Pilipinas, mula sa Mpl-Philippines, ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo.
Ng dalawang team ngayon. Eto na.
Samahan niyo kaming saksihan ang lakas ng Pinas sa darating na Mpl-Philippines Season 12 Playoffs. 6 na MPL teams ang maglalaban para irepresenta ang bansa sa darating na M5 World Championship na gaganapin dito mismo sa Pilipinas. Tumutok online ngayong October 25 to 29 sa MPL Philippines Facebook at YouTube channels or buy your tickets via /event.com to watch the event live. Kita-kits mga katropay!
Baka di lang niwalang kaya ko mag-jungle. Ganyan din naman sabi nila nung nag-gold lane ako, nag-change role ako. Papakita ko na sa kanila. Sa mga player naman, wala akong kinakatakutan na kahit sino. Dapat sila yung matakot sa akin.
Tingin ko yung pinakamalakas sa jungler ngayong season is si
Carl TC.
Carl TC pa rin.
Napaka-flexible ng mga heroes na kaya niyang gamitin. Kaya niya mag-utility, kaya niya mag-assassin. Saka yung mga decision making niya on point, lalo na sa mga objective taking.
Nadadali niya na rin lahat ng players dahil sa tapang niya maglaro ganun. Sobrang aggressive niya na may halong play safe.
Feeling ko bumibelo pa lang yun eh. Tsaka gigil pa rin yun hanggang ngayon nakunin yung back-to-back na World Championship.
Yung top 3 junglers ko po ngayong season is, yung top 1 ko po si Carl TC, top 2 ko po si Kyle TC, top 3 ko po si Iran.
Top 1 ko is Irad, top 2 ko Carl, top 3 ko Saida.
Top 1 ko si Carl TC pa rin. Top 2 ko si Kyle TC. Top 3 ko si King Kong siguro.
Sa tingin ko yung pinakamalakas na jungler ngayon si Carl TC. Siguro yung top 2 ko sa jungler Kyle TC. Top 3 ko si King Kong.
Top 1 si Carl TZ. Top 2 Kyle TZ. Top 3 Irad. Top 3 jungler ko this season is si Carl TC, Irad, and Kyle TC.
Number 1 ako, number 2 si Kyle TC, number 3 si Irad.
Lamang ni Irad kay Carl, pag-assassin ni Irad.
Sa tingin ko yung pinakamahina at saka kailangan pa mag-improve na jungle si Sansui kasi parang hindi ako part yung mga assassin hero kasi parang hindi yan nagagamit sa MPL kahit isang beses ata hindi siya nag-assassin, puro tank jungle lang siya.
Kay Sensui siguro, patasin niya yung hero pool niya kasi hindi naman lagi na ganun at ganun yung role ng hero na gagamitin niya.
Tingin ko mas mahirap ako talunin sa tank sa assassin kasi yung tank kasi more on objectives dun kami naglalaro ganun yung playstyle namin.
Sa tingin ko yung kahinaan ni Carl TC yung ipoforce mo siya mag-assassin heroes. Alam naman natin na hindi masyado comfort yung assassin heroes dahil sa lagi siyang tank jungle.
Siguro yung kinalaman ko po kay Ryzen yung pagkuha po ng objective sa kasama macro po sa team fights.
Tingin ko
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Takas sa matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix Zero 35G, 4K ultra clear front vlog phone. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines, Pi Channel, and EVM Convention Center. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 Playoffs action live at EVM Convention Center. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to bit.ly/S12 Playoffs tickets for more details. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Welcome to day 2 of the MPL Philippines Season 12 Playoffs. I'm Reptar and we're about to dive into another thrilling day of MLBB action. But first, let's take a look back at the unforgettable moments from yesterday. Matilda's guiding wins that guided the Ages to victory during the Mpl-Ph S12 Playoffs match opener. Despite Onyx Philippines' effort to push back Blacklist International, the Ages reigned supreme over the Sonics in a grueling seesaw match thanks to Renegade's Matilda and the terrifying advantage of Wilderness Blessing to their signature Ube mechanics. On the other hand, the Barangay didn't even get one shot to victory as Task Force RSG eradicated their playoffs journey featuring Irad's cutthroat performance with his Fanny. The Raiders are hungry for redemption. All Pinoy MLBB fans, visit the MPL Arena here at EVM Convention Center at Quezon City and support your favorite MPL teams as they fight their way to their M5 journey. The stage is set, the players are ready. It's day 2 of MPL Philippines Season 12 Playoffs, and the battle for PH redemption continues right now.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita.
Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Magandang araw mga ka-squad at isa na namang Smart All Access segment ang masasaksihan nyo today. This is your very own Odin. At puntahan natin ang lahat ng booths kasi kahapon sinilip lang natin. Ngayon kukuha tayo bawat isa. Hello po! Hi! Hello! Kaway kayo sa camera. Kita kayo sa Smart All Access segment. Hello po! Hello! Hi Mima! Anong may o-offer mo sa akin dyan? Bago? Jacket? Parang nilalamig ako. Oo nga eh. Pwede? Pahingi mo ng jacket po. Hingi? Hingi yung term? Hindi pabili? Pwede mayroon mo yung jacket po. Yan. Bigyan ng jacket yan. Siyempre, parang bilong ako sa inyo. Thank you. Ayan, nakikita nyo na anong bago dyan. Ito kasi last season pa, di ba? O, meron ako nito. Ito. Ay, ito naman ito. Ay, meron din to. Ang ganda din. GB art. Grabe naman. Ay, thank you. Salamat sa jacket. Thank you. Thank you, Mima. Ay, ano pong bago dito sa ating Blacklist International merch? Ito? Oy! Light stick! Pwede pong pahiram. Lalagyan ng baterya. May kasama na pong battery pag bumili. Syempre wala. Sa mga bibili na light stick, dapat may extra battery kayo. Ano po yung battery niyan? Ilang A? AAA na battery. 3 pieces para magamit yung light stick. Uy, nabibenta din to? Mousepad, para sa mga nagsistream dyan, sa mga nag-games. Ang ganda nito, guys. Ay, ito din, nabibili. Nakakakilig naman ito. Pwede ba ito sa single? Ayan. Yay! Thank you, kuya. Salamat. Ay, para makakompleto natin yung merch ngayon, Ano pong bago dito sa Onyx? Ay, parang dadami yung jacket ko, Ang ganda naman yan. Ay, embroidered. It's Onyx time. Ito ba yung willing kang ibigay sa akin? Willing daw siya. Ay, ito. Ano to? Orasan ba yan? Nailaw. Ito yung gusto ko, kuya, Oo. Pwede mo suot sa akin, kuya? Yan! Umiilaw-ilaw tayo, guys, Thank you, kuya. Katabi nito ang TNC. Hello po. Ano pong bago sa TNC? Ano pong bago dito sa merch booth? Ay! Gusto ko yan, ayun! Bagong-bago! Ben Tips na t-shirt. Angas, oh! Akalain mo ikaw lang yung may solong merch. Ay, meron ka din si Jesu! Meron ka din, ha? Oh! Ganda! Pero parang ito gusto ko din to. Akin na lang, ha? Thank you. Babalikan kita. Thank you. Makukompleto natin ang merch ngayong araw. Hello po mga kabarangay! Oh, parang may dala silang TV. Ano yan, TV? Standy ng Smart Omega. Ay, parang maganda to. Ito ba yung bago? Ito yung bago? Parang bagay sa akin. Pwede mo ba akong suotan na ito? Ay, lalaruin. Lalaruin natin. Paano to? In order. Paano bumili ng eSIM? Enter your mobile number. Ito ba? Tama. Ito. You will receive your eSIM QR via email. Ito. Magbabayad pala muna kayo. Ayan. Babayaran nyo muna bago kayo makareceive. Talaga naman, oh. Thank you. Tama na to, ha. May kodigo na kayo sa mga maglalaro. Isang sticker? Ito, si Idol. Uy! Thank you, ate. Ito gusto ko. Pwede ba to? Bibigyan daw niya ako. Grabe naman. Namaragay. Tatlo yung nakuha ko, guys, oh. Pwede mo ba suot sa akin yan? Lahatin na natin. Yan. Salamat. Hello po. Ay, bumisita ako kahapon dito. Hi, madam. Hi ka dito. Nakalive tayo sa Smart All Access segment. At nandito tayo sa RSG booth. For sale din po ito, di ba? Oh, meron din sila mga standee. Sino yung crush nyo dyan? Pwede nyo i-display sa inyong mga kwarto.
Gusto yung check yung madam. Ito yung pinakabago.
Ay, ito. Ang ganda. Alam mo ba, duman ako dito kahapon.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Bagong-bago. Ito yung kurso natin. Belt bag ba yan?
Opo. Ang tawag dito, sukbit.
Paano inisot?
Yes po. Then ito, ma'am, baka gusto nyo i-try.
Nakaganto na ako eh.
Okay lang yan. Takluban muna natin saglit. Baka gusto nyo i-try lang.
Gusto ko. Lahatin na natin yan.
Oh, kita pa rin naman eh.
Kita pa rin naman eh.
Reversible yan, madam.
Pero gusto ko din ang bag, kuya.
Sige, try mo din.
Para may lalagyan ako ng lahat ng merch na aking nabili. Oh. Paano ba yung suot?
Kahit ganyan. Ganyan lang. Yan.
Sakto, guys. Suwabe ang ating pamimili or should I say, pamunguha ng giveaway sa ating mga booth. Hi, Madam Jana! Ay, anong bago niyo dito sa brand? Ano bago niyo dito? Hoy! Jacket din! Hoy! Ay, parang bagay sa akin yan. Bagay ba? Bagay na bagay. Bagay na bagay na bagay. Kung ganon, sige, kalahati. Kalahati. Feel ko kanan, ko kaliwa, brand. So, kasi nga natin kung talagang mapipil natin na tayo ay part ng brand, AP brand. Hala, ang ganda! Talaga naman. May stock ba kayo na ito? Pre-order? Yes po. Pre-order. Pre-order siya. So kung ako sa inyo, para bago mag-grand finals, may jacket kayo, pumunta na kayo sa booth ng AP brand. O, diba? Thank you so much. Okay, pwede mo nang bitawan. Di mo pwede kunin sa akin. Salamat, ha. Thank you. Thank you, guys. At ito na nga ang itsura nyo pag kayo ay naging isang ultimate fan ng Mpl-Philippines. Lahat ng merch, hawak nyo, lahat isuot nyo. Diba? Para kahit sinong manalo, bias nyo lahat. At ito na nga, nakita na natin kung anong laman ng merch booth ng bawat isang team. Mamaya, sa susunod na episode, puntahan naman natin itong Mia's Archery Lane and Layla's Shooting Lane. I'm so excited na matry at makita kung anong pwede nating mapanalunan dahil dito sa Mpl-Ph Community Hub, meron kayong passport at lahat ng stations pwede nyo makuhanan ng stickers and you can win up to 5,000 MLBB diamonds. See you sa susunod na Smart All Access segment. This is your very own Odin. Silipin na natin kung ano nangyayari sa Land of Dawn.
Together with Romy.
Sobrang saya ko na nandito na tayo ng Day 2 ng MPL Philippines Playoffs and panigurado, ang dami pang mangyayari today.
We're welcoming you to the home of the greatest MLBB players in the world. This is the second day of MPL Philippines Season 12 Playoffs. Now, after a thrilling matchup, we are now down to our final 4 teams who will compete for a chance to represent our country in the M5 World Championship. Sino kaya sa mga agents, sa Orcas, sa Raiders, and the Bees ang makakahakbang para sa ating papalapit na inaasam nilang kampyonato?
We're inviting you guys to watch Mpl-Ph Season 12 Playoffs live and on site. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, just go to bit.ly/S12 Playoffs tickets for more details.
Now, whether you're watching live, online streaming on your favorite site, well, don't forget to post, tweet, and all the videos and pictures that you're putting out there, use the hashtag #MPL-PH-S12 Playoffs. Again, that's hashtag #MPL-PH-S12 Playoffs para makita namin ang inyong mga litrato at ang mga videos na pinopost nyo, and you have a chance to win MLBB Diamonds and MPL merch. Good luck to you.
And
now, to join us, actually, for the opening of the first matchup of the day between the M3 World Champions and the M4 World Champions, let me call on someone who was actually there to call everything, to call the game. He's one of the best casters all the way from Indonesia. Let's all welcome Mirko. Hi, Mirko.
Yo, what's up, guys? How you doing? Yo, what's up, Mirko? I miss you.
I don't know if you heard, but as soon as I said Mirko, people started clapping and they said, wow, you're famous in the Philippines, huh? How are you?
Yeah. I'm doing great, yeah. And shout out to all the Filipinos who are watching in the venue right now. Yeah, technically most of my viewers are actually Filipinos, so yeah.
Can you say something in Tagalog for us, Mirko?
Kamusta mga mahal kong Filipinos?
Ah, that's what you want. That's what you want. Now, one more time for the fans.
One more.
Do the same thing?
Same thing, my guy.
Kamusta mga mahal kong Filipinos?
Nice one, Mirko. By the way, I just have to ask, what happened to your Mirkos? It's a mere curse. It seemed like you got our first playoffs match yesterday wrong.
Mirkos.
Mirkos has been a thing that is happening. That's been happening a lot to me recently. Well, the last 2 years. But just recently as well, FPL-ID, I got like 90% of my predictions right. So I'm really hoping that maybe we can get 50-50 now. Maybe I can mirror some teams, but mirror blend some teams as well.
I see.
It's improving.
So what do you think about the Mpl-Ph Season 12 so far?
I think it's been great, man. Especially like the playoffs. I think yesterday we had like amazing games. Even though RGP kind of stopped Omega, it was really exciting to watch in the draft and the way they played, especially the Red.
Red was really great. Now, we're down to the final 4 teams here in the playoffs for MPL Philippines. Who do you think will represent Philippines for the M5?
No safe answers, bro. You gotta say what's in your mind. Say something that's in your heart.
See, I don't know if I wanna say any team's names now, right? Because usually when I say that I support a team, you know what happens. You know what happens, homie. You know what happens.
Man. That's the entire reason why we planted this question for you.
Okay. You know what? We gotta make it exciting, right? Since I predicted APBR and Echo in my prediction, I'm going to neutralize the curse. Blacklist and RSG will make it to M5.
Blacklist and RSG. And
All right.
cheer. A lot of people are cheering. You know, there's this term. We've asked Gideon this. We've asked Lafel this. It's been going around this quote, end of Philippine era, which it baffles me. What do you think about that phrase?
I think when it comes down to teams like organizations, maybe that could be the case, right? The end of the PH era in terms of like MSC, M series, but when it comes down to actual like SEA games and stuff, where Philippines is against like a full team of Indonesians and stuff, I think it's still the PH era.
So you're saying for the international MLBB scene, like MSC and M5, you think it's the end?
Maybe. I mean, we've seen MSC and SPS. I think to see that if it's really going to end, we'll have to see an M5. It's in the Philippines. If some other region wins, then it'll be the end.
Huh. Okay.
Well, I'm pretty sure that you're happy to have some Filipinos in your Indonesian lineup. So the question's this: will your M5 bets for PH prove that the end of PH era is far from over?
I don't know. I think, again, we'll have to see. I think for my predictions on M5 as well, we'll have to see if Onic and Geek can actually like do really well. But I'm actually looking at other regions aside from Indo and Philippines. I want to see a new champ from a new region.
I see.
So you're saying you want to see a new champ, not even from Indonesia?
Yeah, just a new region, new team.
Oh.
Hey,
Make
check
it
your
exciting.
Instagram account, Mirko. Check your Instagram account right now.
Interesting.
Hope it doesn't disappear again.
Now, well, let's see about that after your comment about the end of the Philippine era. You were just fighting with two countries there. Now, for today's series, we'll have a continuation of the rivalry forged 2 seasons ago. It's Echo versus Blacklist International. Now, this matchup was made possible after Echo, the top seed of the regular season, chose Blacklist to be in their bracket. Now, we had a chance to talk to Coach Master the Basics prior to their playoffs campaign, and let's listen to what he has to say.
Tinalo kami ng RSG, tinalo namin yung Blacklist. Bakit ko pipiliin yung RSG? So, expected na talaga namin yun na kami talaga yung pipiliin ng Echo.
Yo, man, I'm just saying that MTB is quite happy with whatever happened there. But considering what Coach MTB said, how do you think Blacklist prepared for Echo this time? Because so far, since Echo swept Blacklist in the finals of M4 World Championship, the Codebreakers have yet to win a single series against the Orcas, my guy.
Yeah. Blacklist, I think especially after yesterday's interview with Master the Basics on stage. See, I don't know if my chat actually translated it properly, but what I understood from the translation of my chat was Master the Basics said that, well, they told Echo to be careful about which roster they actually deploy today. So I'm actually very excited to see which roster actually comes in to play for Blacklist International. I've seen both of their rosters, like with Haji, MV3, and also the one with Yue and with Rindo in the jungle. Yeah. I don't know if they've cooked up something really crazy, but I think if you want to beat Echo, you gotta win out in these chaotic duels.
Yeah, with Blacklist International turning to you, things have switched up a bit and they've become less predictable. But here's the thing though, despite those results and Carl Teasy's personal preference to face Blacklist instead of any other teams, the young GOAT actually says that Blacklist still poses a threat. Let's listen to what Carl Teasy has to say.
Since M4 po, kasi puro kami panalo sa kanila ngayon eh. So, feel ko mas madali sila kalaban kaysa iba. Opo, threat pa rin po kasi nandun pa naman po si Edward. Kasi madalas siya po yung nagbubuhat sa kanila eh. Tapos maganda ring addition sa kanila si Yue ngayon. Kaya threat sila.
Ooh, Mirko, what do you have to say to what Carl Teasy says?
I think it's accurate, man. I mean, Edward is probably one of the players who will always be good. I think even in MSC, right, when the hype was still around Echo, Boots has said it as well, that it was harder to face off against Edward than Sanford. That's Boots' opinion. But yeah, Edward has always been probably the most consistent XP laner of all time, and I can't wait to see Edward play. Hopefully he gets the playmaking heroes, because I think if Blacklist wants to win, yeah, it probably is going to be through that XP lane first in the early.
Gotta agree, Mirko. You know, Edward has been one of the best and consistent XP laners out there, and you can feel the respect coming in from Carl Teasy. With all those considered, we're now going to ask you the hardest question, or maybe not, depends on how chill you are. What's your prediction on this matchup. I want details, Mirko. I want numbers. I want the team. You gotta the full name, the team. Let's go.
All right. Since a lot of people have been slandering me, saying that I hate Blacklist International, I will predict Blacklist International win 3-2. There you go. I'll help Blacklist International this time. But I don't know. Sometimes when I try to help teams, they lose, right? So I don't know, man. I don't know.
What are your predictions in terms of what heroes will be coming out? I mean, Rhino J has been coming out with new heroes
Matildas.
almost every week. Yesterday, we saw Farsa. So, any heroes that you're expecting to come out today?
I mean, I'm just we haven't seen this in a long time, but I want to see Edward, Agent Zero, play Benedetta. We saw the Benedetta get played yesterday by Nats, so Agent Zero can pull it off for sure.
Hey man, I'm excited to see the Benedetta too. And right now, look at Mara Aquino. I want you to look at her, okay? You're looking at her. What hero do you think is she wearing? What is this outfit inspired on?
The Southern Seas are my domain.
Hey man, you're Indonesian. You're supposed to know this.
For sure, man. I mean, it will be a shame if I don't know which hero this is, right? I mean, it's so easy. Green, right? You did the voice line.
Yeah.
It's an Indonesian hero. Gatot Kaca for sure.
Yeah, I agree. You know what? First, I thought it was Vixana, man. Vixana's Indonesian, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think Lapu Lapu is as well.
Yeah. I love it.
You know, Mirko is spot on with his prediction. Very spot on. Now,
Pretty good.
all the Filipino fans, they're so entertained with you right now. If you could only hear their laugh and their cheers every time we say Mirko's name. What do you have to say to everybody watching right now?
I'm trying to think of the Filipino words that I've learned, but...
Hey man, not everything.
Let's be careful there.
I know what we taught you.
PG-13.
Half of it you cannot say.
Okay. I'll just say, mahal kita.
Whoa.
Very basic.
Mahal kita. Is there somebody that's you've been saying that to lately?
Yeah, my girlfriend.
Okay.
I see.
A lot of
You lost
girls
half
got
of your
sad.
viewership.
A lot of girls got sad here. Now, Womi, I asked Mirko and put him on the spot earlier.
no.
If I were to ask you for your prediction of what's going to happen, you don't have to say, actually, fine, I'll save you. You don't have to say who's going to win, but you can say if it's a 3-0, 3-2.
I honestly think it's going to be a 3-0 considering teams are very much inclined for momentum. Basic and safe answer. I love it.
All right. Well, your predictions are locked in. Mirko's predictions locked in. Mirko, thank you so much for guesting once again. And hopefully, we'll see you here in the Philippines again, this time for the M5 World Championship. So let's enjoy the games today. Bye, Mirko.
Bye, boy.
Goodbye.
Talaga nakakatawa pag nandito talaga si Mirko.
That's true. Ang dami rin yung fans dito.
Oo nga. Pero tingnan natin kung tama nga ba ang kanyang prediction that he gets sort of right. His predictions are locked in. Our players are ready to make their way inside the land of dawn. Sino nga ba ang magwawagi? M3 World Champions kontra sa ating M4 World Champions. Eto na ang Blacklist International versus Echo. Let's turn it over to the voice of MPL to welcome our teams. Reptar, pasok.
MPL Arena! This is a rematch of a modern-day El Clasico. 2 Mpl-Ph Grand Finals, 1 World Championship Grand Finals. Welcome to the first upper bracket match of the Mpl-Philippines Season 12 Playoffs. Let's welcome our teams. Introducing first, your daddy, JP, Bagyong Benny Cutie, the young goat, Carl Teasy, the Apex Predator, Sanford, and the all-star mid-laner, Sanji. They are the champions of the Philippines and the reigning champions of the world, Echo! And their opponents, the Hitman Renegade, the Filipino Sniper Oheb, Sensui and his instincts, Agent Zero Edward, and you truly top tier. It's Blacklist International. And their coaches, Coach Tic Tac and Coach Master the Basics. Welcome once again to our playoffs. Let's go! Thank you so much. Whoa, a bit shaky there on that elevator. Welcome to our first series of the day. It's Echo versus Blacklist International. Sigurado ako at this point, sobrang familiar na tayo sa matchup na to. What these two teams bring to the table in terms of their play style, the heroes that they like to pick. I'm actually glad na na-mention ni Mirko yung Benedetta ni Edward, and that's actually one of the picks that I'm gonna be watching out for. After Naths showed it off yesterday versus Smart Omega, parang warning shot yan sa buong liga na, hey, don't forget the Benedetta. Yuzhong is an obvious pick, yes, but the Benedetta is so good. Speaking of, let's talk about Echo, Benecutie, Carl TZ, Sanji, Sanford, and JP. JP here in the roam and his flexibility with the picks. Ang tanong ko sa Echo ngayon is kung susundan pa ba rin nila yung paboritong playstyle nila. Yes, Echo Express, the ecosystem as we'd like to call it. To put it simply, the pick-off style. Will they pick up Kaja, Franco, and then pair it up with something like a Kadita, yung pwede mag-pick off at burst kagad for Sanji and JP. Of course, will we see the Nolan become a factor here? Nakita natin sa mga streams ni Carl TZ, he's been playing Nolan, and nakita din naman natin kahapon even though hindi siya nanalo. And we saw it in MDL Philippines, ang sakit mag-scale ng isang Jungle Nolan. So, Jungle Nolan, let's watch out for it, but don't remove the possibility of an XP lane Nolan as well. For Blacklist International, Oheb, Sensui, Yue, Edward, and Renegade, again, what are the picks? What else does Blacklist International have on the table? If you weren't able to watch yesterday, we saw a Popol and Koopa jungle picked up by Blacklist International, and it was played really well against Onyx. But Onyx got to craft a lineup to counter it. The Uranus XP and the Hilda Roam. So, don't take out the possibility of a Popol and Koopa jungle pick being a potential game changer for the draft. Kasi baka mag-commit ng isang ban ang Echo para hindi lang makapag-Popol and Koopa jungle ang Blacklist International. And also, what pick are you gonna give to Edward? How are you gonna rotate the priority picks of Novaria, Valentina, Faramis, even the Angela, with Valentina, with Renegade and Yue, and what picks are gonna go into the hands of the Hitman. We know the story of these two teams. Para sa Echo, they went on that long win streak before it was snapped and stopped by RSG Philippines, meaning that Blacklist record is actually tied and shared with Echo at 11 series. Meanwhile, for Blacklist, similar to the story of teams in that part of the table, AP Bren hanggang Onyx, it was a tight race. A lot of them actually have 7 wins and a 7-loss record. So it just goes to show gaano competitive ang liga natin ngayon in MPL Philippines Season 12 with how close the standings are. But yesterday, we saw a really strong Blacklist against a really strong Onyx, and that came from really great, surprising pickups from the Blacklist International side. So Echo, if they're gonna play it like how Onyx and Blacklist played it, they might show some surprise picks as well. At feeling ko, kailangan yan. Now with these two teams, we know how good they are with the objectives. But these are two teams that really understand gaano ka-importante ang idea and concept of trading. Yung tinatawag natin na trading na alam naman natin dito sa Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hindi mo pwede kunin ang lahat. If you're gonna go for the turtle, you're gonna have to at one point sacrifice a turtle on the side lane. Things like that. At one point, you move in one point of the map and then somewhere you're gonna lose something. So wag nyo pakinggan yung mga nag-RG sa inyo dyan na sinasabi, huy, yung lane mo, balikan mo. Nagtitrade nga tayo eh. And these are two teams who understand that very, very well. Shout out sa mga Zilong EXP laners dyan. Wala akong pinapatamaan doon. Now, I'm looking forward to actually hearing about or seeing what the keys to victory are for these two teams. Because I'll be honest with you, hindi ko pa siya nakita. I wanted to be surprised. So, Echo and Blacklist International's keys to victory are brought to you by Infinix. Infinix Note Series, ultra-fast gameplay. Let's start off with Echo. Prove that you have the mastery over Blacklist International. Sinabi ni Carl Tizzy sa interview niya, we feel like, compared to the other teams that we could have picked, mas madali sila nakalaban. Pero, mataas pa rin yung threat ng Blacklist International. And Carl Tizzy actually mentioned the two key players in Blacklist in terms of their, hindi lang sa rotations nila in-game, yung galaw nila, pero yung mga picks din nila Yue and Edward has a high impact in the drafting. So, Echo needs to show na first, starting in the draft and then sa paglaro, ang taas pa rin ng mastery ng Echo kontra sa Blacklist International. For Blacklist International, Rosie, it's your time to shine. Again, with the lineup that they field here, it seems like that's the comfort that they found with Renegade, Ohebs, and Sui, Edward, and Yue! Well, Renegade and Yue really seem to have a great combo that I feel like makakasabay talaga kila Sanji and JP, and they need to show it here. Renegade and Yue, they have to match the movements of JP and Sanji. Now for both teams, the team with the most priority picks wins. There was a bit of a curse on the blue side yesterday for Blacklist International versus Onyx. So, sino makakakuha nila mga comfort picks nila? And most importantly for these two teams, they have a lot of comfort. Sino makakakuha ng power picks? Again, Nolan coming into the draft and the drafting pool changed the prioritizations. Mas madami ng power picks na mas available. But there are even surprising power picks. Priorities on the Fire Mist, priorities on the Terizla, the Yuzong for Echo, maybe even a Kaja. So, a lot of things to watch out for. A legendary rivalry. MPL Arena, are you ready? They're ready. I'm getting tired, running out of breath, so I'm gonna pass you on over to our casters. Kayo na.
The stage is now set for this storied rivalry once again. Who will get the upper hand this time around? Is it Echo or Blacklist International? What is up, guys? I'm Nice2, and it's us, the Wee Bear Bros. Once again, it's Leo, Midnight, and we're bringing you the action for today.
Before we head on to our match, we'd like to tell everyone all about our telco partner, Smart. Thank you so much to Smart. Still, the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwidest coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data for speed and coverage Q1 and Q2 2023.
And of course, you can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via the mobile number portability or MNP. You visit smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more.
And there's more, because we have what is ahead of us, and that is M5, of course. So right now, you guys have to grab your early bird tickets. There's the Super Pass and the MVP Pass. They're available now. You can also buy those at the/event.com.
All MPL Philippines ticket buyers will get a 10% off on M5 regular passes. A discount code will be sent to your email on November 3rd. So what are you waiting for? Experience MLBB Esports live now.
All right, with that being said, we can now focus here on the matchup. We mentioned this before. You guys probably saw it if you joined us for the pre-show. It was great to have Mirko here guesting with us, giving his thoughts. I'm sure some of you guys shared, yes, our boy, shared the sentiments out there with him. But, you know, as we compare even the junglers here of both squads, Carl Tizzy and Sensui, one thing is a fact here, and it's the fact that Blacklist International has not beaten Echo in quite some time, Leo.
Yeah, in 10 months' time, by the way. 10 months' time since M4.
Basically all of 2023.
Yeah. That's a long time. I mean, that's... and I feel like one of the big things here is... my question, I guess I would say, Midnight, is why do you think that is? Like, what is this kind of kryptonite, if you will, towards Blacklist International where they have not managed to beat Echo?
I mean, you have to go back to the the whole Echo way of playing MLBB, like the Echo Express, the House of Highlights that turned into the ecosystem, which really translate those aggressions, those highly contested pickoffs from the side of Echo, that is converted into objectives that is usually around these lords, wherein team fights really do matter. Where if you look at Blacklist International, they win games off of that, and you suddenly find yourself up against Echo, who is better in team fighting and picking off heroes. It will just give you, better net results.
And what makes this all the more frustrating for agents and entertaining for the majority of MLBB esports fans is the fact that Blacklist International has already re-rostered. They've changed the way they played, and the meta has already shifted in, again, the past 10 months.
Yep.
And still, they could not get one over Echo every single time they meet, whether it be on an international stage, whether it be on home soil. They still got it in the Echo bag. So I don't know if today we're going to change history. If today, after 10 months of a drought, Blacklist International can change the fact that they can get one over the defending champions.
And I just want to throw it out there that if this is the streak breaker in itself, because again, we know that back in the regular season, Echo had this amazing streak run that they were after. Yeah. They were after that record that was actually set by Blacklist International. What was that, season 8? Season 8, right? They didn't manage to break it further, right? But one thing's for sure, Blacklist International, they want to break this streak, at least against Echo. And I think one of the big things is, over the course of all these changes of the meta and everything, we are in a position now where this is almost a test where I feel like the current roster being fielded by Blacklist International is this is a good time for them to shake things up because their roster has been shaken up. And I think also one of the big factors there, we heard Mirko talk about it, it's Edward, it's UA, but also I think even Renegade brings a certain factor, to that. And I know you have loved watching him play, Leo, right? And so I'm going to ask you, how do you think that changes the dynamic of this Blacklist International? People are so used to seeing this Ube strat, right, which they came out with for the longest time. Do you think it's changed much, or are they still kind of playing the same way there?
Well, we saw last night the Ube is very much alive, and go up against Echo, who are just all predators in their own right. You'll see here they're #1 in average kill score across the season. It's difficult to expect the team to actually grow, and for the hitman, Renegade, to actually exhibit how he can be both his own kind of roamer and fill the shoes of one of the greatest roamers in the history of the esport as it is, as a shot caller. So with that said, I'd say it's gotta be from, as Mirko said, coming from the most consistent player of all of Blacklist. You have to always look back to the XP lane. You always have to wait.
Gotta be Edward.
There you go. You have to wait for Agents here to say, Renegade, I got this. As a co-Bataan boy, if you know, you know. They're from the same hometown. I got this lane. Take care of the rest of the map.
Yeah, and I think that's where the chance actually lies for Blacklist International, because you have this pillar in the form of Edward, wherein most of the the fundamental strategies that were built with Blacklist International started with Edward playing very fundamental heroes like the way back in Season 7, the Benedettas, the Paquitos. Season 8, you had the Lapu-Lapus, the Esmeralda, the Uranus. Season 12 is a flavor of Terizla, Edith. Edward plays those heroes, and I think that's where it starts. And I feel like the Rosie lineup is the best chance you'll ever get in breaking the way of Echo's gameplay. Because the thing about Echo's Blacklist lineup is that they have the same type of same type of gameplay when Wise and Venus were still playing with Blacklist International, like the old Blacklist Ube composition. Now we are seeing the same type of gameplay, the same strategy, but with a different flavor. Renegade is able to play more aggressive than compared to the old Blacklist.
Hell, even Sensui is evolving.
Yeah, he is. And I think, one of the, now you mentioned Sensui, I think this is an important fact to look at, right? Nolan came out yesterday.
Layla's dad.
Yeah, Layla's dad. Didn't get the win, but look, even in SG, picked up, 6 times, had some success. We saw this also in MDL Philippines Season 2 as it went on, did pretty well. Why did it struggle? I mean, it was only, it's not a huge, sample size, if you will, just yet. But Midnight, why do you think the Nolan struggled yesterday?
It's a bad matchup. Like he was up against a lot of heroes that are able to deal with the Nolan. But the thing about Nolan is that, again, it's a very small sample size. It's hard to tell whether the hero is bad or not, because the bigger sample size tells us that this hero is broken.
Yeah.
Like, given it in the right hands, given it in the right matchup, given in the right composition, it's just plain broken. It feels
Yes.
like the old Fredrin in Season 11.
What do you think it needs to be successful, though? Like, if you're going to
Okay.
build a composition around it?
I mean, if you want to build a composition around, I guess you'd want to put it on Blacklist International. You want to put in more supports that are able to kind of like solidify the early game of the Nolan.
You know what Nolan feels to me? Nolan feels like that fire extinguisher in every single building. You know that a fire is not going to happen. You know that we're going to keep it safe. We're not going to leave, microwaves on running. We're not going to leave the stove running. But we'd rather ban it out than it come out and then suddenly just take over again. Because I think, as it is, to answer your question, the meta has to shift somehow. Nolan cannot be as successful and as strong as we think he should be, because currently the kings of the jungle are still your Bakshas, your Fredrins, and your Akais.
Yeah, the trio, the trifecta in the jungle role.
Which is the Baksha, the
Baksha,
Fredrin,
and the Akai.
Oh, the Akai. I was going to say the Martis.
No, Martis has fallen off, man.
He's fallen off?
Barely a prince.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that. Yeah, and it's funny because you're like, okay, what'd you say? He was like a fire extinguisher, right?
Yeah, you just have to make sure that you keep him in check.
Which is funny because keeping him in check also means that it's also changed the dynamic of the draft, right?
yeah.
This is something that Redmar was talking about a lot back in, like it's so far back, but yesterday, the 5-game series that we had,
24 hours ago.
Super far back. But it was something that he really highlighted on, and he even made a post about this. If you guys follow Redmar on his pages, and one of the highlights there was that Nolan alone, whether he's picked, whether he's not, he's obviously going to be probably banned out, right? And how this kind of changes up the draft, and we saw that. We already saw this yesterday where, heroes such as, for example, Matilda is now being picked up a lot here, and that kind of changes the course of things. But now also putting our eyes here on the gold lane as these players get set up for this first game. What do you think of this head-to-head here, Midnight?
I mean, these two players are internationally recognized best gold laners on both teams. I think Oheb has had a fantastic regular season. Benecutie, not so much, even though he has kind of like revolutionized the way that you play gold lane, especially in the lore dances. But I feel like Blacklist International has just more synergy with the way they play with Oheb, especially with the Claudes, like
whoa.
there. I like that he is flexing the face of you
Kiel.
here.
Why you gotta put...
Kiel is flexing the face of you here.
Why you gotta put him on blast like that?
Going back to what I was saying earlier, Blacklist International has more synergy with the way that they utilize their gold laner. Like the peel strategy that they've been pulling off for weeks now, like the mid-game timing that Blacklist is able to like crush amongst these teams. It's all, it's all on Oheb. Like the performance that he has been able to pull off, like good early game starts, not losing lanes by far, and the farm that he gets is always transitioning towards where Blacklist is able to play in the mid game, such that if they are able to establish a lead, they are able to convert that into end game conditions.
I mean, that's just how things work. Blacklist International plays for their cores, and Oheb is mainly their core, almost as much as
king.
how, in the absence of the king, yes. But it's almost as close to how Smart Omega plays around Kelra, right? You have to make sure that everyone works towards helping Oheb. For Benecutie, though, it's quite the opposite. Like, you look at the 15-16 minute mark, most likely Benecutie's alone.
He's farming.
He's more like doming.
If anything, of Minana Evos, yes. But if anything, JP will somehow just come in like, all right, you want this, Benny? Go, kill. All right, Lord Dance, Benny gonna split.
Oh yeah,
go.
For sure.
He's a very independent gold laner. So with that said, I think it's that polar distinction. It's that difference in their gold lane styles. Yes, that allows for Echo to do what they've done the Blacklist the past year. It's that. And if some way, somehow, today, KL1 evolves and Oheb shows us a different side of him, maybe Blacklist can give Echo what they've been waiting for.
And I think that's like, as we compare, we've compared the jungle, the gold lane here, and I agree with those points being made because at the same time, I feel like you look at Echo and what they've accomplished, over even just the past year alone, it's quite astonishing, right? And most people that have watched Echo for this time now and become part of that family and that fan base will say that every single lane, they have this huge impact from start to finish, right? You talked about Benecutie, still the Storm in a way, but a little bit of a different Storm this season, I mean, there's often times where he's still split pushing winning games that way, and I feel like that's where the big obstacle, the big test again for Blacklist International is because of the changes that we've seen them go through, of these variations of their own code that has had to develop, up to this point. It's now like, okay, even before, where everybody's like, Edward's Mr. Consistent. He's doing when he has to do, but what about the rest of the lanes? Are they changing? Are they adapting? Because Edward necessarily hasn't had to adapt too much at all.
He's always been Edward.
He's always been Edward. He's always been Agent Zero.
Just wakes up and does his thing.
His thing. So I feel like for this matchup alone, nobody's going home, right?
Yeah.
No one's going home in this matchup for today, rather. But I think this is also a big test because for me personally, I don't want to see another case of what we had last season, right? I really don't enjoy the grand finals going into a heavily favor of one team or another. And I think this is a good kind of sample, if you will. Does Blacklist International actually have what it takes with this new version of that code to get where they need to go to, not only with the grand finals, but again, what's ahead of us, right? The whole M5, because this is also a great sample, once again, of what could happen just months from now, basically, right? So I think that's something that's big here. And still for me, Sensui, he's been his own self, very consistent for the most part. I think even it was Renmar that said, he can hold his retry against some of the best in the world. He had
held his own retribution against Carl Tizzi last season.
Yeah.
Last season, he was matched, I believe, with Carl Tizzi during week 6. So that, that tells a lot. And even during the times where they met, since he has been able to out-retry, like the GOAT, the young GOAT of Echo. But still, you have to keep in mind that it's not just the retry. It's not just the retry of Echo that makes Carl Tizzi great, but it's how he thinks. It's how he operates around map. And I think that's where, Echo's strength lies, like their ability to solidify the strength of each player on all lanes, all sides. Like, you have Benacuti, you have even Sanji in the support position, but you also have Carl Tizzi that is such a big pillar for Echo. If you have Edward on the side of Blacklist International, wherein he acts like a rock for the agents, you also have Carl Tizzi. He is just an insanely consistent player.
I think it's that grit. I'd like to call it the grit that just permeates throughout Echo's lineup. Whether it's Yaoi or JP playing, that when things are going wrong for them, they have it in them, a sense of, we're going to get by. We're going to work it out, and I'm going to somehow beat my lane mate. Come early, later, mid, we're going to find a way, and we'll win. It's because we've seen Echo actually do that. They have been guilty of messing around in a draft and in-game, and they did that against Blacklist's other lineup in Season 12, and in the later half of Season 12, they figured out, hey, you know what? We can still win. Take it 30 minutes, take it 40 minutes, we'll somehow beat you. And they did. So I'm looking forward to that Echo here, that more matured and that more, I'd say, long-standing and just enduring Echo.
I mean, if you're Blacklist International, at some point, it's not just about a strategy. You have to break a play here. Like what RSG did to Echo, they broke Sanford. But I don't think that's enough, even though it worked for the Raiders. Blacklist International in this game, I think you have to break Carl Tizzi because he's always been that sort of like Thanos, where he just walks in.
You can't. You can't break Carl Tizzi.
That's the challenge. Like, you're in playoffs, you want to beat Echo, you have to break the strongest player in the team. Because if you don't, he's always gonna be, he's always gonna show up in late game, acts like Thanos, get his Infinity Gauntlet. Fine, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, you want to be the man. You gotta beat the man.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking, like, who can actually break Carl Tizzi? Like, right now.
I mean, Mitch broke Carl Tizzi at one point.
That's why he's so strong.
Yeah, that's like the manager of Echo broke the kid.
That's my Mitch, dude. That's different.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's different. She's not in the land of Dawn technically going face to face.
I mean, just for record.
Yeah,
there she was. Right?
Okay.
So Blacklist International, they have to sort of like be be the enemy Mitch for Echo. I don't know how that went down.
I was gonna say, like, I'm just trying to think, how does that saying come into actual play, right? Like, what do you do against that? Because
RSG broke Carl Tizzi once.
Yeah, and okay,
it's possible.
Yeah, I can't wait for this draft to finally unfold here. But, as we theorize everything, we do have to remember, man, the way that Echo ended the regular season. It wasn't exactly the hottest streak that they had, right?
Not with a bang, but with a whimper.
Yes, exactly. So have they shaken that off? It hasn't been too long. It's been about a week or so, week and a half. We'll see, though. We have Echo here on the blue, Blacklist International on the red. You can already see it. And by the way, I can't remember exactly for the second series, but the first series, blue side was cursed some way, somehow. It was very tough there. We did see a lot of Matilda pop up, but that's going to be banned out here in the first phase.
Yeah, the thing about first pick is that, or blue side, is that you only get to have one priority pick. That's why it's really crucial for teams, especially with teams that have huge arsenal or big hero pools on all players, to get red side. But the bad thing about red side right now is that you're forced to either ban Joy, Nolan, or Baksha. But both of these teams understand that they need to open up a lot of heroes. Echo, they are starting to remove some of those annoying heroes on the side of Blacklist International, like the Navaria. They're letting through the Valentina, so there might be a chance here that Echo wants to fight into that Valentina, or they take it first pick, because they can do that now. But again, you have to also consider that the Baksha is open for Echo.
And I think they're willing to do that.
Or the Yuzong.
Or the Valentina.
Or the Valentina.
Yep.
You're right.
I'd say in the hands of Sanji, it's a safe bet here. Easy for them to make the call.
Ooh.
Or wait, what? No, hold
I
up.
like this. I like this. Blacklist did this once in regular season. If you're up against a team that specializes against the Terizla, you pick it first pick. So Echo picked the Terizla of Edward, and Blacklist International is forced to answer with the Baksha and Valentina. Because if you went with the Edith Valentina, Echo gets Baksha, and now you get Paramus Akai. Even though you're giving the Netherrealm towards Blacklist
And the
International,
heavy spin.
you get all the better matchups in the world.
Oh, yo, did they just double cross us? Did they just hit us with a reverse psychology on each other?
Yeah, Echo won 3 picks.
They read it. They read well.
Yeah, they understood that the Terizla will have good matchups. Like the Fredden is already out. Baksha and both the Baksha and the Akai suffer so much versus the Terizla, so that's why it works. Now,
whoa!
Jiggy.
The Eggman.
We've seen the get banned multiple times yesterday.
Yep.
And this time Blacklist not gonna let it slip.
You can hear the crowd cheering for it
They
too.
know. They
love
know.
it.
All right, Echo, they won the first 3 picks.
Yeah.
But after this 3rd pick from Blacklist International, I would call this a perfect pick, honestly. It counters 3 of your heroes.
I mean, knowing how Echo likes to play, knowing how Echo wants to make sure that they get away with things and they make sure the team fights are won or at least converted for, Diggy's amazing.
Yeah. But here's the thing. They have bad early game.
Yeah, I was going to say that the early game, it's like, or at least for now, based off this first phase, and even comparing to what we have here with the Index, they got to be super careful, like how they approach the early game and not let it slide out of hand.
Yeah, even though the Index tells us that they have a good early to mid, it's just because of the damage output and the way that this hero, this lineup operates. Like the Valentina, if you trade with her, you should get more XP. But the thing is, in turtle fights, even though you have a Diggy, they just have more firepower on the side of Echo, especially with the Terizla.
And with that, as we get through this second phase, it's now complete here. Still wondering what both teams want to park in the gold lane. And as we were talking about, that is going to be a lane to keep an eye on as well, because this could be a situation where we need to see Oheb adapt a little bit. Maybe he changes some of the way he handles his own rotations through the game. We know Benny Cutie, like we mentioned, is always going to be someone you want to keep an eye on for those split push possibilities that might come out here. So, again, a lot to think about.
This is a very good Claude game, by the way, for Blacklist International. Like, if you are considering like the gold lane now, you could pick up the Claude because there's no catch from Echo, even though the Kaja is still there. And they pick up the Idris. Interesting.
Oh, they're going to lean hard on their engagements.
Yeah.
This is Blacklist clearly drafting a dive comp. This is front to front.
Yeah, early to mid is the target here for Blacklist International. Something tells me that they might even consider getting the Benedetta for Edward last pick. But Echo instead picks up the Claude. And they will have good late game with this lineup. I think you go Kaja here as last pick for JP. Okay, never mind.
That definitely not Kaja's voice, right? I think that it was the Rafaela.
Oh, interesting.
Interesting too, because I feel like for the Valentina in Blacklist International's hands, you have a lot of options here, right? Like on ultimates that you could take, because what we've seen even in the past when they're against an Akai, for example, they take the heavy spin themselves. They force out Carl TZ from the objective area, right? They kind of push him out. They let the team do that. Not only that, but you also have another realm, which is also why I think Echo decided, you know what, let's also get the Claude so that if we are dealing with another realm against ourselves, then at least we have a tool to deal with that.
You know, they have 4 ults to serve up to Yue. I'm not so sure how Yue is going to play this out because we've seen Valentina's win even without ults to take. But here, Blacklist dig deep and they hand over Agent Zero a solid pickup. This is the Arlott.
Is this what we want from Edward, Midnight? Like, is this the right hero in the hands of Edward?
I mean, the Metadata would have provided them more split push, but they were up against a Claude. So I think the idea for Blacklist now is instead of playing for late game or instead of playing for a way to deal with the Claude, let's just all in the early to mid composition that we have right now. Because with the Irithel, the Arlott would be able to provide so much spiel for this lineup, even though it's such a bad matchup against the Rafaela, because Rafaela could just reset. But the thing is, he is enough of an annoyance for Echo to deal with. Like, the Arlott is going to be able to survive long enough for a Blacklist International to continuously take objectives.
Okay, and as we get a last look here, you know, talking even about the early game, I think even given this where Blacklist International has that in their favor somewhat, they still have to be careful how they approach this because things could fall apart for them early on, and they don't want that snowball to build up, which we've seen the Echo Express do so well, right? So we got a glimpse there of the audience prediction. It still is in favor of Echo. But ladies and gentlemen, at some point in the game, a poll will pop up, and you only have until the timer runs out to go ahead and give your predictions. Don't forget the hashtag as well. But we're going to get ready for this first game of today, day number 2 here, between Blacklist International and Echo. Can Blacklist actually defeat Echo finally? We'll find out.
Going into game 1, we've seen the early moments of the game, a double lane from Blacklist International, speeding up, expediting the mid lane's XP, and the answer as well from Echo. Interesting enough, of course, as you have to do, you babysit Oheb, Renegade, staying close.
Yeah, very interesting that Sanford actually rotated towards the mid lane to sort of like help the tank support clear against Valentina.
Okay, there it is. Again, go ahead and get your predictions in. Don't forget the hashtags. Who's going to be doing more damage? And I think if you're looking at both XP lanes, right, there's a lot of already that people have seen of Terizla's, how they impact. Oh,
JP forced to use a flicker early on, gets away with it.
They got reverse timed.
Yeah.
It's sort of like a soft counter against a Rafaela, but if you're Echo, you don't really mind the matchup because the Rafaela provides you mobility against the Arlott, against the Baksha, and you're more focused on getting those resources in the mid game to be able to fight late game. But Blacklist International, on the other hand, it's a very different game plan, right? The Arlott, it's such a bad matchup against Echo. Like, he has 3 bad matchups.
Yeah.
But the thing is, come mid game, it's a different story. Like, this Irithel will be able to pop off with the protection coming off from the Diggy and, of course, the Arlott.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, if the matchup is so bad, do you literally just have it there for the peel? Like, is that the answer? Like, we now just have a couple options to keep Oheb alive.
Oh, check this out. 2 fronts. Echo.
Wow.
They're winning. Yue forced to go ahead and turn into Sanford as Carl DG scores a turtle. Edward here caught in the middle of 4 members. Oh! Down JP, not gonna get him, dash it on through, but he goes down instead. First blood drawn by the Orcas.
That was a sexy dodge from Daddy JP. He knew the final slash was coming, went straight behind the Arlott, and that was such a cute play. Even though it was simple, but the idea, like the sheer composure of JP, you know, to be able to make plays like that, and it solidifies like the early game advantage of what Echo could have.
Hey, he's not an MDL, MPL, and world champion for no reason.
Yeah,
that's right. He's also.
That's how you know.
I was gonna say, there's a lot of people like to call him. That's their dad as well.
He's a proud father too.
He's a proud father. And that's the moves, right? Now, with that, too, given this Rafaela for this lineup, and now you also have it with this Faramis, do you think they just have better extended team fights later on? Like, is Echo's lineup troublesome for Blacklist International the further on we get into the game here at Midnight?
Oh, yeah, for sure. They have nothing against the Claude. Like, it made sense when Blacklist when they had the chance to pick up the Claude, when they gave it up against Echo, especially having a Diggy.
Yeah.
You're just asking for, late game trouble. I mean, they do have damage. Like, if Blacklist International is able to pressure Echo in a way that Echo is forced to play 5v5s, of course, Blacklist will always have a chance in terms of winning team fights as 5v5. But in terms of the actual composition, like the nature of what Echo does, they will always split. And that is the thing that Blacklist International cannot handle.
Okay, well, with that, again, you know, early on, we don't expect too much right now from Blacklist International. They're going to have to really rely on letting OHEB build up. This is what we see every time there's an ear fill in play. So expect that, right? In time, maybe buy those Lords, especially when he starts to pop off here. Meanwhile, he's just got to farm up. The rest of the team has to do what they have to fight these objectives. And now that the second turtle's up, 4 members, Blacklist International, going to show face against the full force.
40 coming in with a penalty zone, forcing out an early times journey from Renegade as the turtle gets reset. Check out the minimap, folks. OHEB has already switched up. He's in the XP lane.
Okay.
That was kind of an oopsie from Echo. Somebody reset the turtle. It wasn't really the call.
Yeah.
But Blacklist International, again, somebody is forcing out the times journey. This is the thing that I like about Echo's gameplay. Nobody is hesitating against these counters. I mean, if you're going to use a times journey, might as well use my penalty zone so that you're forced to use the times journey, but then it's not on your own terms.
Yep, and it's a beautiful dynamic that Echo has. They know that they're proactive. They know that if they can force something out of Blacklist, they're having their way. Coming in, Sensui. There's a holy baptism. Put down a half health. Sensui does not have his full kit. He's already rolled in. And JP and Ben. Oh, Lord, the burst from OHEB. In comes Carl Teasy from the flank. Sanji and Sanford as well. Reverse time on a big old Halloween panda. And there's a penalty zone. They caught OHEB. They answer back with another realm. Blazing duet. Yeah, Renegade put down to a fraction of his health. They traded out already. OHEB down. They're still going. Edward dashes on through. Sanji down 2 for 1. The trade. Final slash. Sanford, where you going? Down underneath the ground. Agent Zero gets 2K.
There you go. The team fight for Blacklist International. They don't really lack damage.
Wow.
But the focus part from Echo was there. They were able to shut down OHEB. But you see the strength of how Blacklist is able to peel for their heroes. They are just able to group up and continuously fight with this Arla. Because the thing is,
hello, Yue! Down he goes. You were saying.
All right. That was a very good pickoff coming out from Echo. But again, Blacklist International, the way this lineup works is that you just have so much to deal with in the front lines.
They won this fight. Reverse time on the Carl Deasy, forcing out a heavy spin and another realm. Echo and Black not letting Midnight finish his thoughts.
Exactly. You know, that's how really
that's
frustrating.
How it feels.
That's how it feels for Echo. Like, the way you want to approach this fight is you want a clean team fight, right? You want to be able to force out the times journey, force out the nether realm, use the blazing duet and heavy spin to deal with Blacklist International, but they're not letting you.
You know what's funny?
Every time you fight into them, they distract you.
And not only that, but I feel like every analyst that sits on a desk with an Echo game is literally, if you vision the Echo Express and the analyst is trying to talk while the train is going. Like, that's what it feels like, because I mean, when they can counterpunch, when they can initiate, whatever they decide to do, they're usually able to find it. But right now, I would say it's even Stevens, right? And now Carl T is going to be forced out of this.
Oh, big damage coming in. Penalty zone, heavy spins, and Sui already pressed the retribution. They scored. Times journey, ensuring that Blacklist will be able to get at least one as they pile on to Sanford. Yue gets the kill off camera, though. Echo called for the trade, pushed in that gold lane tier 1.
Great answer.
Yeah.
Again, that's what we see. Answer back and forth between both teams right now. And this is great to see because it's literally them both just duking it out here. Here they go again, Carl Teasy.
Oh, they're not done, man. They want to take down Carl Teasy. Put down to a 1/5 of his health. Heavy spin, stolen away by Yue. No veil, and a final slash. Carl Teasy still here. Put down to a 1/10 of his health. Sanji gonna get popped. Nether realm underneath tier 1 in mid. He's alive. Sensui looking to commit Grand Theft Orange. Can Carl Teasy survive? He does, but only for a second more. 2 kills coming in. Edward is on fire. Benny Cutie does not want to force the issue. Edward's still here. Flickers on out. Looking for a protection racket from Renegade. Times journey inside their own jungle. Echo are getting punished. What's going on?
What? Holy moly. These two teams just duking it out. I mean, the whole team. Oh, Sensui.
Oh, he got his purple there, but gonna get punished by Sanford. Dear Lord, is Echo getting rattled or is it just me?
Blacklist International, they're getting everything that they want. Even though they lost Edward and Renegade right there, Sensui was able to seal both buffs. And all the while, Oheb was just pushing towers. He was getting a lot of farm on the map. He's now 800 up compared to the Claude, which gives Blacklist International more space in this mid-game. I was not allowed to talk during those moments, but so does Echo. They were not allowed to fight into the Arlot because he was just dashing right through all of the heroes of Echo.
You know what the great thing about that is they're allowing Oheb, yeah, he got that solo kill by himself, you know, with his team. Oh, look at this!
Dear Lord! Wow. Just
ultimate.
2 seconds underneath that crossbow.
Yeah.
And nothing. Edward just said, you don't need me, man. You don't need me now. The Lord dance has begun. First Lord of the game spawned up. Reverse time put in. JP taking a lot of damage. Stanford hit here with a final slash. Penalty zone on the 4 plus another realm. Where are y'all going? There's way too much damage coming in from Blacks International. Extra health popped already.
Oheb.
Stunned. Oheb here getting pushed into that wall. Not enough damage. Hardly left out in no man's land. That's a pickoff for Blacklist.
Wow, again, the response, the counter punches coming from Blacklist International on point just when you thought too. But right now, it doesn't even look like they want to go ahead and give this Lord up just yet. Echo wants to stay in it.
Sanji coming through, gets phased right into the afterlife. And that's it. Blacklist scoring back-to-back. JP goes down as well. And this whole time, the only trade Echo can find is a turret down bot.
Screw bad matchup, says Edward. What you want, again, is the peel in the mid-game, the ability to protect your Irithal. Even the Karl TZ earlier on had an amazing angle to use the heavy spin onto the Irithal. There was no backup damage. The Claude was still far away from Echo, and Blacklist knew they had the upper hand, the advantage when it came to that fight because they had the Irithal near their Lord. And mind you, Blacklist International even pulled off an Echo. They were trying to bait out the Lord, and when Echo tried to contest, they reset it and went for the 5v4 engagement.
Yeah, again, in all this, before all broke out, they got Benny Cutie before this fight broke out. You see how this all works out. Yeah, there's some great layering of ultimates being used by Echo, but even Oheb able to stay alive, attacking that minion, get some of the health back. The Haas gets him. And, you know, that is troublesome. Now they're going to be charging into the base of Echo here for game 1.
Oh, no. That's the Lord still up. Another big penalty zone answered back with a times journey. Karl TZ already fell underneath a sea of bodies, and it's his lone corpse sitting there. What happened?
It's hard for Echo to fight into this because you're not Edward.
Oh, this is prime Ube, folks. Blacklist already inside Echo's base. Oh, they're gonna call it. They're gonna call it. This is the disciplined play from Blacklist. They'll move on to bot.
Gonna take the bot lane in here. We'll see if they can actually get this turret. They're gonna go for it though. Karl TZ and Benny Cutie down.
Oh, holy baptism! Not enough damage.
Oh!
Big penalty zone through. Renegade still alive, and he keeps his health. He keeps himself up. Flicker on out the shutdown on the Yue. Sanford gets one. Another one falls. Karl TZ finds Oheb. Renegade still barely alive. Can they take down Edward? A lot of bounty on Agent Zero's head too. Blacklist shimmies on out of there.
Wow, that was an amazing clapback coming out from the Trizla of Echo. Sanford hit an amazing penalty zone onto, what, that was 5 heroes, right?
4 or 5, about 4 or 5.
That was the entirety of Blacklist International, and Oheb, unfortunately, didn't have the sprint at that time, and he has already used the heavy crossbow, so no jump was available for the Irithal. That's why Echo was able to catch up and take out the gold laner of Blacklist International.
And with that play, they've also kind of whittled down some of that gold lead that was getting out of hand, you know, for Blacklist International, which is crucial for them because, you know, still, Benny Cutie is about 1,000 gold behind here. You can even see with this win probability, still favoring Blacklist International right now. But I would say if we get down another 5 minutes or so, if Echo somehow holds on, then their fighting capabilities with the heroes that they've drafted will give them some of the upper hand in terms of these long team fights. Especially, I think a big part of that is if somehow, some way, Echo gets the times journey out. If the times journey is gone for Blacklist International before a big fight breaks out, they're at a disadvantage, right? And then it becomes a mini game in itself for Yue on what ultimate he takes.
Oh, Sensui rolling around.
Here comes the Lord Dance.
Putting up a perimeter. Slight advantage here for Echo, given that they're slowly pulling over to their side. Watch Edward's positioning. Yue stole the Netherrealm. Very key ult here. Benny Cutie looking for some stacks on the Art of Thievery. Doesn't have enough. Be my on out. Sanji, though, very skittish. Sensui looking for one. Oh, he catches Karl TZ. When's he gonna break out?
They're gonna hold him here.
Ouch, Carl.
Wow.
And there's a final slash coming in. The answer, the Netherrealm. They're all scrambling underneath. Extra life taken down.
Benny!
No more extra HP coming in. Blazing Duet. Benny Cutie gets blasted here by Yue. And Blacklist are calling all the shots. Down goes Oe, but traded out for 3. Down goes Sanji, down goes JP, Benny Cutie as well. Carl TZ bites it. It's just 40 and Sanji.
What a fight. Again, this whole game has been these just crazy fights, skirmishes before and now full-on team fights breaking out. But still, Sanji and Sanford, the duo, don't want to let this lore just go away here.
Oh, nothing comes for free. Next big objective here, a Luminous Lord. Carl TZ about 10 seconds away. JP and Benny Cutie just spawned. Black's gonna blitz this.
They got this one. So now it's up to Echo once again on the defense. Based on that last team fight, do you think they have what it takes to stay in this game Midnight? Because Benny Cutie's Blazing Duet was not very threatening there.
I mean, I don't know. With Blacklist International having a Lord in the mid, they could just utilize a Lord with Heim's Journey and Netherrealm to let Oheb tower lock versus Echo. They do have the damage, but again, as you've said, Benny Cutie not the best position to pull off the Blazing Duet, especially with the nerf. You don't really want 4 heroes soaking up the damage of the Blazing Duet. Even though it looked threatening for Echo, it wasn't really the right call, as they still had all the the kits that they're able to pull off from Blacklist International. For one, Yue, with all the skills that he has, he's going to be able to burst down your marksman. So I think Benny Cutie pulled off the trigger so early.
Well, we're going to find out. Lord now in the mid lane. Black International going to walk it through. Echo's got to handle it. Turret at the top goes down.
2 waves, top and mid coming in. It's already broken out. Ult's coming in from Sensui. The realm has been popped. Penalty zone from 40, and they're still waiting. 40 goes down. Oheb slays him.
Still alive.
Already extra HP spent in from Echo. Blacklist still has a few bits of buffer.
God, Edward!
Down goes Benny Cutie. And Blacklist are looking to end it right here, right now. A big final slash coming in from Agent Zero. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. The Agents are going to draw first blood.
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And Blacklist International takes game 1. They make a step closer to breaking their own streak against Echo here.
Man, oh man. Again, Agent Zero, or the Legend Zero, pulling off the Arlot in front of a bad matchup against Echo and making it work. Peeling for Blacklist International and paving the way for team fight victories and the end game conversion.
Wait. Is this not a historical event already? Is this not Blacklist's first game win against Echo in a long while?
I was going to say, I was trying to think about that, like the stats that they threw up on the screen.
Yeah,
was it all
zeros.
sweeps?
All zeros.
It was
it
all
happened
zeros.
here today.
They got it.
That's history already.
Thank you, Blacklist.
So it's not one step, it's one giant leap.
Yeah.
But still, they have work to do, right? It is a best of 5, but with this, I guess all the people out there are wondering if it is enough. You know, if this lineup can actually do what they need to do to get to the grand final, to get to M5. Again, I think this was a good depiction of what is possible from them because it was executed very well. And to also be debated is, give this guy, Edward, a hero that can make plays like this.
Yeah.
And even like you said, Midnight, you know, it's not a hero that matches up well against the Terizla in the lane matchup or even some of the other heroes there. But if you look at the timing, it was impeccable with the final slashes. So I know there's more to be broken down here over for Renmar. Renmar, break this one down.
Thank you, casters. A very special guest with me here in the analyst stand, Coach Arcadia! Coach Arcadia, kamusta?
Ito, okay naman. Sobrang na-miss ko itong Mpl-Ph community. Itong atmosphere na to. Sobrang nakakamiss.
Yeah, nakakamiss nga. Yun yung madalas sinasabi ng mga international, like our imports, the players and coaches we send all across the world, of course, from Selangor Red Giants and MPL Malaysia, Coach Arcadia. Okay, dami natin na pag-usapan dun sa game number 1 na to. Umpisahan natin sa draft. You were a big fan of the Diggy pick ni Rene J.
Para sa akin, sobrang solid nung pagka-third pick nung Diggy. Kasi yung third pick Diggy na yun, na-counter agad yung first 3 picks ng Echo. Actually, na-expect ko nga na mag-export sana yung Blacklist. Pero yung Digi na yun, magandang pick ring talaga yun. Sobrang ganda ng third pick na yun.
Yeah, and even though the Diggy pickup was really great, as we look at the MVP, actually Yue, I was about to ask you another question, pero ano yung mga bagay na ginawa dito ni Yue na tumatak talaga para sa'yo?
Itong Valentina talaga, sobrang lakas mag-poke na hero. And kitang-kita naman natin, when it comes to the Lord Dance, kitang-kita natin na the zone talaga ni Yue, yung kailangan niya i-zone, or napopoke niya, yung kailangan niya i-poke.
Yeah, actually, merong isang reaction kanina si Coach Arcadia for those, of course, you can't hear us talking behind the scenes na sinabi mo, grabe ang tapang mag-poke ng Blacklist International. And of course, we know Echo to be one of the bravest team fighting in terms of the major objectives, pero yung Blacklist tinatapatan yun. Let's go first though with the early game rotations. Parang for you, you had a few questionable moments para sa Echo dun sa macro nila?
True. Siguro when it comes to the turtle, first turtle, nakita natin na parang ina-avoid ni Blacklist makipag-clash dun sa first turtle fight. Nakita natin si Sensui na yung track niya is papunta sa gold lane. Pero apparently, na-check siya nung Rafaela. So wala silang nakuhan trade. Very fortunate pa nga yung Blacklist dos because hindi nawala yung blue from Sensui. Pag nakuha ni Carl yung blue doon, medyo ang hirap bumawi doon. Pero pagdating doon sa third fight, doon na yung nagkaroon na parang problema yung Echo. They were lost because they were ahead for the positioning. They were already there. 5-man turtle fight. But na-reset pa yung turtle. Ang dami pang wrong macro dun sa third turtle fight na yun.
Yeah, third turtle fight, that was, I believe, one of our, agreed natin, mga turning points for that matchup. Of course, while that was happening, si Oheb actually was in the bottom lane, so nakapag-farm pa siya, speeding up the process of the Irithel, and then classic Blacklist going to the bottom lane right away after that third turtle para ma-push kagad nila. How do you feel about this Claude pick na napunta sa last two picks ng Echo?
For me, yung Claude, hindi naman siya sobrang pangit dun sa game na yun. Pero yung nature kasi ng Claude for that game is, when you pick a Claude, it's gonna be hard if you're facing a Digi. Because Claude is not so strong in laning phase. Plus you're facing a Digi, it's gonna be extra hard. But in Clash, when it comes to the Lord Dance, that's the time that you're free to free hit, you're free to poke because you're just facing a Digi. You're not facing someone who have a suppress. So, I think okay rin naman yung Claude pick doon and he survived the early phases of the game naman. Siguro yung turning point lang talaga yung nagpahirap sa kanya.
Yeah, and as we look back into the last few moments of the game, of course, Yue, of course, our MVP, nakita natin or we discussed in the Infinix Keys to Victory, importante dito yung communication ni Yue and Rene J with the fact that you have a Diggy who built for damage. Of course, masakit talaga yung damage lumalabas dun sa mid and roam ng Blacklist International and they made the most out of it. One of the reasons why Blacklist International was able to play the game that they did, katulad ng sinabi ni Coach Arcadia, was Yue, tapang din siya na mag-poke and he timed very well with Rene J. So ito yung mga early game rotations na pinag-usapan natin na I think dito naman natin nakikita even though Sensui got to eventually balance it out, parang in the first few minutes doon nakita yung parang veterancy ni Carl TZ, yung expertise niya as a jungle with paano niya na-manage yung first rotation.
Ito talaga si Sensui, gamay na gamay niya rin talaga yung yung tank jungler kung saan siya magro-rotate, kung mag-i-invade siya ng buff or kukuhain niya muna yung buff niya.
Yeah.
So kita talaga yung mastery niya.
Yeah. Carl TZ showed off his mastery, but Sensui showed off his mastery as well with the earlier rotations para hindi ganun ka laki yung potential turning point to happen if ever si Carl TZ nga makakaagaw ng buffs on the side of Blacklist International. Pero behind the scenes as well, we had a lot of great things to say about the two XP laners. Even though they lost, let's start things first off with Sanford. You had a lot of moments where sinigaw natin, uy, grabe ang ganda ng pasok ni Sanford doon.
Kitang-kita naman talaga yung Sansan duo, yung combination talaga nila. Dun sa nag-try yung Blacklist mag-push ng bottom tower. There was a time na Echo had a chance to come back, right? Because of that play.
Yeah. So Sanford, Sanji, Sansan duo still on point, but then nakita din natin the Arlot pickup for Edward. You told me, Edward, parang ang bigat ng responsibility niya dito. He had a heavy responsibility in his shoulders. For you, yes, we saw Blacklist win, but did Edward fulfill that responsibility?
Definitely. Alam naman natin si Edward, isa talaga siya well-respected na XP laner, not just in Philippines but in the whole world. A lot of players look up to him. So, pinakita talaga ni Edward ano yung world-class XP laner.
Yeah, and a world-class performance from Agent Zero. Now, as a former coach of Aura, of Echo, you've coached some of these players as well in the past. Let's talk about now, as we look at the stats on your screen, we get a better understanding of the numbers behind the game. What does Echo now have to do going into game number 2 para makabawi sila? What should they do?
Siguro para sa akin, just stay with their identity. Okay, you like to draft a team fight comp, okay, but you have to be more careful with your macros. Because kitang-kita naman natin, yung turning point for that game is the First Lord. We cannot change the fact that they gank Benny, right? But after that, you have to make the next macro decision to make sure that you will not get, wag ka na magbigay ng advantage.
Yeah.
Okay na yun. Namatay si Benny, kailangan yung mag-reset. They have to be more composed.
Yeah. Composure, reset. Actually, that's one of the things that I feel like na-point out din ng mga casters, not only the Filipino stream, but on the English stream as well, that at some moments, Echo looked shaky. They looked like they were lacking a bit of composure as well in some elements. Now, on the side of Blacklist International, yes, it wasn't a perfect game. What were those specific things on the Blacklist game 1 na nakita mo that they might need to work on, if ever there are any?
Siguro yung pagiging decisive sa first turtle. Kasi alam naman natin na si Blacklist, nire-respect talaga nila yung first turtle ni Echo. Because they feel that this is the biggest strength of Echo. Which is, we know that that's true. But they have to be decisive on what they want to do. Do you want to mirror or do you want to fight in the turtle fight? They have to have one decision.
Okay, so for Blacklist International, a little bit more decisiveness. Even though you won that game, you can't let it slip. You're still going up against one of your biggest rivals. Now for Echo, composure. It's if you haven't waken up yet, it's the time to wake up now. But there was one thing that we talked about at the end of the draft, where actually, even though sobrang ganda nga ng Biggie pick and the sequencing for Blacklist International, actually you saw it as a relatively even draft. But it was down to the execution. Why for you was it an even draft after that?
Siguro mas na-execute ni Blacklist ng tama yung lineup nila. Mas alam nila kung paano laruin. Kasi nagdigi sila, right? Plus Valen. And when it comes to the late game, Echo will have a hard time going to the Lord, even checking the HP of the Lord. And that's what happened. You see Carl TC moving to the Lord, getting poked. You see Sanford going to the Lord, getting poked. Because that's the strength of the Blacklist lineup. And they were able to execute it properly.
Grabe. It's great to have Coach Arcadia back here in the Philippines. A round of applause for our coach, Arcadia. I mean, we always talk about behind the scenes, some of all our favorite coaches, for us talents, and your name often comes up. So it's an honor actually sharing the stage with you, and I'm learning a lot talking to you about this game. So, based on what we saw from game number 1, are there any specific things like on the back of your head, the coaching gears grinding in the back of your head na parang, uy, baka lumabas to, uy, baka ito yung maging mangyari? What are those things behind your head right now?
Usually yung naisip ko is more on the draft. While they're picking, uy, baka ito yung pick niya, baka ito yung pick yung ganyan. Yeah. And tingin ko marami pa talagang baon tong dalawang teams na to.
All right, so let's see kung marami nga yung baan nila. Let's throw it on over now to Hans with some special guests here in the arena.
Maraming salamat, Coach Arcadia and Renmar Santa Cruz. We are now here right at the audience area kung saan makikita nyo not just 1, but 2-time because they are the back-to-back champions of MDL Philippines. Please make some noise para sa Echo Proud. There you have it. Again, gentlemen, congratulations sa inyong pagkapanalo, and I'm sure sobrang dami ng mga fans na sumusuporta sa inyo. In fact, Katabi ko ngayon ang buong, or actually hindi sila buong roster, but some of the representatives, and wearing their uniform right now, the regular season MVP and the finals MVP nung nakaraang second season ng MDL. Zaida, again, congratulations sa iyong nakuha. Kamusta ang panonood ng Echo Proud so far dito? First time nyo ba?
First time po namin.
Ngayon lang ba kayo napunta? Okay. So, I'm sure nanonood naman sila ng day 1 sa kanilang mga bootcamp from a while ago. So, eto na. Alright? So, in this specific situation, nakita natin na there were so many changes na naganap. In fact, nung nakaraang MDL run nyo, nalagay muna kayo sa lower bracket before you've managed to secure. Tama, James? Tama? Tama, di ba? So, what is the constant reminder? Ano ba yung parang how do you bounce back in this kinds of situation? Kasi ngayon, di ba, nakikita natin, Echo lost game number 1. So, kayo, you've been in that situation before na nahirapan kayo. So, anong mindset? What's the approach para sa mga next games?
Nung natalo po kami ng game 1, nag-adjust lang po kami ng drop sa game 2. Kung saan kami nahihirapang hero. Yung mga sinasabi namin na no regrets na pag isang game na lang yung kalaban na malalaglag namin.
Alright, no regrets. You love to see it, and I'm sure yan, approval ni Coach. Coach, yung ba talaga yung sinasabi nyo?
Tama.
Okay, tama yun. Tama. Yun talaga. No regrets as much as possible. Make sure na maintain nyo yan. And, di ba, nakuha nila yon. Okay? And na-manage nila to keep the streak alive and to keep the championships within themselves. So ngayon, ipapaboto naman kita. Kasi meron tayong tinatawag na the greatest players or greatest 10 players for M5 kung saan meron na mga nanonominate sa Indonesia, sa Malaysia at sa iba't iba pang parte ng mundo. So, kung ikaw ang tatanungin, Zaida, at hindi na sila kasama, okay? Ikaw lang to. Tatanungin kita kung sino ba yung dalawang nominees mo na magre-represent ng Pilipinas para sa the greatest players for M5. Number 1. Sige, go ahead.
Number 1 po, Carl TC.
Alright, Carl TC. Number 1. Okay, explain mo kung bakit si Carl. Na-pressure kasi siya kasi pinapanood siya ni Carl ngayon.
Hindi, young goat po, idol na idol ko po yan.
Alright, young goat, idol na idol niya. Eh di ba kayo rin naglalaro din talaga kayo madalas. So, ano bang pinaka-natutunan mo kay Carl TC?
Yung pagiging matapang sa game.
Yan, pagiging matapang sa game. Ito naman. Dito sa lineup na meron ka, sino ba sa tingin mo yung pinaka maraming sinasabi in terms of like, halimbawa, pag may coaching session kayo nakasama si coach, okay? Sinong pinaka marami or mas maraming input dyan? Si Santi ba? Si Outplayed ba? Sino ba sa inyo?
Santi po.
Okay, si Santi. Santi, oras na. Okay. Ano bang lagi mong reminder, Santi, sa mga players nyo bago lalo na nung MDL Finals? Paano nyo sinimulan yun?
Magdasal lang.
Tama. Magdasal lang. You and get the victory. And again, kasama natin ang Echo Proud. Gentlemen, maraming salamat sa inyo. I hope you guys can continue joining us para sa mga susunod pang laban. Now, we're gonna go back to this game. Casters, you go ahead.
Thank you very much, Hans. Always good to hear from you out there in the crowd. Of course, that is Echo Proud from the MDL, and they were just recently back-to-back champions, of course, for Season 2. I guess there's a lot of eyes on there also because, obviously, we've seen a lot of players step up from MDL Philippines into the MPL Philippines, and some of them, of course, have really shined and found their footing, I feel like, in the professional league. So, again, great to see them. And also, I know still, with what Hans was talking about with them, they're looking forward to M5, of course, as well. They've got their own idols out there. I think I even heard them mention, I think, Kyrie's name. So, you know, I can't wait. It's going to be a reunion in itself. And we've seen a lot of just players from around the world now coming here for the playoffs. So, with that being said, again, it's 1-0 for Blacks International. That is the first game win that they've had against Echo in a long time.
Since December.
In 2023. Basically. All right. So take this into consideration. You can just say it's 1-0, you know, in a best of 5, whatever. Consider this. If Blacklist wins this, or whoever wins this, they win one more BO5, they are confirmed for the World Championships.
That's tough. Like if you're Echo or you're Blacklist,
yeah,
you're two. But if you win this, you're 1 series away from stepping into, well, not the international stage, but because the thing is, M5 is here in the Philippines, but in the grandest of stages.
The grandest of stages is not only that, but also imagine a stage or a world that we live in without physical SIM cards, because now with Smart you can have a prepaid SIM. It's an eSIM, which can also be delivered to you, of course, through email. It's way better than our traditional SIM cards.
That's right. This cutting-edge technology redefines the way we connect, communicate, and live life. Get yours digitally delivered to your email at the Smart online store for only 99 pesos.
That's, again, technology is evolving here, and I love it. I love, as someone who likes to travel once in a while, you know, eSIM is the way to go. So get yours now, and aside from that, like we were mentioning, there is a journey happening here just in this matchup alone. What can happen here as things kind of unfold? Again, if we talk about the previous game, I know we talked about it a little bit here when we were off cam midnight, but you have your own bone to pick, I feel like, especially with the draft, you know, from Echo. So, what do you want to see them change going in the game two?
All right, remove the Rafaela.
Remove it.
Like that was out of nowhere.
For starters.
Yeah, for starters. Not remove, but maybe pick a better option, right? Because the Rafaela provided some sort of like mobility and heal from the box shot. You know, theoretically, it was a pick that made sense.
Yeah.
But compare that to Blacklist, that if you look at the XP lane-to-lane matchup, it does not make sense. But the overall picture, it makes perfect sense. And Master the Basics is always looking at that bigger picture. The way we win this game, especially with last picks, is we pick a hero that is sort of like rounds up our draft and answers up so much problems on the other side. And that is what the Arlet provided for Blacklist International. What did the Rafaela provide for Echo? Late game, nothing.
Some speed, that's about it.
I mean, you were already playing into the Netherrealm, so...
Yeah.
Some healing.
Some healing a little bit.
But at that point, you're playing to not lose. That's different from playing to win.
And, wow, interesting. Echo is going to be on the blue here. Once again, it's Blacklist on the red.
Ooh. They made the choice, fam.
They chose this.
Let me just say, blue side is 0-5.
They're 0-5.
Whoa. But
first pick.
They opened up the Matilda.
Yeah.
That's one of the few ways you can actually make the most of being on blue.
Now the Rafaela makes sense now for Blacklist International. If you want to be able to match up against a Matilda, Rafaela is the way to go, but you don't pick it 2 picks. You can go for Edith and Valentina here for Blacklist International. Classic 2-pick, power pick for most of the teams. But instead, they went with the Akai. Interesting. Okay, they really are prioritizing the Akai versus Echo.
What? I mean, I guess that's just... Obviously, Akai is strong in his own right? And also with that, if you're going to be dealing with this Matilda across from you, how exactly do you solve that? Well, one, we lock in at least the Valentina. We can play around that if we want to go ahead and take our own circling heal. But it also forces, once again, even what we saw previously, right? Where with Echo's first phase of the draft, and even as we got through the entire draft, there were still multiple options for UA to take. And he did a great job with it, right? But this could be one of the changes here that Echo needed. They lock in this Ixia early on, by the way. This is very early. We know how Ixia is, guys. She is literally the epitome of a glass cannon. Speaking of a glass cannon, here's a major version of a glass cannon to pair up with.
Okay.
It.
All right.
Tesla,
You
Rafaela. I mean, that's it. Tesla, Rafaela. You could go for Bruno here. You could go Claude. There's so much option for Black International. Echo needs to protect this Ixia pick in the second phase.
This is a wild swing. Again, coming in from game one, wherein obviously looking at even the draft index, they were lacking burst. Echo's lineup from game one wasn't as fast as I think they hoped it would be.
Right.
But now look at this. They're more than making up for it. But I'm afraid that this is punitive in a response.
What?
Why are they giving Oheb the 1-1?
Well, you did say he has to adapt, right, and grow.
All right.
Is this that?
This is perplexing Midnight on so many levels. Both teams draft.
All right. Here's the thing. It makes sense against the Irithel. It does not make sense against the Matilda.
Not against the Katina
And it's too early. Like, if you want to get 1-1, pick it last.
You can hide it. Like, I don't think
You wouldn't need to, because it wouldn't be banned out, I don't think.
Exactly.
Like,
and now you showed the 1-1, even though there's no Farsa flex anymore for Echo, because you already picked up the Carita.
And
It does provide a lot of problems for Blacklist International, but problems that are not needed to be solved immediately.
So they kind of created a problem for themselves.
Yeah, now, here's the thing.
With the potential of the 1-1, though, I mean, snowballing.
Carl TZ has not played Fanny this season. But he did play it in Season 10 and Season 11, remember?
No doubt, Carl TZ has a Fanny.
He has a Fanny, but would he really want to play that into the Akai?
I mean, against a 1-1 you would, but true. Because the thing is, against the Akai, you already have the Kadita to deal with him. Like you have the burst coming out from from these heroes that can deal with the Akai, and I feel like it's no longer the problem of Carl TZ. Because even if you don't get like a fan here, there's still a lot of options for Carl TZ to go with, and I think it has to come from the XP from Echo. Xborg into Rizla is still open. I think if you're Blacklist International, you want to steal at least one. You want to be able to get either the Xborg or the Rizla here, because if you don't, Echo will get one for sure.
Yeah, XP lane again. We know how much of an impact. This also goes in the hands of Edward, right? We even saw that he was leading, the first blood, I think it was, against the rest of the XP laners. There's the Terizla. As you mentioned, Midnight, they're going to lock that in here. So,
Fanny, let's go.
Yeah, do we see Carl TZ bring out an assassin pick against this kind of lineup?
I'm seeing Fanny Uranus or Fanny Glue.
Fanny Uranus, Fanny Glue.
Oh, no!
He's going to the prince that fell off, as you guys called it.
Oh no, the Martis.
The Martis.
I mean, it is frontline for the Ixia.
Yeah.
It is frontline for the Ixia. And it's sustainable enough, but I don't think Blacklist has a problem dealing with the Martis earlier on.
Nope.
The Edith does sort of like support the Martis pick, but Blacklist International, last pick here, they can go for some heroes like Kaja and Renegade.
Kaja,
Gufra, Grok, Rafaela, Lolita against Ixia. Interesting.
Very specifically against the Ixia. Does very little against the Kadira, though.
Yeah. I mean, it does help when it comes to checking the bushes. Like, you are able to check those bushes safely, but it does not help you against a Matilda, too.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't really help with that.
It's kind of an even draft.
Yeah,
but I'm more scared. I'm more scared for the 1-1.
That's right. No, same Z's. That's essentially why Echo's draft index looks like this. Again, just as a visual viewer, right? Just looking at it, it's better coverage.
Yeah.
You're safer on most fronts. So what's the answer? How does Blacklist respond when Echo just bears down on Oheb?
Well, usually, like, if you look at that, the way that it's spread out, that's like balanced. Yeah. Right? That's literally balanced right there. So I feel like the bases would be covered for Echo's lineup throughout the game. So for Blacklist International, if they want to get this one, a lot of it is going to rely on, can we protect Oheb? Can we keep him alive? Can we get him in the air, right? Can we give him the air time he needs? But it was similar to the previous game. So we'll see if they all unfold here as we jump into game number 2, Land of Dawn. It's Echo and Blacklist International. Game 1 already in the hands of Blacklist International.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the momentum. They have the advantage in terms of score in the series, but in this game, I do feel like Echo has a higher chance of pulling off the victory here over Blacklist International just because they have a more well-rounded draft and they have answers versus the 1-1.
I'd agree, man. Draft-wise, Echo just has a clearer ramp towards a winning image. As for Blacklist, they're going to have to pull something like what they did in Game 1, you know? Play it from a very specific position, and more likely it's going to come from Agent Zero taking over.
Yeah, anything for the emblems real quick that sticks out here, Midnight?
Well, the Thrift from the Ixia, of course, does help in terms of early game damage. Of course, the Tenacity, allowing him to be more the 1-1. Oh, Renegade. Again, does not help you against the Lolita and Kadita.
What was the Hitman doing so deep?
I'm not sure, and then he got petrified as well right under the turret's range, so that is not where you want to be, right? And with that, it is an early kill, of course, but that goes in the hands of JP. And we know how JP likes to play this Matilda. He's going to be very aggressive, and with that early kill, it gives him a little more of that confidence to move around.
He's a phenomenal Matilda player.
Oh, yeah.
Down bottom, they're pressuring again. The aforementioned kill one, the Filipino sniper, put down to half health. All right, in this kind of situation, again, where you clearly are winning on some fronts, especially in the early game, I don't mind Martis. Martis seems okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's an answer against the Akai. Does not play well into the Valentina, but it's also okay against the Terizla, because again, you're survivable enough. You do have enough damage from the side of Echo to like allow the decimate factor, but it's not a best pick, right? It's not a best pick for Echo. It does help the Ixia on the backlines. That's the thing. You are still playing into the team fight factor for Echo.
All right, turtle fight breaking out. Immediately the onward, looking for some kills here. There's some wisp played down. The heavy spin spent up already. Big penalty zone. Cartesi scores a turtle. How can they convert? They got shields, they got damage, and they got time to say, let's get on out of here.
Yeah.
Echo happy with that dub.
That's a 63% for you versus the 48 of Sensui.
Yeah, great timing there, too. You know, Sanford almost going down, popping the Primal Wrath exactly when he needed to. Now, the jungle, though.
Oh, no, they're spacing out Sensui. Put him in down onto the ground, and it looks like they don't have enough time to take this orange, though. All right, nice to see some discipline from Echo.
What was that, the decimate, and then just an auto attack from JP or something to clean it up? So
it wasn't enough. Carl was like, oh, that wasn't enough?
A little help, please.
Well, again, this gives JP an advantage in a way, right? Because he's already scaling really well on this Matilda, who is, remember, before Nolan was available, usually always banned out.
Yep.
So this is going to be a obstacle in itself for Black International to deal with. And meanwhile, again, you're going to find these gold lanes farming
that's
up.
interesting. Ooh. You don't reflect the wisps back? I mean,
From the
you do,
Lolita.
but you know, it doesn't hit the Matilda back.
Well,
maybe they're not from up front,
That's an interesting interaction.
Or
because there's no targeting, right?
Yeah, or there's not enough damage from the wisps just yet for it to show. Again, JP is building a support Matilda. Now, fight breaking out in the bottom lane, canceling out the Circling Eagle, misses the headbutt via flicker, and now they're going to bear down on the Sensui. Oh, Mortal Coil in and out. Not enough of a fight for Echo.
Numinum Blast was his full
full barrage coming in, pushing Oheb back.
That's the that's the Ixia 1-1 matchup, by the way. It's really unplayable past.
Oh, up top 2v1.
Sansan.
Sansan. The Sansan duo. But yeah, as you were saying with the matchup there, you know, it's that matchup alone, and the way that works is really they just want to push Oheb off of it, get a little extra gold if they can from that scale up.
Here
really
we go, Circling Eagle by JP, Sanford, and Carldeezy crashing down onto the 3 here. It's a big 6-man tag team matchup up top. Now Edward coming in, watch out, he has a penalty zone locked and loaded. Where are they going? Oh, there he goes, catches 2. Numinum Blast on Sanford and Carldeezy. Down goes JP, Yue pops him. Now, Carldeezy does not have enough damage as Sanford falls 2 for none so far. Carldeezy falls, triple kill for the mid lane magician. And now Sanji in trouble as well. Yue smells blood. Is he gonna force it? Oh, maniac for Yue!
Worth, says Yue.
Hashtag worth. Definitely worth it for Blacklist International, immediately claiming 4 kills. And I don't know what Echo was doing but back there. They didn't have the Karita ult. They didn't have Sanford ult. They were not ready to fight, but they were constantly playing into Blacklist International's hands. And after that, Edward and Renegade, they were like, okay, let's stop this. Let's pull off a Bataan Boy movement and just catch him off guard.
I think that's what they call in the business an audition.
Yeah, it is.
An audition.
They came in one by one.
The Bataan Boy.
And they were the judge.
Oops, Circling Eagle on the Oheb. Cancels it out. Oh, there is some semblance of damage on Oheb already. Off-camera kill on the Yue.
Immediately takes
what?
it back.
All right, they utilized Sanji on this Kadita. They actually got Yue taken care of.
Sanji mad.
Yeah.
Angry.
That's what they got to do, though. You know, at this point, they can't let that kind of get out of hand because even with that, you know, Black International alone is going to play around that, feeling confident with the way they are. And then now they're moving down towards this side because, like Midnight also mentioned, you know, Oheb, he's got some of that damage already. JP to go in, he's just trying to juke them out at this
annoying.
point. Yeah,
that's super annoying. Like Oheb has to constantly recall back.
Yep.
And Renegade has to also babysit this gold lane because JP and Benecutie just have this huge kill threat over the 1-1.
Again, I think as the focus in the gold lane kind of happens, one thing's for sure, what we've seen from Ixia before, if she can continue to just farm up like this, right? The most devastating part about it is when you get that full barrage off in these clutch.
Oheb, no. Boom! Down goes Oheb. Full-on combo from Sanji. And Renegade ain't gonna blast his Numenon here as Benicuti slays him, converting straight into a tier 1.
I did not know what happened with that bush check.
Okay, we're going to take a breather here. But, you know, just as I was saying about Ixia, then, again, Kadita, the factor. The Kadita factor early game is devastating.
The bushes, man. You have to constantly check it with spells, not with your body. Because if you throw your body there, you're going to swim.
With the fishes.
With the fishes.
You're going to sleep with the fishes.
Yeah, you're going to be, you know, swimming with, I was going to say Mark. So she's Kadita.
She's
Kadita now.
Well, again, you know, you see a great moment for Blacklist International, and then you have this kind of interaction happen. And then you're like, all right, JP's been flying around for a while now. And then something like that is pulled off. And, you know, you're kind of just left wondering, all right, well, how do you deal with this? How do you deal with a Matilda that's obviously giving the mobility, giving the team what they need, escape routes if they need it. Again, the Ixia is very vulnerable to being crashed down on. But, you know, when stuff like that is happening, you're kind of left scratching your head, your Blacklist International. Because UA will probably not be able to replicate what he did with the Decimate earlier on.
Yeah, the addition.
Yes, the addition.
Okay, to be fair, that whole sequence with UA up top scoring the Maniac, that was in part of Echo's overcommitment.
Exactly.
It takes 2 to tango, man. It takes 2 to tango.
That's why it's going to leave you like scratching your heads if you're Blacklist International, because at this point, you're constantly reacting to the gold lane, and you're not even able to make any movements with the Akai. And Carl DZ is just, you know, roaming around the map, contesting Sensui all together, while both Benicuti and Sanford is able to farm up. And these two heroes are huge damage dealers in the late game. Well, on the opposition, you only have the 1-1 to do that for you.
All right, now back into the action here. Last Turtle fight for game number 2. Turtle at less than half health here, coming in. There's an Earth Shatter, looking for a big one. Turtle in retribution range. Carl DZ scores. Heavy spin by Sensui. Spacing out Sanford. Edward here, a fifth of his health. Down he goes. Carl DZ with a decimate. Sensui
one
in
more.
Decimation range. Not going to get him. Instead, going to commit Grand Theft Orange.
Yeah.
Okay, securing that objective.
He calculated properly.
Yeah, he did.
He was like, nah, not enough. Not enough damage.
Not going to force it.
Yeah. But again, as you can see, there's huge disconnect where the way that Blacklist International wants to play their team fight versus Echo, they don't have that reach over the Ixia and the backlines. They don't also do enough in front of the Martis. And JP is just super annoying to deal with because he's just constantly flying around over Blacklist International.
Well, at one point, too, as the game goes on, you know, Sanji's not going to have that impact where it's an automatic, you know, combination with the Petrify and the Rough Waves to get a kill, especially as the items come through for Blacklist International. So, you know, with that, as you see this transition, especially with the Lord coming up here, okay, since we're going to spot him out, that's kind of the best solution to check the bushes, right? Use Sensui, but still, it could be troublesome. JP going to take a trip around, a little lap. But again, for Blacklist International, you got to start utilizing Oheb, right? This is where it is crucial.
How though?
Again, you have to just find your own angle. If that's if it's Renegade, I think that's the big question for me in the Lolita because
oh, they
already
force out a
getting
flicker out of the Hitman. I think what you're trying to say, Joseph, is maybe it's Ubi time, but it might be too soon for Ubi time because all of them are going to have to suffer just to protect Oheb.
Basically, Blacklist International here has to group up, hope for the best, and Echo making a mistake. Because if you look at how Echo is composing their team fight, it's always Carl TZ, Sanford, and JP in the front, right? And you want to be able to get your stacks in these targets. Like Oheb has to hit those weakness stacks against these 3 heroes, but you do not have the ability to transfer them anymore. So you sort of still have to deal with these heroes. But if you look at the side of Blacklist International, they don't have any they don't have any other choices left. It's just the 1-1.
Yeah, it's basically crunch time, and Oheb just does not have the privilege to do that. Blacklist just can't work for it now. JP coming in from the back. Gonna hit the circling eagle on the 3, cancels it on the way down. In comes Sensui with a headbutt. Lord here at left
Edward!
held. Edward coming into the penalty zone. Popping Oheb. Sanji gets a kill. And here we go. Full barrage from Echo. Down goes Edward. Down goes Renegade. Down goes Yue. 40 gets but Sensui with the Ultra Instincts Retribution steals away the Lord.
Hanging with the best. Sensui gets the Lord, but Echo, they're just going to run it down mid.
Is this endable?
5 seconds for Oheb, though.
Oh, I think they're going to at least pop the inhibitor. Sensui here going to receive the circling
they don't
eagle.
care. They don't care.
Folks, we are going to have to just wait until the perk gets popped. There it is.
All right.
Time rift.
Time rift. We traveled a little bit, but it looks like, Echo is just going to be like, you know what? They did get the turret. So they got the turret down, and they're happy with it. Now, this Lord, first one, great take from Sensui.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can do anything with that, though.
I mean, maybe pull off more of those Lord steals from the Akai. Maybe do it 3 more times. But late game, it's still a huge problem. Like, even with the 1-1, standing in the front lines, you'd start getting immortalities on the side of Echo. So the crossbow thing doesn't matter in the late game. You see, just 3 hits.
All right, back Sanji pops Yue with a full combo, already forcing out a penalty zone from Edward. Carl Deasy putting on stacks, hitting him left, right, forcing back Blacklist International, now living in their jungle in the purple buff. Oh, Sensui's not even going to taste this purple here.
Okay, they get away. Oheb also able to get back to the base. Again, that Lord, as great as it was as Sensui got it, it resulted into pretty much nothing.
Look at Carl Teasy.
Yeah.
Invading solo.
I'll take everything. Did he get it?
Oh.
He did.
I'll do it myself.
All right. And they continue to fight. Oh no, this could go sour. Circling Eagle from JP, knocking up 3. And there's a headbutt from Sensui. Not enough damage. Here we go. That's 5 members of Blacklist International. Benny Cutie spacing himself out. They're going to try to take this tier 2 up top. Carl Deasy CCing Sensui. Oh, they're taking their time. Barrage!
Okay, the block's there.
They're good.
The block's there.
All right, this is quite the footsie game up top, man. Nothing happened.
That's the scariest thing. Like, even with the block there, you saw how much damage the full barrage did, right?
Yeah.
It took the full barrage and made it a 1/4 barrage in essence, but it still hurt.
Fractions.
And that is, yes, it became a fraction in itself.
And
so that's the tough thing.
The sad part is Renegade has to constantly do this every single fight. How do you initiate? How do you defend? How do you re-engage if you're in constant 24/7 duty of just protecting the the 1-1 with the bulwark?
You know,
or sorry, the what's it called? The barrier.
Yeah, the Guardian's Reflection.
Yeah, the Guardian's Reflection.
Yeah,
There
I
you go.
mean, unlike the military officer from the West who says he can do it all day, Renegade can't. Renegade has to do so many things in this game to actually claw back for Blacklist.
You constantly see JP, just flying around, roaming free. He feels the air. He feels the freedom. Renegade is locked into that responsibility.
Oh, Sensui caught here with an onward. Carl Deasy looking to land in with a decimation, not enough to kill him. Heavy spin from Sensui, spacing out, dispersing Echo. And there's a big fight. Numenor Blast already. Full barrage from Benny Cutie. Down goes Oheb. Down goes Edward. 2K for Big Benny. 3 down. Sensui and Yue left to defend. Carl Deasy uses his retribution, slowing him down. There's all 5 members of Echo left. I think the call is endable.
They're diving. They're
Run
diving.
it down mid. This is 1 hit away here, but they're going to wait for the next wave.
Sensui knocked up into the air, taken down. Echo are waiting for a wave. Yue here gets hit with a decimation. Gonna pop Carl Deasy's immortality. Ladies and gentlemen, the Orcas even the score 1-1.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And now we're even out. It's 1-1. Wow.
It pains me.
It pains you.
It pains me with the 1-1 pick. But Echo, they made it work. Again, the constant aggression.
It got shut down.
Just the sheer playmaking capabilities of Echo is able to outmaneuver this draft from Blacklist International, and that's really commendable. Because with Echo, they don't really care. They don't hesitate. They just pull out, they deliver all the punches towards Blacklist International, and every single opportunity they seize.
All right, you know what? I hate to throw back to a conversation we had off the air.
Yeah.
But it was mentioned, folks. You just have to take my word for this. We said, you know what? Sanji's great. But I think after winning Season 11 and after the World Championships, he needed to level up. And here I can say, after a Maniac from UA, he just leveled up. He's like, you can't do that to me, UA. Not like
I'm
this.
all-star.
And then he just showed us his Kadira. That's amazing.
Yeah. And it was a big impact. Again, you were scratching your head with the 1-1.
How are your
being
gears?
Picked up. Yeah, I was going to say, how's
I'm
the
hearing
gears? Because at the end, your gears were grinded.
Yeah. I mean, it was grinded for a reason, and unfortunately, it is at the cost of Blacklist losing game number 2.
Yeah.
At the beginning and at the end.
Yes.
Again, this is why you don't pick 1-1 first phase, right? It's really counterable, especially into a bad matchup. You already you saw the Iksha pick.
It was
from
the
Echo.
last pick, first phase.
Yeah. Again,
Yeah.
you didn't have to lock in the 1-1.
With a Kadira and a Matilda.
Yeah, you were playing it into bad matchups, and compared to game number 1, wherein the art made sense in the bigger picture, it did not make sense in the bigger picture. If you want a late game scaling here, the Ken front line against the Iksha, you get the Claude, you get the Brody, you get the Bruno. Those archetypes.
Yeah, because again, we all know 1-1 like really relies on being able to proc the ultimate and get it off. There was no chance. There was no chance that this happened the previous game. You know, like nothing. There was no opportunity. And then when it looked like in that last team fight it might happen, it's like all Benik had to do was like full barrage.
Yeah.
And then you can't even move around.
And look at Renegade. He was not a hitman. He was a bodyguard.
Yeah. He was the
No, dude, he was hit man.
Hit me man.
Hit me man. There you go.
And really, Lolita, even with the changes that she's had, the rework and everything, like she could still. I still, even the percentage. I think it was like, I don't know what her win rate was, but it's like 2%. It's really low, and I feel like she could still work for team compositions. But when your job is literally just to shield off your gold lane the entire time, that's not where you want to be. So let's go ahead and have this broken down once again with Renmar for this game 2.
Thank you, Analog. Thank you, casters, for the wonderful call of game number 2. Echo nakabawi, and they now tied up 1-1 here again, still with Coach Arcadio. We have to talk about the draft. I want to hear like all your thoughts now for the drafting, because you mentioned it to me, and I'm still a bit on the fence about it. You felt that lamang yung Blacklist International actually sa drafting nun.
Para sa akin, yung draft minsan, iba-iba talaga yung perspective. No? Meron isang tao na feel niya lamang yung draft ng ganito. So sometimes it's very subjective. But for me, the draft of Blacklist there is actually, for me, easier to execute. Why? Most of their matchup are winning. They pick 1-1 to counter Iksha's laning. So, doon pa lang panalo na. And Terisla versus Edith. Usually, mas lumalamang yung Terisla dito. And mid lane mo, malakas rin. Valentina plus Lolita. So, para sa akin, mas madali execute versus a lineup that medyo high mechanic.
Yeah.
Kasi, for me, this one, very uncommon. You pick Matilda plus Kadita. Usually, you want to pair Kadita with someone who has CC. But normally, sa Echo ko lang talaga nakita tong lineup na to. Itong Kadita plus Matilda. Pero they were still able to execute it.
Yeah. Great execution by Echo. And of course, Sanford is our MVP of the game. And ito naman yung nakikita natin na what I called on the English broadcast and what we've called it all throughout the season. We call this the Edith effect. Wherein, for some reason, teams, when going up against Edith, though understandable, nakikita mo yung hesitation. And I think the keyword is, pwede natin balikan yung sinabi mo kanina, Coach Arcadia, about Blacklist International, is they cannot be indecisive. And with this Edith effect, yung play ni Sanford, parang nakita natin, sometimes, Echo, or Blacklist rather, they were hesitating to move in the fights.
True. Kung titignan natin or recap natin yung 3 turtle fights. First turtle fight, okay, kapaan, walang masyado nag-commit. Second turtle fight, nakita natin na ginamit ni Blacklist yung lineup nila. Because they're playing Terisla, they're playing Lolita. two of that heroes are all in. Meaning, you have to start the clash. You go in, Terisla, you need to follow up me, Lolita. But third turtle, nakita natin yung blacklist na undecisive again. They don't want to take a fight in that turtle. And then, Sanford is already in front, making some initiations. And it's, siya pa nga yung nagzo-zone natin, which is, should be different. Blacklist should have been making a fight there already.
Parang si JP naging SATCOM info, tapos si Sanford na yung nagfo-front. And actually, these two teams drafted lineups that are very all-in para ma-supplement yung marksman. And it would have been good for the 1-1. It would have been good. It was great for the Ixia, but we just saw at the end of the day, and we both agree on this, Echo just played the better game. It's higher mechanics, more difficult to pull off, but they are the reigning world champions for a reason. And Carl Tizzy here controlled the map very well in my eyes, na going up against an iconic pick of Sensui, which is his Akai. And nakita na din naman natin, he was able to get one really iconic Lord Steal Sensui in this game. But Carl Tizzy, I feel like, played very well with the Matilda and Kadita.
Si Carl TC kasi, siya yung jungler na, well, to be honest, whatever heroes you give him or whatever role na nilalaro niya, sobrang tapang nitong bata na to. Tapos, paresan mo pa ng Matilda, for sure, mata times 2 or ma-amplify yung tapang na yun. So, he's just invading the jungler from left to right and then, andyan si JP para i-save siya.
In the game number 1, we talked about the effect that Sanford and Edward brought in that game. I feel like now we have to really commend both Sanji and Yue. Let's start first off with Yue.
Si Yue, itong player na to, matagal ko na siya nakita na one of the future bright stars in Mpl-Ph.
Agreed.
And nakita naman natin, second turtle fight, sobrang ganda nung clash na ginawa niya. And yun yung clash na lagi mong hinahanap kay Yue, like his MSC moments, those kind of things.
Yeah, and of course we got to see Sanji, and I think the casters on both streams really just praised the movements of our all-star Infinix mid-laner. Sanji, just grabe yung map presence niya dito. He wasn't always with JP. Sometimes it was JP Carl. Pero ito yung pinag-usapan natin na parang naging signature na ng Echo, yung ganks ni Sanji to help Sanford.
Si Sanji kasi, every time nakakita ko yung playstyle niya, may naalala ko na player, si Sans from Onyx Indo. For me, they are very similar when it comes to playstyle. Sobrang tapang, sobrang galing sa laning, and kahit gaya nung pinag-usapan natin kanina, normally, Kadita, you pair it with a CC hero in the roamer position. But, since it's Sanji, well, wala na, hindi na kailangan ng tulong. Gagawa ako ng pwesto ko, hahanap ako ng pwesto ko, so solo kill ako. And nakita natin yun twice. I-solo kill Yue, tapos meron siya dun sa Lord Dance, naka-kill din siya, and na-pick off niya rin si Oeb. So, Sanji, when it comes to Kadita, really world class.
Yeah, and we saw it all throughout. There are some moments where, again, if ever this 1-1 could have been much comfortable in the lane, because as you mentioned, the 1-1 against the Ixia, 1-1's a bit happier with that. But again, the effect that Sanji had in the map, the constant rotations, the ganks, especially early on into the gold lane, not just from him, but JP. Now, it reminds me of what you mentioned from game number 1, where Echo needed to improve on their macro to get this game number 2. Did they do that in this game number 2?
Yeah, definitely. Nagising na yung Echo na nakapaghilamos na. Kasi lumabas na talaga yung laro nila eh. Ito yung Echo na nambubuli sa turtle fight.
Yeah, exactly. So a bullying Echo in the turtle fights is what we saw. And speaking of, you can also actually catch MPLI on November 15 to 19 to witness the top 4 Mpl-Ph teams compete in the only tournament in which a PH team has yet to dominate. We all know that, and now we actually know that the top 4 of our league, AP Bren, Echo, RSG, Blacklist International, they are going to be our representatives for MPLI. Now, fantastic analysis as always. Now, going into game number 3, what's one key thing for each team? Quickly, like for Echo, what do they need to do to continue the momentum?
For me, stick with their strength rin. Kasi, ayun eh, lumabas na naman yung laro nila eh. So, capitalize na lang nila yun. Tuloy-tuloy lang and just stay with their comfort. Stay with your comfort heroes.
Right, comfort, capitalize on the momentum. Personally, for me, Blacklist International, agreed with Coach Arcadia, those moments of indecisiveness. Don't always look for the picture-perfect moment, especially when you have a lineup that is easier to execute. That is it for the analysis. Now we're going to go on over to Hans, our insider segment. I think, yeah, we have some even more special guests down the stage.
Thanks again, Renmar and Coach Arcadia, for that wonderful analysis dahil naka-equalize na ang Echo 1-1 against Blacklist International. But before we head into game number 3, kasama ko ngayon ang isa sa kanila mga naging kalaban at rivals din. Walang iba kundi ang mga miyembro ng TNC Pro Team. Please give them a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, because they are here since day one. So, Bao, kamusta ang panonood dito mismo sa venue?
Sobrang sarap tsaka malamig.
Oy, malamig. Nagtataka nga ako ba't di ka naka-jacket eh. By the way, lahat ng merch, hindi lang ng TNC Pro Team, kundi lahat ng mga teams ay nandoon sa baba, okay? So, you can come over here. Also, click in /event.com para ma-secure yung mga tickets nyo. I think meron pa. Right? Kasi, ikaw din, Coach Scholar, parang nandito ka the whole time ever since day number 1.
Day one.
Ano bang meron? Kasi, day number 1 pa lang, andito na kayo. Karamihan sa mga teammates mo, andito din.
Meron din kasi kaming lahat naman ng teams merong booth sa ground floor. Tapos gusto rin din talaga namin ma-experience yung playoffs kahit na hindi kami nakapasok.
Alright. And you get to experience it, right? And hopefully, pagdating ng next season, you will be able to compete in the grander stage as well. And yan ang minamanifest ng buong Phoenix Army. King Kong, lalo na, di ba nagkaroon kayo ng meet and greet, I believe, kanina? So, kamusta yung experience na, of course, meeting with all of your fans na halos 2 linggo din kasi tayong nawala eh. Right?
Nakakabusog po ng puso kasi kahit hindi na kami kasali sa playoffs, may mga fans pa rin po na pumunta.
Ayan. And there you have it. Maraming salamat. On behalf of course, Innocent would say the same thing para sa inyong mga fans. Di ba? Anong message mo sa lahat ng mga fans nyo na, alam nyo yun, gaya nung nabanggit ni King Kong kanina, even though you're not clearly playing, iba pa rin yung suporta ng Phoenix Army.
Thank you sa lahat ng mga fans ng TNC dahil
Okay, guys, chillax lang. Okay, o yun, basta nagpasalamat. Tapos nadala lang ng emosyon si King Kong, okay, at gumalaw ang kanyang kamay. But anyway, as I was saying, ngayon, okay, magdadive naman tayo dun sa seryoso ang topic. Yan, tama yan, King, ha? Iipit mo na, okay? Ngayon, we're throwing it over. Ikaw na lang, Coach Scholar. Ikaw na lang ang tatanungin ko.
Okay.
Sino ba ang 2 representatives mo para sa the greatest the greatest 10 players for M5?
M5.
Kahit wala na explanation. Number 1.
Carl TZ.
Okay, number 1, Carl TZ. Okay, madalas na napapasama sa buto. Number 2.
Number 2, Sanji.
Alright, so parehas Echo ang nakuha ni Coach Scholar from TNC Pro Team. Again, gentlemen, maraming salamat for being with us here today. And I'm sure that Game 3 is gonna be as intense as Echo will face Blacklist International para malaman kung sino ba una makakuha ng match point. So, let's throw it over back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Hans, and also over there to TNC. Great to see them in high spirits, of course, here. And if you're visiting with us for the playoffs, don't forget to grab some merch. We're going to get our own, hopefully, through here. But again, 2 games have completed. It's now 1-1. It's evened out. But before we talk more about it, we do, of course, want to give a huge shout-out to our official sponsor, Infinix, right here, featuring their new 030, the 5G, the ultra-clear smartphone. It's got 4K 60 FPS. That is amazing to shoot in. It's got a 50 megapixel camera, of course, for the front camera. So get ready to capture your own story. Now with that, again, it's 1-1. It's evened out. Beautiful phone, beautiful game series so far.
Beautiful hand.
Beautiful hand. Beautiful
man.
There you go. I was about to say beautiful bear, but a beautiful man. I'll allow it. Right here.
Thank you.
Let's also take a look at these beautiful stats. The Fredrin, probably the most, I would say, one of the most beautiful heroes in the game. The Fredrin, locked in here from across the world. Let's take a look at these stats, Midnight.
Well, he has the most beautiful walk. I would say. But in terms of performance, he also is one of the most beautiful junglers you could ever have. He has good lore dance. He's a very good jungler in the early game.
Amazing
has good
kit.
wave clear, amazing kit, amazing crowd control, and huge damage as well. Considering that you don't actually build damage items on this hero, that's why he's very potent, and that's why MPL Philippines has been liking this Fredrin pick. You know, we love those heroes that are really, really good in the meta, and it is also one of the reasons why we don't see Fredrins a lot in the playoffs, because it's always banned.
Yeah, it's always banned, but you know, I will say after seeing Fred for so long, it's nice to see some variations happening.
Yeah.
I am of the contrary.
You miss him?
After seeing Fred for so long, I don't mind. Like I just love Fredrin, man. He makes for amazing fights to call. He makes for amazing moments for when, you know, oh, you're gonna die. Big ol' bonk. You know what I mean? So I understand why he's number 3, number 1, and number 4 respectively.
And not only that, but we have seen other teams, and even one that will be playing later today, that like to flex him. You know, put him in the mid lane even, if you will.
Yeah.
We've seen them do that. So Fredrin has been a force to be reckoned with, especially as soon as he came out. But, you know, for instance, if he is banned out, you still see a lot of the utility junglers come into play. And I think that is something that a lot of people have been wondering. Now that we've seen the other MPLs or the other leagues ending here, you know, we've seen a lot of these assassin picks come out. And now a lot of people have been wondering, is there a place for that to continue on through the playoffs?
Yeah. Before we go into that topic, I want to give you an interesting stats here.
Okay.
S7 was a Mathilda patch, right?
Yeah.
After that, she became trash in Season 8.
Okay.
S8 was the patch of the Kufra. And Jawhead, they became trash in Season 9. Season 9 was the patch of, I believe that was the start of the 1-1 trend. Became trash in Season 10.
Esmeralda Uranus too.
Well,
Eternal Battle?
It's an eternal battle. It's a separate conversation.
No, they were gone the next.
And then they were gone the next season. Season 10 was the Julian patch.
Yeah.
Trash Season 11. Season 11 was the Fredrin patch. Season 12, still the Fredrin. The only guy to survive the trend of being trash the next season.
He is the exception.
He is Fred.
He's the exception.
Yeah. That's why he walks that way.
I was going to say,
I'm the only guy.
Literally the chat of MLBB.
See value in me. Oh, he didn't get picked. Never mind. He got banned.
He got banned. You know,
There you go.
he's basically still on
Only don't see
people's
the
minds.
value.
But we have a flip of sides, by the way. So we've got a change of sides here.
Yeah.
Black is going to be on the blue. Echo's on the red.
Oh, be careful of the Nolan, Echo.
No, I think Nolan's coming out.
Yeah.
I think that's the plan here.
That's why they removed the Fredrin as well. It's a bad matchup. If you want to play the Nolan, you should remove the Fredrin because he just controls you 24/7, you know?
Oh, yo, are they going to pick it up? And then Cartes is saying, Sensu, hey, make my day. I dare you to do it. Pick the Nolan.
If they get Nolan here, I think Echo might be considering the Valier.
There
goes the Jungle Nolan, as Redmar would put it.
Is.
The Jungle Nolan, 0% win rate.
We're going to change that today. That's what Blacklist International says.
You're going to learn today.
You're going to learn today. And Carl Teasy's like, all right.
Exactly. This is what I was seeing.
This is what I'm about.
Okay, Akai, Valentina. I think you need to snatch up the Edith here before Echo picks it up third. Either the Edith or the Terizda, because you want to be able to get one of those heroes on your side.
Right.
Edith sounds more promising because you could flex it both on XP and Roam, but Terizda is a much better choice because again, you don't want to be giving up that hero to Sanford, and it's also a good matchup versus the Akai.
Okay, and with this, we will see that's already going to be locked in. The Farsa.
Hey.
So Farsa finally coming into play, of course, for this series. It's going to be locked in there alongside the Bruno. So we're still, of course, going with these gold laners here in the first phase. Now, this is a lot of damage. This is literally the first phase of Big Damn for Blacklist International.
It's hilarious. On my notes, as we're taking the draft, I literally wrote burst. First, third pick, burst. Oh, wait, what? No.
Well, it starts with letter B, so.
Yeah. No, and then there's 2 solid bursters. Yeah. Physical and magical.
Yep.
So, yeah.
If I don't hear one Big Damn from you today in this game 3,
you'll be disappointed.
I will be sad.
And then you'll do it yourself.
I'll do it myself.
All right,
You'll be like Carl Teasy, right?
Yeah.
Fine. I'll do it myself. So Echo, again, Edith, Terizda, open, really good against Bruno as well. Yuzong is also an option. You know, Sanford special.
Right.
But
Yuzong would be so good right now, man.
there you go, Terizda.
Why not the Yuzong?
Exactly.
That's what I'm wondering. Midnight, my gears are starting to grind.
I mean, you want a better XP lane hero, versus the Nolan, because I don't think you want to use Zong versus that guy.
And Yuzhong gets bursted.
Yeah, Yuzhong gets bursted down, or he pops the ult because people are trying to burst him down. Terizla is a different archetype.
He got
Like,
the BOS.
He is the guy that starts it before you actually attempt to take him out. And the three heroes that you see on the side of Blackness International don't really like playing into the Terizla.
Yeah, because of the BOS,
What's
man.
I was just gonna say, what's the BOS?
Body of Smith. That's his passive.
Body of Smith.
Lower his health goes, the more he has passive damage reduction.
Yeah. So he's got the BOS.
I get it.
That's obviously that's something that
He's a
Yuzhong is
blacksmith, right?
lacking. Yeah.
He is. He's an undead blacksmith.
Yeah.
Well, that might.
Oh, I like this.
Look at that.
I like this Edith band, and I'm liking the M5 logo. By the way,
that's what I thought you were saying, but then you're like the Edith.
Sorry,
that too.
I'm a draft guy. I'm a nerd.
That's right.
As Merck would put it, I'm a nerd. So is he.
Yeah, but all of this looms over us, right? The fact that this leads to the World Championship so soon.
It does. It's coming a lot quicker than you think. Just like this second phase of the draft, it's almost here. But again, taking a quick look at these facts here from UA, the Farsa. He's performed really well on 67% of the win rate there. And I think that's one of the things. Like, Farsa for a while kind of fell off, right? And she's usually one of those picks that goes well with the Valentina because then you just have the two feathered airstrikes, which I'm still waiting for the gourd to pop up in the playoffs, man. Like, that was usually the answer for the Valentina.
Yeah.
Hasn't come out just yet. Maybe we see it from RSG. Again, one of the teams that brought that first out to competitive play for this season. But right now, there's the answer.
Oh, what?
Actually go with the Arlott, and that's the reaction Midnight gets because he's thinking, wow, Arlott's going to be locked in.
Wait.
Arlott Rome?
With a Terizla already on the board?
Yes. That's the only other answer.
I'm liking it against the Nolan. I'm liking it.
I like it against the Bruno. I like it against the Farsa.
Yeah, there's a lot of crowd control going out from the side of Echo, and it also limits the XP from Blacklist.
Do they dig you, or is that too soft?
That's too soft.
That's way too
WFT.
If you go Diggy here, Echo's gonna go Irithel. Okay, Diro.
Oh no!
I don't like this. I don't like this.
Dairoth?
Yeah, I know
the past 24 hours has left a bad taste in all of our collective mouths.
Dude, fun fact, as soon as I got back yesterday, I turned on the second match, and the first thing I hear is, not Dairoth from Leo's mouth.
Oh,
okay,
no.
okay. Call me crazy, I want to see some Harith. Harith Purify.
Not Irithel anymore?
Not Irithel. I want to see some Harith.
Okay.
Oh, that would, yeah.
Obviously, I will be eating my words, right? And I will be the first to approach Coach MTB and say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I blasted the Dairoth pick.
All right. There's three heroes here. Carry, Harith, and Irithel. Bruno also works, but I don't like Bruno against Farsa.
Well, the Bruno is also locked in for Blacklist.
Sorry, Brody,
right?
Brody,
Yeah,
Brody. Brody works.
Kind of like the Brody, too.
I don't like Brody against Farsa, though. And Nolan as well. Easily bursted down.
Yeah, but Nolan's fracture kind of cancels the whole Brody situation.
Yeah.
What did they pick? They went with the Irithel.
All right.
Did they? Okay.
It's aight.
Not too complex.
Yeah. But the Cho, though, Cho versus Arlott, I mean, it's a decent matchup for Blacklist International, but think about the team fights for Echo in the mid game. Like this Arlott, once he hits level 4, even though he is squishy, you ask yourself the question, how do you actually deal with this Arlott just roaming around, hitting the backline of Blacklist International while getting the attention of Blacklist? The other heroes on the side of Echo is also potent enough in terms of dealing damage. Like Terizla, the Valentina, even the Irithel.
It's very different, though. Again, the whole impact that Edward brought in Game 1, that's an XP lane Arlott, right? This time, JP has to play it a very specific way. Echo has to adjust to allow for him to get Final Slash as soon as possible. So, yeah, we'll see. It's theoretically, it's so good.
We'll find out here. Game 3 upon us. It's 1-1. Is it Echo or is it Blacklist International? Very interesting and different lineups from what we've seen from the previous 2 games here. Will they make it work? But right now, yeah, I think a big question is, the Arlott, of course, Nolan, once again, does he have his own redemption here in the hands of Sensui?
I mean, in front of the Arlott, I mean, it's going to be hard.
Yeah.
for Blacklist International, but I guess it's a better game for Blacklist. I'm just happy I'm not seeing 1-1 here in Game 3.
But just the
my gears are
same,
not turning.
I wish I could say the same. I see a die-off.
I mean, it could work. It could work versus the
Oh, Renegade.
I was going to say, if it's anybody, would you trust Edward with the die rock?
Yeah.
All right, you know what?
But this is not an Edward hero, right?
That's my Abunjingjing, man. I don't know. If it's Edward, you got to go 50-50 at least. Like some things you get, let's slide because it's Agent Zero.
Yeah,
But
yeah, he could pull it off.
But what does he do in this game?
Just the same. Something tells me they picked this because they're going all in on the burst, man. The burst is bursting. They may have watched a few clips from Onyx.
Was Benedetta banned out? No, right?
It wasn't.
Nope.
It wasn't. All right.
Like, I'm literally kind of thinking here. I'm theory crafting in my head.
Yeah, trying to solve it.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think, like, all Edward has to do is, well, aside from just being Edward, is get the armor penetration on. Like, if you land the Abysm Strike, great. If you don't, at least now you set up the big dam.
Here's the thing. You're also giving the Valentina the Abysm Strike. And it goes through against all of these heroes on the side of Blacklist International.
I actually like the Abysm Strike more than the Decimation these days.
Yeah.
Like looking at it. Again, theoretically speaking, there's a lot on the line here. Blacklist here have to answer. It's Echo first up on the Turtle Pit. Pulling them out. JP with a flicker spent. Feathered Airstrike coming in from Yue. Turtle here approaching half health. Hey, the Dragon! Plus a heavy spin. Penalty zone spent up already. Carl Easy spinning out of the way. JP still alive, but just barely.
Oh my goodness.
Dashing on through. That's the Arlet's kit at maximum capacity. Who's the Turtle gonna go over to? There's a knockup. Carl Easy scores one. Look at the back line. It's Edward looking for it, and he gets first blood on a JP, but he pays the iron price.
Oh, that's worth for Echo, man. JB played that turtle fight fantastic on the Arlet.
Yeah, again, you know, first blood, though, going in the hands of Edward here. Does that result into much? I mean, it was the first blood for the Turtle, but if you just look at that team fight, the way it went, I feel like one of the downsides here for Sensui and Nolan in general is you really just have to wait. Like, you can't show your face for those objective fights. So then what that's doing is, all right, team, you got this. I'll come through when I'm ready, you know, when it's my time.
There's this hidden rule of engagements for for junglers. If you're an assassin, you don't really start turtle.
Yeah.
And you also wait for spells to be casted before you actually contest turtle, unless you're Kaltiz or Kyrie or something. But that's the main problem of Blacklist International. It's hard already to deal with the front lines of Echo, like the Teresa and the Art, but you also have to deal with the heavy spin of the Akai. They did a good job of kicking Kaltiz away to force out the heavy spin, but at the end of the day, it wasn't really enough.
Oh, here we go. Perfect angle for Renegade. The Hitman hit the way of the Dragon, but not the right time. Carl Easy popping the heavy spin.
That's also one thing that you need to consider, like the only dash, the only vengeance that could come out from the Aurot after the heavy spin.
Oh, Edward, okay. He might get caught out here.
That's a 2v1. Penalty zone spent in by 40. Sensui. Oh, looking to bait out something.
Wow.
Sanford very low.
Ooh.
Flickering away. Sanford
BOS.
still alive via the... Exactly, BOS.
Sorry,
you know it.
The BOS.
You know it.
That Smith body.
Yeah, where's the big dam, bro?
No, there's not
There's
enough
not
big
yet.
dam yet.
All right.
That's later. That's
Okay.
like, you know.
I'll wait.
5 minutes in, maybe after this, another 5 minutes.
The big dam auditor's backing me up.
Oh, Sanji.
Oh, interesting.
There's the dashes. There's the way of the Dragon kicking. JP, feathered airstrike, the answer by Yue. Final slash coming in. The Hitman becomes the hit. And now it's a 4v5 here in the Turtle Pit. Sensui dashing on out again. The whole situation. Playing an assassin in this current metagame. It opens up a smorgasbord of problems for Blacklist as Echo scores one.
Something tells me JP has been practicing this Arlet roam. It's not just to steal the Arlet away from Edward, but it is a potential, a potential lineup for Echo that they have been working on for these past few days. And JP has been phenomenal on these vengeances on the Arlet, and it really amplifies the strength of the Zero, especially with the Brave Smite, because you get a lot of HP from every spell that you cast every 6 seconds, and it's HP based. So this gives a lot of sustainability for Echo with just the Arlet alone.
Yeah, and not only that, but the setup potential that you have with the Arlot paired. Oh my goodness. With the Teresa.
Heavy spin on Abun Jing Jing, changing his zip code, sending him right into the Nether Realm.
Okay, so back to that, Edward, the 50-50. Dairoff's still not looking too hot.
Yeah.
He's face down right in mid, man. He's taking a nap.
A dirt nap.
Even in the hands of Edward, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, in the hands of Edward.
It's difficult. It's difficult, and that's an understatement.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lame
man.
hero.
And that's the thing, is I wasn't even talking about the heavy spin. All I was making a point of is JP with the final slash paired with a Terizla. Right? There's already a ton of set potential there. Pure potential.
Oh, the dodge. Okay.
Good
all right.
response
Mechanics.
from Oheb. But this is still troublesome, right? You can see this. Carl TZ still playing himself here on the top side. The rest of the team here.
Oh my goodness. Damage.
Big 4v4. The battle for this tier 1 up top. And it looks like Echo's going to take their time. The discipline call. Blacklist going to back off.
And again with the lineup here, the biggest thing for Black International is they're just playing at the pace that Echo's setting. You know, and that's kind of the trouble part. Oheb again.
Oh, missed a lot of spells.
Oh! Heavy spin. That's it. Oheb getting fed to the wolves.
You know, it's Carl TZ again. Like, you mess up, fine. I'm still Carl TZ. I'm still going to be able to do it.
40 here gets caught out. Way the Dragon from the Hitman, serving him up to the mid lane Magician as Hewitt takes him down. And the 1, 2 for 1. Carl TZ falls and make it another double kill for Renegade. Sanji's going to be up next, spinning that flicker. He comes back, feathered airstrike. Edward flickers on out of range. Benny Cutie going to do some cleanup here as he takes down Hewitt. Sensui trading out. This is where a Nolan shines.
There's the clap back.
Yep. These small skirmishes are really beneficial for Blacklist International, especially when Echo has exhausted their spells and their resources. Sanji, though.
Oh, Renegade. He's playing with fire here. Way the Dragon serving him up to the assassin as Edward scores. Oh, Sensui. Gonna have to back out of here as Sanford takes down Renegade, and the turtle is back. That whole sequence took all this time for Carl TZ to respawn.
Well, that allowed for the reset. I don't think that was worth for Blacklist International. Like, with the Valentina kill, yes, you are able to like make this Valentina suffer, but you're still giving away objectives towards Echo, and now they're gonna be able to once again play their momentum, play their strengths. This is mid game now. This is where the Irithel really shines for the side of Echo. While Blacklist International, you still have damage in the form of the Nolan. But when they group up on the side of the Orcas, it's going to be hard for you to find these skirmishes wherein the Nolan and the Dirot shines.
So itemization-wise, is Blacklist International where they need to be? This is also just the Berserker's Fury being picked up for Oheb. Are they at that point where now, okay, the damage is online?
They have the damage. They have the Berserker's Fury. The Farsa is also online. The Malefic Roar is also available on Sensui. Your main concern is still the Arlot. Your heroes, they do make sense, but they need to still deal that damage into Echo. But with the Arlot just roaming around, going inside the back line, utilizing the final slash to make sure that Blacklist is not able to fight to their own terms, it's still hard for Blacklist to execute this team fight that they want against Echo.
Oh, look at this, an awkward bush check here coming in. Sensui dashing through, using the gauge to get on out of there. Nope, not gonna spend it. Oh,
okay.
Kyle TZ oddly friendly here.
Nah, the Nolan still had the ulti.
All right, he knows that the fracture would save Sensui. All right. Fight's about to break down in bottom. Look at JP coming in. Flicker. Final slash. The kick saving Oheb. But there's one. Carl TZ pinning down Edward. Yue already spending the heavy spin.
Oh my God.
Rather favored airstrike. There it is. An answer once more from Sanji. Popping Agent Zero.
Man, Sanford.
Boom! Flicker penalty zone. Sanji pops Oheb, but they're in too deep. Much like Sum 41, another final slash coming in. Penny Cutie unable to take down JP unless Renegade. Oh, that's it. Bodies have dropped in the bottom lane. Echo are so in it.
Man, the Arlot still the biggest problem, the biggest thorn in the neck on the side of Blacklist International. Again, they have the damage, they have the kits, but they have to deal with this Arlot jumping inside their lines.
Yeah, JP is having a phenomenal game. I mean, when you look at the KDA, it doesn't really do him justice because he is everywhere he needs to be and then some. And a lot of that final slash usage is either able to peel for them, initiate, and the follow-ups are so great, right? Now with that, like you mentioned, Midnight, Blacklist International has all the damage they need, but really, you have to kind of keep your head on a swivel, right? You have to constantly be watching out for JP, number one. You have opportunities.
Oh, JP?
Oh, this
Watch
could be it.
out, he's down to
There it is.
0 health, just like that. Respect the burst from Sensui. Now Sanji and Sanford putting up a line between Edward and the rest of Echo. Renegade here, no man's land, caught out between all 4 members. He's down, 1-for-1 trade so far. And now Sensui coming in, popping Sanji, and he gets out.
The assassination right there. Both roamers also down. So no one want to commit to this Lord just yet. Might wait it out. Both tier 1 still up as well. So neither team has that little bit of advantage. Sensui also just picking up a BOD.
Oh, he has so much damage.
He's level 15.
This is where it's at. This is the moment for the big damage to come through.
All right, noted. I will remember.
gonna get the purple buff. And Carl Teasy will be the one to step it up, as they have to. He has to be the one to start this.
2 level gaps, by the way, between Carl Teasy and Sensui.
Sensui's been all over the place, man. You know, given the situation that they're in against this lineup, this is probably the best way you can play the Nolan.
Oh,
there they go.
Edward and Renegade. There's a knock-up. There's a final slash. The 2 frontliners from Blacklist sent into the air. Carl Teasy with the headbutt. Oh, they're playing footsies. They don't know for sure. Look at Sensui. JP catches him, and there's the damage. Feathered airstrike coming in. JP put down to 1/10 of his health. He heals up. He gets on out of there. It's another reset.
Oh, Sanford.
Good dodge.
That's a false penalty zone. No one home.
That's Flicker, though. That's Flicker.
Yep. Big resources. Now the kick. Carl Teasy spends his heavy spin. Look at Sensui holding that bush. Oh, they're going to have to back off.
Oh, Blackness is playing this.
Oh, Carl Teasy smells something. Hilu spots him. Look at that big damn. Carl Teasy goes down. Renegade slays him. Not enough of appeal from Echo to save the young goat.
I approve. That was some big damn right there. They're
still going. Sanji goes down. OM gets a ball in his face. And now they're looking for vengeance. Looking for retribution.
Sensui
goes down. Sensui once more with a big damn. Yue goes. Benny Cutie. Oh, he was too little too late to the party. Now he's going to get punished unless underneath the turret they kick him up all with the bike.
Man, that was, I gotta just say, the way that Ducati looked in that moment, that was perfect.
It looked fantastic. But what's more fantastic is the juggle that Sensui has been doing against Echo. Echo, they wanted to initiate, but they needed to find Nolan first. They needed to know where Sensui was, because the past fight, they were able to get some kills, but Sensui was able to assassinate some meters as well, like this.
Oh no, the heavy spin from Carl Teasy already spent. Oh, head's trapped! Carl Teasy dealing enough damage to kill him. Carl Teasy still alive, the way of the dragon from Renegade. They pop him, Sensui gets another. And look at this. Lore's gonna be scored here by Blacklist International, but Edward goes down. Sanji gets the kill. JP says conceal play. Let's go. Watch Sensui at half health, control of the Y bush. Sanford still in control. Oh! Damn! Sanji goes down. Penalty zone. Sensui still dodges. Gauge on gauge on gauge. Sensui, a monster here. 6-0-7.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nolan.
This looks like to be the best game we've seen from Nolan yet. Yep, and it's only the 2nd time. So, again, sample size pretty small, but this one is going in favor of Sensui here. The way that he kind of had to adjust that patience level.
Yeah, this is peak Nolan I've seen. The way he juggles these fights, the way he waits for the perfect opportunity, the timing, the patience. Sensui has it all, and Echo. Yes, they do have better control, they do have better juggle against Blacklist International, but the one thing they don't have is the vision over Sensui. They needed to see where the Nolan is, and Sensui is not giving them any information whatsoever.
Wow. If they do shut him down, though, imagine the gold.
Look at this damage dealt.
63.9k on a jungle. When was the last time we've seen this? This stat line.
It's been a while.
Jungle player.
He's going to start farming heroes.
Yeah, been a while. Again, I mean, look at the gold.
Yeah, 11k.
Massive here. So if you're Echo, you're kind of wondering, how do we deal with this?
I mean, you start buying some Antikaras for sure. Antikaras, Blade Armor, Immortalities. You know, you need sustain.
Twilight Armor.
You need to reset Twilight Armor. Anything that could help you, mitigate this damage output coming out from Blacklist International. Twilight does help. Also against the Bruno, because the crits are going to start hurting in the late game.
Yeah, again, a lot of this Nolan play relies on being able to count on the team to get the enemy team where they need to be in terms of the health. You get to shine, but still there's been a lot of finesse from Sensui. And as we wait pretty much for this next objective, it's still nearly a minute away. So Echo has to decide, how do we approach this? That's why you also have these immortalities popping up.
Yeah.
They can buy a little more time, especially on these heroes that are going to be up either peeling or initiating, right?
Yep.
JP still going to be crucial here. How he's able to utilize the final slash and, of course, keeping Benny Cutie alive. And I would say, too, Edward has, from what he experienced in the early game, that mid-game transition, he has been just kind of sitting on Benny Cutie.
It's still a Deeroth.
Yeah, it is still a Deeroth. You still got to watch out for him. And so he's been making Benny Cutie's life a little difficult, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's the big point here. Now, for Echo, once again, they want to get this tier 1 down in the mid lane so that they have some space to work around with now that this Lord is up. But right now, it doesn't look like they'll be able to. So they got to fight around with a space disadvantage.
This is crucial for Blacklist. Either was going to show up on the bottom lane.
Yep, they have to pull the trigger.
Renegade.
Checking the bush. And they're forcing the advantage here. Look at this. Even Tsutsui coming in early already, trying to burst down Carl Teasy with no dice.
They just want to get some of these resources out if they can. I feel like it's really the game plan for Blacklist International is let's test the waters. What can we get out from Echo?
Ooh, somebody saw Sensui use the ultimate.
Yep, they know that the fracture is off. And I'd say it's just a couple of seconds in. There's a big kick, and there's a heavy spin from Carl Teasy. Lord still up. Godlike now is Sensui as they take down the Lord. Another one for Blacklist, and now they're going to burst him down. Benny Cutie, he's going full in. And Renegade's very low. He's still alive. Oh, Lord.
Sensui's there. Sensui's still there.
Sensui's still going to clean up, and JP gets a shutdown. Big gold over to Echo.
I thought Sensui was backing, and then he stopped. What, to think he was going to get some picks? Is that what?
Well, nah, Echo knew. Echo knew he was still there.
I thought he was already like in the clear to go back.
What a call. And throughout that whole debacle, Sanji did not use IMU. Is this a long con? Is this a macro play by Echo?
He had the fracture, fracture as well. But I think at this point you need to steal the Feathered Airstrike.
And Sanji just couldn't find the range.
Yeah, you need more you need bypass as well against Blacklist International. But man, Sensui has been fantastic on this Nolan jungle for Blacklist International. Again, constantly assassinating the heroes on Echo. Carl Teasy didn't stand a chance right there as the full burst was able to take him down. He didn't have immortality at that point in time. So Blacklist International was able to get the Lord, but Echo does defend. So we are going to wait for the next Lord to spawn unless Echo is able to make some moves.
Oh, Yue commits. Coming in, penalty zone from 40. Big knockout from the Hitman. And JP here gets Bob. Carl Teasy isolating Yue. Benny Cutie takes him down. Big pick off. Oheb as well in trouble. And he's still alive. Popping the Wind of Nature. Big trade. JP for 2. 2 for JP. Sensui exposed. Down goes Benny Cutie. Sensui slays him. 2 for 2.
Man, what a trade that was. Again, Benny Cutie trying to do what he has to on the Zerathil, but still the set potential, the damage being thrown at him from Blacklist International is too much to deal with right now.
Yeah, there's so much burst. Like, the Farsa and the Nolan alone is crazy enough for Echo to deal with, and you also have to deal with the Bruno. Even though they had a fantastic opening to that team fight, just the drawn-out duration of that fight allows Blacklist International to pump out more damage than Echo.
The crazy, right? They handle that fine. Echo was fine there. Then defending their base, you could still say, of course, you know, they found some success in a way. They also did get some of that shutdown gold earlier when they took Sensui out. So, you know, as we reach to the 20-minute mark, this is getting to a point now where Echo will start to equalize, at least in terms of itemization, right? They should be able to match up well, but I still think that leaves to beg the question here is, do we have the game plan to deal with the burst? Because even from the last Lord fight, with Lord coming up in about 15 seconds, that's still something that Carl Teasy has to solve along with the rest of the team. We saw just how quick him on the Sakai was bursted down to the point where you force the heavy spin and then you take him out of the picture so he's not there to contest that retribution with a Lord. So now it's like, okay, what do we do around that? Do we plant JP in the front, Sanford there? Who is protecting Benny Cutie? That's the questions that need to happen.
Hello. JP spots Edward trying to camp in that bush near the rock Ursa. Gentlemen, allow me to present a thesis while we witness a Lord dance. Something tells me Echo's just improvising. They're just putting heroes in positions until they catch somebody. I'd like to think they're still playing the blacklist tempo here.
Again, they need to find the Nolan. That's the first priority. It's not about like the hero that is poised in the front line, but it's more of Echo engaging when they see the Nolan. Because if they use the resources, like let's say against Edward or Renegade, Sensui just comes in and assassinates your backline, assassinates Benecutie or Carl Teasy even, and Blacklist after that is going to be able to reset because of the mobility coming out from Sensui, and of course the range factor that is coming out from Yue with a feathered airstrike that will force Echo out to disengage. And I think that's where you need to start making some difference here for the side of Echo. Instead of actually disengaging, you need to re-engage with the Arlot. Something that we've seen from the likes of the early game team fights where JP just constantly pushed forward so that Blacklist International's team fight crumbles.
Renegade, Blacklist, they've had it. It's time for something to happen. Concealed play spent. Blacklist International exposing their positions. Way of the Dragon, off angle, on to Carl Teasy. In comes a feathered airstrike from Yue. Not much has been hitting off of these barrages, the volleys. No one home. Now, Echo noting these resources. Benecutie roaming, patrolling the eastern hemisphere, the right side of the map, as Sensui takes control of that bush.
They know some of these resources are down. No feathered airstrike, no Way of the Dragon right now from Blacklist International. Echo, they're going to go ahead and try something here. Edward.
Oh, Bunjingjing down to a fifth of his health. Sensui like a statue, like a gargoyle watching. Sanford's going to spot him here. Oh, Barry Smith protecting that Terizla, keeping him up. Lord here at a fifth of its health. Still, all of the key ults online for Echo. Enough time
final slash miss.
For Blacklist as well. They're online as well. Quick knock-up. Yue, another feathered airstrike. Sanji very low. Benecutie at half health. Carl Teasy spends his heavy spin, and now the Lord goes on over to the Orcas, and they pop a few mortalities. Down goes Carl Teasy, JP as well.
The rundown.
Out. Cyclone Eye on out of here, and they are turning 3 down from Echo. Blacklist smell blood.
Wow. Crucial for Carl Teasy there. He got the Lord. But still, can they actually defend against this?
This is what they call TikTok timers. It's way too long.
You need to be careful. He deals so much damage. Tensui.
And Benecutie spots him, taking him out. And that's a pickoff. Benecutie here going to get picked off himself. Gets blasted by Yue. Pops his immortality. And down he goes. It's just Sanji left to defend.
Able to clear.
It's just Sanji left to defend.
1 minion left here. Sanji should be able to clear it up. Lord now at the bottom of the base.
There is a siege minion. Sanji clears it.
Okay, there's a next wave. There's a next wave coming out from Blacklist.
Oh, he pops him, steals the worldie. Is this going to be enough? Oh, that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, Blacklist International sitting at match point.
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. What a game that was. And there you go, Nolan getting his first win, at least for MPL Philippines here, as they take game 3.
Wow.
Is it safe to say this is Inception? Some of Nolan's performances, Tenet, Dunkirk, Memento.
Shutter Island.
This Inception? I'm not so sure if that was Nolan.
Was it not?
Was it not?
We'll look it up. But no, this is amazing. Again, because of this performance, because of this long haul debacle that Blacklist put on. What was it, 24, 25 minutes?
This was one of the longer, like one of the longer games.
They won with the Nolan, they won with the Dyaroth. I'll man up, I'll man up. You know what? Because again, it's a Bunjingjing.
They're breaking streaks here. Like this, the record streak of the Nolan, I mean, it's just one game. The record streak of the Dyaroth, the record streak of Echo, by the way.
Yeah, the most number of wins from Blacklist against Echo this year.
The record streak of Blue Side.
That's true. 2-5 now.
What's going on today?
It's Inception.
It's Inception.
It is Inception.
And it's also Memento. It's also Memento.
Where's the kick? How do we go down to the next layer, man? Where is it?
So, and maybe this is Inception because it's also match point for Blacklist International against Echo, who they have not beat all year.
Are we in the ice base right now? Is this the tundra? Is this... Right, you know what I'm talking about, right?
I don't know how you know all that. Like, you have it memorized.
I would say that out of all the people I know in my life, some way, somehow, Leo just has this like word bank, knowledge bank of movies, facts, references,
pop culture.
I'm a cinephile. What can I say?
That are unmatched.
I'm a cinephile. What can I say? Inception, by the way, came out in 2009. How old do you feel now?
I graduated high school in 2009.
You're a walking.
I was in
movie
first
tribute.
grade. I'm just kidding.
No, you weren't. You weren't. You
No,
weren't.
you know what? I am deflecting the fact that this match and this series is going a direction that we're not comfortable with because of all of the changes in how Blacklist are defying the odds.
Yeah. Especially with the wrath on the hands of Edward. I would say it didn't do much, but it was enough to kind of like break the game here against Echo.
Oh man, Renmar, Coach Arcadia, I know you guys probably got a lot to say about this. Break it down for us.
Thank you, casters. Me and Coach Arcadia can't help but just appreciate and enjoy the mechanics and positioning masterclass we saw between Blacklist International and Echo, with the agents now at match point, 1 win away from advancing into the upper bracket finals over their rivals, over our defending champions. Coach Arcadia, you were making a lot of great points here about how this time Blacklist International's draft, yun naman yung mas mahirap ma-pull off kontra sa draft ng Echo.
So parang nagkabaliktad yun nangyari nung last game. Ngayon, yung Blacklist, yung draft naman nila yung much harder to execute. So why? Kasi kung titignan natin, yung mid lane ng Blacklist is Parsa plus Cho. Medyo mahirap mag-Cho dun kasi maraming CC, maraming pang-cancel. Hindi ka basta makakasipa. And hindi rin ganun kadali mag-Parsa kasi same, maraming CC. May Arlot, may Terisla. Pag nag-ult ka, dapat you have to make sure na wala na yung makaka-cancel sa'yo.
Yeah.
Pero dahil maganda yung ginawa ng Blacklist, maganda yung mechanics nila, they were able to still execute their lineup.
Speaking of mechanics, the Nolan of Sensui, natalo yan kahapon but now nakabawi. An incredible performance by the jungler of Blacklist International, 8-2-11 with KDA, almost 80% kill team fight participation, and the mechanics, yung positioning dito ni Sensui. At the beginning, Echo yung nanggugulat sa Blacklist. Pero pagdating sa objective takes, dun naman ang gugulat si Sensui.
Doon kasi sa laro ni Sensui, pinakita niya talaga na hindi lang siya pang tank jungler, na kaya niya rin maglaro ng assassin. Kasi lahat ng mga tao, pag tinikita si Sensui, tingin lang nila, ay, hindi yan mag-assassin. Bigay lang natin assassin, magta-tank jungler yan. Pero doon, pinatunayan ni Sensui na kaya ko rin maglaro ng assassin.
Yeah, the timing of the ultimate from the Nolan. Again, meron dyan parang cleanse mechanic, but removing debuff mechanic yung isang ultimate ng Nolan na pwede mo rin gamitin utility, pangtakas, and alam naman natin sobrang sakit ng damage. But we have to talk again about the story of the game. For majority, Echo was in control. JP, parang pinaalala niya sa atin na dati jungler yan, assassin yan, yung paano niya gumalaw with this Arlot roam. Ano yung mga thoughts mo with the Arlot roam pick of Echo?
Yung Arlot roam, para sa akin, maganda tong pick na to. Kasi it counters Cho and it counters Parsa also. And medyo maganda rin siya sa Nolan. Kasi against sa Nolan, you want to have a lot of CC para at least medyo mapigilan mo. Kasi yun nga, yung ulti niya, mawawala yung debuff, diba? So, yung team mo, dapat marami kayong CC para pag natanggal niya isa, ito naman yung next CC na kailangan mo.
Yeah, agreed. So really, Echo, the reason why they got to control the game, alongside with the play style that we've known Echo to really show off, their team fighting still one of the best in the league. Yung pinapag-usapan natin behind the scenes, yung pag-extended team fight, dun komportable yung Echo. But Blacklist International just matched it with getting themselves together and saying, guys, watch out for these key abilities. Iwasan natin yung mga ultis ng Echo.
First thing, yung ginawa ng Echo, yung extended team fight sa bot tower, I think doon napakita ng Echo na kayang-kaya namin ma-estimate kung kaya pa namin mag-clash or not. Kasi doon, na-burn na nila yung skills, pero may ulti pa si Sanford, so nag-go pa sila. And then, the second thing that makikita natin, yung two teams na pareho silang magaling sa extended team fight, is yung, I think, first or second Lord, wherein sobrang haba nung clash sa mid. And pinapakita talaga each one of the player kung gaano kataas yung mechanics nila.
Yeah, and speaking of, again, the positioning we were talking about, if you look at the upper portion of the kill map here, around that Lord Pit, yun yung paboritong pwesto ng Sensui. Those shrubs right behind the Lord Pit, and then to the side of it, kung saan madalas naghahatak sila Carl, TZ, and Echo for the objective to be closer to theirs. That's one of the things that Sensui just kept repeating. I will stay here. Sige, ayaw nyo mag-check dito. Paglapit nyo dito, bigla maburst down kayo. And then, we also have to commend here, paano na supplement ni Yue. Again, we can't help but continue to praise Yue and his performance. You talked a lot about his positioning in this game.
Para sa akin, tatlo siguro yung MVP dito. Unang-una, si Sensui. Nakailang pick-off siya coming from the long bush. Yun, tawag namin kasi long bush.
Long
Pero mga
bush.
teams,
Okay.
iba-iba yung tawag nila. May naming sila. Kami, tawag namin doon long bush. Nakailang pick-off siya doon. And then, second naman, si Rene J. Si Rene J, kahit mahirap mag-chew doon, napagana niya pa rin.
Yeah.
On point yung mga conceal niya, and then, yung mga sipa, okay, hindi naman syempre 100% lagi maganda yung sipa. Pero nakakuha niya pa rin yung good timing. Okay? And then, third naman, si Yue. Si Yue, hinihintay niya talaga muna lumabas yung Terisla and Arlot before gamitin niya yung ulti. And then, meron rin a lot of instances na sinave niya yung team niya from wrong initiation. Okay, let's say Rene J make a bad kick. But Yue will always be there. I'll save you, bro.
Yeah, I'll save you. I got you. At saka yung
Got you, bro.
yung hindi niya lagi inuubos kagad or binaburst down yung yung paggamit niya ng feathered airstrike. Minsan, iniiwan nga niya dun eh. Kasi hinanap din nila si Benny Cutie. Kasi alam nila, pag nawala na yung feathered airstrike, mas excited si Benny Cutie na finally makakapasok na ako sa laban. And as the game went on, we got to see the effect of the roaming middle three of Blacklist International. Rene J, Yue, and Susu. And I agree with you there. Again, that's the strength of the Blacklist International lineup. Yes, a lot of teams and a lot of players praise Edward sa laro niya throughout the season, quote-unquote carrying the team at times, but really the heart of the Blacklist International playstyle and rotation ay nasa gitna. Now, match point for Blacklist International. What do they need to do now to seal the deal and go into the upper bracket finals?
Para sa akin, tuloy-tuloy lang nila. Kasi last game, andun yung Blacklist na decisive. Yung Blacklist na nag-dominate dun sa ibang seasons. Andun yung Blacklist na matapang talaga. Once na tuloy-tuloy nila yung tapang na yun, para sa akin, madali na yung laro para sa kanila.
Okay, so continue the decisiveness and still seek to dominate for Blacklist International. Now for Echo. How do they force a Game 5? Because again, they drafted really well. They played that really well until Blacklist just played better. It wasn't a bad draft. It wasn't a bad game for Echo. It was just Blacklist played better. Ano ang kailangan gawin ng Echo para maka-force ng Game 5?
Yung Echo naman, siguro tingin ko wala masyadong changes to sa draft. Pero tingin ko medyo kailangan na rin respeto yung yung Nolan ni Sensui. Para sa akin kasi itong Nolan, sobrang lakas niya sa meta ngayon. So hindi mo siya basta-basta mabibigay unless may pre-plan draft ka. Meaning may pre-practice ka na sa scrims na okay, itong sa game na to, binibigay namin yung Nolan. Yung first 5 picks ko, para sa Nolan to. Parang ganun. That feel ko, if ever na kailangan ulit nila ibigay yung Nolan, they have to be really prepared. And they should know how to execute the lineup that they're gonna pick.
Okay, we'll see that in the first phase of the drafting. If ever Echo open up the Nolan, and if ever Blacklist International are on the blue side again with the first pick, if that opens up, and Blacklist first picks the Nolan, that means Echo have prepared something specifically for that. Now, we've seen at this point, we're heading into Game 4. We've seen 3 games. Any other things that you'd like to point out? I'm not going to give you a team. Like, any other things you'd want to point out that you've seen that you feel like hindi pa natin napag-usapan?
Tingin ko yung si Oheb rin. Tingin ko consistent yung performance ni Oheb sa buong series na to. Nakita natin na sa Clash, hindi siya basta-basta na pick-off. Kasi as a marksman, malaki yung problema niya usually sa Clash. Why? Kasi first things first, nasa iyo lahat ng gold. Ikaw yung nagke-carry, right?
Yeah.
Ikaw yung nagbubuhat ng laro. So, dapat, hindi ka basta-basta namamatay. And ganun yung ginagawa ni Oheb ngayon. He's playing the perfect gold laner. Like, hindi basta-basta namamatay sa Clash and maraming gold to carry his team.
All right. Will this be the final game of the series? Will Blacklist continue their journey in the upper bracket, going into the upper bracket finals, or will Echo force a game number 5? How will the story of our modern day El Clasico continue for this day number 2 of the playoffs? That's the question the teams will answer and the casters will cast it. So casters, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Redmar, and of course, Coach Arcadia there for all your guys' insights. And yes, it's the modern day El Clasico, and it looks like the history, at least, is going to be broken. I love it. I love what you're doing here. It's on Showcased.
Somebody's playing Nolan.
What I was gonna say, what do you
How do you know I was practicing Nolan?
Bro.
All right, so obviously the 030 Infinix 5G is off.
Yes.
But I was just he knows he was watching my fingers.
Yeah.
I was practicing my gauges and my fractures. Good man.
I'm an analyst. Come on. I'm an analyst.
You know how it works, right? But with that, Nolan's now on the board with a W. Great thing there. Again, we've only seen him twice so far. 50%.
1-1.
We were saying Edward.
No 1-1, please.
No 1-1. But we were saying Edward Dyrock 50% too. Well, they got to win there.
No. It's 33.37.
33.7.
33.37.
No, I'm saying like we were saying Dyroth with Edward makes it like a 50-50.
At least a 50-50.
At least like a 50-50.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, because we actually did see him struggle in the early game, right?
Yeah.
But then it's Edward. He made it work as the game went on. Now, the other thing is it's match point. Blacklist International needs one more win to secure that spot going forward. That would also be a massive thing for them. Like, once again, how they've fared against Echo throughout this entire year. And if you really look at it, again, when you guys are watching this Nolan gameplay from Sensui, you got to talk about the discipline, man. Like, if you're thinking about it, it changes the dynamic of these junglers, obviously, right? Anytime you pick up an assassin, there is some of that patience that plays a part of that to fit in the current meta. But really what we saw, the way that he maneuvered through, I'm assuming it's just going to be banned this next game for Game 4.
Yeah, because the thing is, it felt like a better version of a Lancelot, right? And it deals so much damage. It's also able to play into the likes of the Akai, because you have that sort of pseudo 1-1 ability wherein you can just remove the debuffs with your ultimate. And, you know, Sanji has been constantly stealing that. And for me, it feels like it kind of like shut down the game for Echo, because the Valentina didn't matter that much for the Orcas.
What are you gonna do with rifts, man?
Exactly, but the thing is, you have to commend Sensui's movement in these team fights. Like, his maneuverability against Echo was just phenomenal. The patience, the timing, the target selection as well was always on point.
It makes me wonder too, you know, just how strong Nolan is, and if we continue to see, let's say the preceding days of the playoffs, him rise up through the rankings where, again, teams are kind of forced to, all right, we just got to ban him out because we can't let it be
He's the new 1-1.
Yeah. He's up there, right? When 1-1 was pretty much just unstoppable.
Always first pick.
Always first pick.
Never let...
You always saw it.
You never let go of the Nolan first pick. You never see it in the second phase. The 1-1 was always like that. And I think I was in Season 9 where if 1-1's open, first pick. 100%.
It was like Season 9 or Season 10. I remember. It's always there. Now, if I was pretty much teams, I would just be like, well, if I was in their head, I would say I'd much rather deal with Matilda than a Nolan, you know, because then you can kind of play around that. Yeah, the Matilda might be a little strong, if you will, or overly strong, if you will, but I would rather deal with that than Nolan because even with an Akai, imagine Akai to Rizla. Like, you would have to deal with the burst from Nolan still damaging you, right? So, but before we go to Game 4, we are going to be throwing it once again to our insider, Odin, before the matchup starts.
Magandang hapon, and you are not in the land of Dawn. You are here at Smart All Access segment. Kasama ang ating cosplayer na walang iba kundi si Estes himself.
Hello, my friend.
In character. Gusto ko yung boses mo, ha? I like your look.
Medyo inipit lang.
Okay. nararamdaman ko na parang si Estes talaga yung katabi ko. And by the way, this is a representative from a World Cosplay Summit in 2022. Can you give us a brief background kung kailan ka nag-represent ng Philippines?
Year 2022. And nag-represent ako ng Philippines na ginanap sa World Competition sa Nagoya, Japan.
That's how great Estes is. At kasama natin sila ngayon dito sa Creators Corner para turuan kayo kung paano mag-cosplay. Estes, how do you feel about the game? Who do you think will win?
Siyempre, number 1 lagi, Blacklist ako.
Blacklist?
Go Blacklist!
Do you think ikaw yung buff ng Blacklist for this match?
Siyempre, the light is with you. Victory is ours.
Ano? Grabe ang strength ni Estes. Parang hindi lang siya pang support this time, ha? Meron siyang sariling kakayahan. Can you give us yung actions ni Estes?
Actually, may gusto akong gawin na perform pero yung pinaka-basic na lang niya kasi medyo baka lumakas yung buff. So medyo untian lang natin. Yung simpleng ganito lang.
Oh! Wow! Ladies and gentlemen, Estes Blacklist International Skin. Sobrang sakto kasi match din nila. Ang ganda ng armors mo. Ikaw gumawa nito?
Yes, actually medyo kinapos ako nung time. Kasi talagang kailangan. Gusto ko talaga siyang ipakita dito sa MPL. Dito sa...
Yung ears, did you make it?
Yes. Itong ears, medyo kinonfigure ko siya. Pre-made na siya pero kinonfigure ko lang, nilagyan ko ng contour along with my partner. So, ginawa na ng contour. And then the wig, medyo ginupit lang siya. And then design. Then siya na lang din yung partner ko na lang din ng ayos. Kasi ang hirap gumalaw pag naka-costume na eh. So, actually hindi ko nga abot. Medyo abot ko siya pero nahihirapan din akong gumalaw kasi with the armors. Ayan. Hindi naman siya mabigat pero kaya.
Yan ang matututunan nyo dito sa Creators Corner. Ilapit nga natin yan para makita yung details ni Estes. Wow! Look at that! Look at the details.
This is fully leather. Iba't ibang uri ng klase ng leather. And, ayan.
And of course, BLCK representing Blacklist International. We are so excited na makita pa kung anong ihahatid ng Creators Corner. Ano ba dapat namin abangan or dapat namin hindi ma-miss dito sa Community Hub?
Ayan, so first, dito sa aming Creators Hub, ayan, we're going to show tsaka magbibigay kami ng mga tips kung paano gumawa ng cosplay, paano mag-cosplay, and everything about the cosplay.
Yes, we are so excited to know more about cosplaying. Maraming salamat, Estes. Thank you so much. Ibabalik muna natin sa Land of Dawn, pero bago yan, ikaw na muna mag-throw. Sabi mo yung lies ni Estes.
Victory is ours. The light is with us.
Hello. Thank you so much, Odin, and also great to see the cosplayers out there. Again, I think we're going to see a ton of them throughout the course of these playoffs.
Yep.
There's a hero, obviously, we haven't seen in a while, right? The Estes has not come into play much at all. Maybe what? Did it come up in the regular season?
Once.
I was going to say, I think it was like once. It lost. There's just, obviously, better options out there for the roam right now. But we're still, we're still in the healer meta, you know?
Yeah. Most heroes that have some semblance of a heal and shielding is good. Because again, Angela is still a staple ban in the current metagame. I'm surprised if in the last game she waited up until the second phase. So maybe that's what both teams can play around with. And I don't know, to be fair, now that we're slowly easing back into the mood of Game 4 here, I don't know if I agree with banning the Nolan. I think it depends on what side you're on.
Okay, if you let the other team get it, Midnight, how do you make sure this lineup that you have can deal with the Nolan?
I was gonna answer it by proposing a question, like you proposed a thesis earlier.
Okay.
I'm proposing you a science experiment.
Okay.
And the question is, what do you call this? the hypothesis. Will the Kaja work? Where's the Kaja?
Where is Kaja these days? Yeah.
Right? I mean, I am mind-boggled that I haven't seen a Kaja out of Echo.
You're flummoxed.
Yeah, I'm
You're perplexed.
Perplexed.
You are miffed.
That's a better wording.
You
I'm
are
perplexed.
You are livid.
Yeah, you're flabbergasted at this point.
I like that one.
You know.
Whatever.
You said science, so I felt like we had to bring up the vocabulary.
I said science, not English.
Yeah.
You started this.
All right. Sorry.
But it's
My
true.
mistake.
And
Apologies.
Here's my question to your
Apologies,
question. Here's my question to your question.
All right. Why do we answer questions with questions?
Because that's where we're at.
All right.
Now. We're waiting for
it's a
game
meta
4.
thing. Okay, go ahead.
Maybe the Kaja just gets blown up by the
That's
Nolan.
not a question.
No, sorry.
Maybe the Kaja just gets blown up by the Nolan.
Question mark?
Is this how
maybe
scientists work?
Comma, a positive. It gets blown out. All right. I get where you're coming from.
I'm sure there's just a bunch of keyboard warriors now.
This is why I'm not.
That's not a question.
That's not proper linguistics.
That's not a hypothesis. You know what? Ask your guys.
Your
this at home.
hypothesis.
Yes. Ask yourself. How would you deal with the Nolan?
I'm sorry.
Kaja, Fredrin, Valir, Lilia, Faramis. I've mentioned a few. So.
Yo, I don't know so much about the Valir, bro.
Dude, I've played against a Valir as a Nolan.
No,
it sucks. I mean, you are able to remove that CC, but you're forced to use ultimate, aren't you?
To close the gap.
I mean, to sort of like get away from the searing torrent.
Yeah.
Like you have a lot of mobility,
but you will kill the Valir still.
But against good Valir players, it's hard to do that.
So
right?
now the question comes back to us, right? Presented by Coach Arcadia. Are they ready? Did JP practice the Valir roam?
I mean, put Yawi in. Then we'll see.
All right, you know what?
What if
Then
the
we'll
reason
see.
why we're taking a little bit longer here is because we might see a switch up?
Okay, you know what?
I'm zooming in on the players.
It's the dude with glasses that zooms into the stage.
Nah, it's still JP. It's
Okay.
still JP.
Okay, all right.
We're quite far from the
right.
stage.
I was hoping.
I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I didn't see who it was.
I was hoping that there was some mystery because again, all right, cool. Because Yawi was one
you
of
go.
Midnight's former players.
Yeah.
So I would have asked this question: Is you think your boy is in a prime mental state? You think that in this moment, right? We're going in game 4. They need to clutch it. They need to make it to game 5. Is this where Yawi comes in?
Honestly, if you're Echo and you're confident, you do it. If you're confident, that's the big asterisk. I drew a question mark, but I said asterisk. That's the big asterisk for Echo, if they are confident.
We offended the science community.
We love our punctuation.
Now
the English.
Now linguistics are matters.
Linguistics department.
And all the English teachers out
All
there.
right, who else do we offend?
And we are in the English broadcast.
Well, now we might even be offending some of the Orcas because we're like, wow, JP versus Yawi. You know what I mean? Like that whole debate.
Now looking back, I think I have offended some Nolan fans. It's not 09. It's 010.
Oh, it's 010.
Yeah. It came out in 2010 Inception
Now
in the
you're
Philippines.
offending some of the
Around July.
historian. It's not 010, it's just 10.
Sure.
Darn it.
The 10s.
We're just on a roll right now of offensive.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid to walk out of EVM now.
It's an offensive table.
I'm gonna need a bulletproof jacket and just 6 security details on me.
I'm gonna need me some Renegade Lolitas, like reflecting all the stuff being thrown at me.
It's all the offensiveness.
Now that we're looking back, I can't say anything to master the basics. I can't say anything to Blacklist, dude.
No.
It's
Can't.
just-
With the 1-1, yes, I would.
All right,
Okay.
I mean, I would try to bypass the the hate.
And the Lolita. And the
I
Lolita.
hate to see the 1-1 again, and the Lolita, just bodyguarding the 1-1. But after that, hey, I'm playing safe.
Okay, maybe I just
I'm
don't
playing safe.
understand, or maybe I don't like what I don't understand, because Dairoth is such a very specific hero.
Oh, you're going there, huh?
Yeah, no, it's just yesterday I was so miffed about the Dairoth, and here Edward just took it to me, man. He's just like, no, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna go to match point with this.
Well, let's see if it happens because now we are finally jumping into the draft. Again, match point here for Blacklist International.
Finally, something we can discuss where we would not offend anybody.
Are you sure?
I mean, we offended some Dairoth mains.
Wait, are they?
But that's about it.
All
Are they
3 of
actually
them, sure.
Yeah. All
Through
3
the
of
first
them.
phase?
I mean, 2 of them. Only 2 players played Dairoth.
Sure. Both of them in Indonesia.
Yeah. One in SG.
I personally don't know anyone here locally that
Dairoth?
just enjoys Dairoth. Yeah.
Nats enjoys Dairoth.
Nats?
Nats, yeah. Cram enjoys Dairoth.
A little too much.
Well, he did
a
enjoy it
little
yesterday.
too much. I personally just block it out.
All right, there you go. No
There's the
Nolans.
Fred.
And we have the Baksha
Fair
Fred
enough.
Valentina.
Fair.
Finally, a regular season draft.
This feels like it's we're going back to possibly the basics,
Yeah.
right?
That
At
is
least for now.
That is the Edith. I think are the best choices here for Echo. And maybe some Navarias from Sanji.
I miss Navaria.
Wow, that just made me realize Novaria has not, like, through how popular she was, she just has either been banned out or
alright.
taken out. But this is Rafaela and the Faramis here.
I like the Faramis. Rafaela not so much. In this,
Why so soon,
in
yeah?
this order. Yeah, why so soon, right? And now it does beg the question for Blacklist International, what marksman do you pick against this? Like a heavy sustain with a reset button in the form of the Nether Realm?
Claude used to be a thing, but...
Yeah, but you know,
You
it
think they
died.
just go Irithil again?
Irithil Denterizda, maybe? Xborg is also a thing.
Oh.
Bruno. Oh, all right. Bruno versus Baksha, it makes sense. Against Faramis, not so much. Now, you're... Okay. If Blacklist does not ban out the Yuzong, Sanford might just get it. It's a hot commodity in this game.
Give it a 40.
But it also begs the question, are you confident enough to pick it in front of a Valentina? But it also is overloading the Valentina because you have two spells to steal. The Black Dragon form and the Nether Realm.
Okay, you know what? I'd like to double down on it because if you pick up the Yuzhong, that kind of pulls out from your burst.
Yeah.
It fixes the whole situation for Echo because I remember game 1, they were very specific. They had almost zero burst.
Yep.
Did not work out. That's just not how Echo plays. So they need some semblance of burst.
Exactly. You need a burst here for Echo. And I think I heard the Yuzong ban. Blacklist International
They
on
know.
the right road.
They know.
They know that they needed the Yuzong here for the side of Echo. Now, Paquito should be the next rounds of ban for Blacklist International. And if that's the case, if they do ban out the Paquito...
Pain.
Okay, they didn't.
Nope, that's
a
the Brody.
ban. All right.
It's the Brody.
It's the anti-Faramis.
You know, I will say one thing about Blacklist International is one thing I've really liked about watching them this season, albeit they kind of struggled a little bit in the regular season, you know, from part to part, but I've liked this evolution of Blacklist International, right?
yeah.
Like, even showing what they drafted in the previous match, it's an evolution of the team as a whole.
There goes the Paquito.
There it is, the Paquito on the other side.
Got it through.
Blacklist
Paquito.
International got the Terizla, though.
Oh! Okay, classic Echo. Classic to get the carry.
But what
Against
about the
the-
Rafaela still? Like, now that you see the carry, you see the Paquito.
It's okay.
I like
It's okay
I
now.
like Packraft.
Yeah.
It's
I like
okay
it.
now.
I like it. Like Echo's early game is not so bad, and they have a huge window in mid game wherein they can just snowball over Blacklist. But one thing that they need to worry about is the amount of peel that Blacklist is going to be able to provide for the Bruno, especially considering that Renegade is yet to still pick a hero. I think Novaria still works here. Novaria Minotaur is wonderful for Blacklist International.
Oh, that's so good. Where is Minotaur in the playoffs?
Maybe we're about to see it.
I would have liked the Minotaur here for Echo, but then again, you know, Coach Tic Tac's a world champion for a reason, and I'm here at the desk, but... There it is!
I called it!
There it is.
It's finally a draft we can work on.
It's full on artillery, man.
It's so weird that that's like the last pick too.
Yeah.
From what we've seen, like what we've gone through in the regular season.
Full on artillery.
They've done this for the third time now.
Yeah.
This is the third time they've done it on the side of Blacklist International, and they have amazing ways of, you know, just getting these advantages against Echo.
Angela also snuffed here.
Yeah.
Snubbed.
IDC.
Nothing. Nothing. Where is she? BRB. BRB.
Where's the Irithil as well, right?
The Irithil?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
we
what
didn't see the
that's what I was saying. I was kind of assuming it would at least be picked up, but this is, if you will, once again, like you said, it's classic Echo. Like they would rather put the carry, right, on the hands of Benny Cutie rather than playing something like that because he's done an amazing job at, and he's one of the few people that likes to actually play carry.
It's low downtime, and it protects itself much better than Irithel.
Yep. And you're not warranted to pick up the Angela.
True.
Which again is nowhere to be found in Game 4. She wasn't invited.
They obviously have a game plan here, right? Especially with Rafaela, but we will be loading up in here. It's match point for Blacklist International against Echo here, and if they can close this out, this will be their first series win against Echo in an entire year as they move on, of course, and we'll be sending Echo down to the lower bracket.
All right, so looking at the what do I call it, the blueprint for both sides. Blacklist International, they're playing for the mid game, while Echo is looking to scale towards that late game. Early game, however, is a different story because both teams have good potential to just snowball.
Right.
It's just that Blacklist International has more kits around these mini objectives, which are the turtles and of course the Gold Lane Towers.
Yeah, also, milestone here achieved for Oheb. He surpassed Kill VJ and is now ranked 7th in the MPL here. The Filipino sniper.
Oh, the sniper surpassing the king.
The king.
All right.
He's not a king of Blacklist.
Nope, that's different. Oh, check this out. Blacklist, very aggressive, coming in, invading. Carl Teasy, now Sensui, caught out, dashing on through. No buff stolen.
All right, real quick. Break down the emblems here. Anything crazy besides all those quantum charges?
I mean, firmness on the carry. It's it's becoming a thing.
So
Like,
firm.
you play the carry as a tank in the early game because you're not really emblem dependent. You're really more of the item choices that you have, like the corrosion sights, the golden staff, the DHS, the wind talkers. You need all of that stuff, but you need to survive the early game, and you don't want to be building up, of the full antique Karas or the dominance eyes on the carry. You just want to go for the leg plates and then go straight for the corrosion sight.
Just a pair of pants, and then you go from there. Turtle already started up here, 2 minutes in. Very quick, moving, fast-paced fights here. Carl Teasy in too deep here, facing off against 3. Pops the Puissance. Turtle here at about a third of its health. Renegade throws out an Astral Recall. JP put it down to a third of his health this time around. Turtle gets reset.
Yeah, good back and forth here from both teams. Turtle gonna reset. Blitz, Sensui will start it up. Edward!
Boom! Edward with an animation cancel penalty zone, plus another realm coming in. Sensui with the help of an Appraiser's Rat takes the turtle, but Echo's not done. Big pull here from Santi. And Edward still survives. No dice as Blacklist walks away with a victory.
My goodness. Blacklist with the control from Renegade and Edward. Again, the commitment to just let Sensui take the turtle away from Carl Teasy. And these are the objective things that we were discussing earlier. Like Blacklist International has just more kits to utilize over Echo. Even though Echo does have the Rafaela to provide a sustain and the mobility, they just don't have that same catch that is that is being provided by the Terizla.
Yeah, again, I think one of the main things that you have here, obviously with the lineup for Echo, is that they have the sustainability, not just with the Rafaela, but of course the Netherrealm as well. Most likely, UA is taking that himself. But even from that first turtle fight, you already kind of get this picture. Like, all right, some of these fights, it's going to be a lot of back and forth. They're going to try to bait out some of these ultimates, some of these resources the best they can. But ultimately, it comes down to who executes it better with what they have, right? Blacklist International's lineup, though, especially as we scale into the game, they have the Novaria, right? The ability to whittle down people from far range without even being in a threatening range is an advantage that they could have. So Echo, once again, wants to play with the mobility that they have. They want to be able to maneuver around the map, and I think that's why it's also crucial that they find things early on if they can.
Energy Eruption coming in from Sensui, but neither side wants this fight. About 30 seconds until the next turtle.
Yeah, it's interesting that Blacklist International really picked up the Novaria in front of the Rafaela. It's considered a soft counter because you just mitigate the damage output and the poke coming out from the Novaria. But Blacklist International has already done this in the regular season wherein they picked up the Novaria against the Rafaela and they utilized it in a way that is just providing vision and control during the fights. Renegade picking up the Ice Queen wand, which is something that I want to see in this game. Will allow more control for Blacklist International to deal with the Rafaela and the Faramis playing in the team fights.
Big ults missing from Echo here. Blacklist gonna oblige. Penalty zone from Edward coming in. Renegade with an Astral Echo, forcing out a flicker from the Hitman. And there's an early Netherrealm from the Agents. And now Sanji coming in with the pull. Turtle gonna get reset. Yue put down to a third of his health. Now just a 10th. And there's not enough damage. JP barely alive. And he gets popped here. First blood drawn by Agent Zero.
Yeah, revenge strike, got him. All right, so now with that on the board, Blacklist International, but Echo, are they going to get this, or is Sensui going to try to do something about it?
Oh, almost! Renegade throws out a recall. No one home. That's a turtle apiece. Echo scores.
Blacklist International still playing into that mid-game timing. They are getting the resources that they need, leading by a small margin of goal, but again, Echo is really looking forward to scale into that late game. So Blacklist International, if they want to make some pressure, some movements, it should be between the 6 to 8 minute mark, wherein the towers are really vulnerable against the Bruno.
Yeah, and the only thing they obviously are lacking, especially in those fights that are happening around the turtle, because really that's where all the action is right now. You're seeing it, right? They have sustainability, but they don't quite have the damage yet. Now that things have kind of gotten to this point, the turtle will be up here too. You saw the lane swaps going on too for Blacklist International, now eyeing that tier 1 on the top side. It's going to be up to Echo to be able to actually contest some of these, right? Sensui, though.
Spends his retribution. JP again, down to a fraction of his health. Gets hit with a recall. Now Sanford also very low, but they are going to push the advantage here. In too deep. The Poisson spent in by Carl Teasy. Watch Edwards still has a penalty zone. Echo push out Blacklist, but they will continue to push in.
Okay, they should be able to just heal back up here. Of course, BennyQt still going to plant himself there on the bottom side. Looks like he wants to possibly rotate up here for the fight. They know there's so much focus from Blacklist International right now for this turret.
Oh, Oheb forcing the issue. Finally gets the push. That's a top lane tier 1 going down.
I mean, if you're Echo, you're all right with what happened, because BennyQt was able to get a lot of farm on the bottom lane, and the pressure was also sort of like mitigated from Blacklist International. But then again, you have to sort of like reinforce this defense in the mid game, wherein Blacklist International will be strong around its Bruno. Yeah. Berserker's Fury is already now out for the Bruno.
I was going to say, when you just said strong Bruno, that Berserker's Fury will allow him to be there. In this part, especially now, it's going to break out. Still, BennyQt on the bottom side, so they don't have him for this fight.
It's a 4v5 penalty zone spent in by Edward. Turtle here, very low. Out of retribution range, but just yet. And now comes UA using another realm. Carl Teasy, the young goat steals away the turtle. Now Blacklist thinking twice. Should we not? They back off. Echo scores the final turtle of game number 4, and BennyQt pushes.
They're winning the macro battle here for Echo, getting the turtle for Carl Teasy, and also a tower for BennyQt. Again, do keep in mind, Echo is looking to play to scale. Blacklist International, this is their timing. This is where they want to fight, but they're losing out on these micro objectives.
Yeah, right now, this is just a display of the macro game from Echo, right? And all this, it's allowing BennyQt to farm up. He is still, relatively hanging here with Oheb, but we do know that the carry takes a little bit more time. Already has that golden snap, has that corrosive scythe. So is BennyQt where he needs to be, Midnight, in terms of that first Lord fight that's coming up in just about a minute or so?
I think he needs a win of nature to be able to sustain against both Edward and Oheb.
And even Sensui.
Yeah. Some small, defense capability will help the carry, because he's not the main priority target here. It's always going to be Carl Teasy during the Lord takes. But it does help if Echo is able to just not look at the Lord and force the 5v5 against Blacklist International. And that starts if BennyQt is confident enough to step forward against these heroes on the side of Blacklist.
I know this is a very, in terms of minutes, this is very far in the future, but with BennyQt playing the carry here, and the fact that they have a Rafaela, something that Blacklist International has to be careful for later is the split push, right? The backdoor maneuver that Echo has done so many times, especially with these heroes. So even with that, you got to buy some time for BennyQt, farm up, maybe the Wind of Nature, get a little bit of that defensiveness for him. Sanford even here picking up that Athena shield that'll help them deal with this kind of onslaught from Blacklist International right now, although Echo still holds a very minor lead when it comes to the actual team fights, right? The way that they approach them still has to be knowledgeable, at least careful of what Blacklist International can throw at them, especially the fact that pretty much both gold laners at this point have just farmed up. They haven't done too much just yet.
Talking about split, look at bottom lane. Like the Paquito is just handling the bottom lane by himself. Carl!
Watch out. I think Blacklist is just forcing out another realm.
It hurts.
This may be too expensive as Blacklist looks to blitz the Lord. Look at Carl Teasy.
Edward.
Sanji and JP, they know that they have to rush it. Can he come in? Lord scored here by Blacklist. And it's free. Blacklist claps back. Oh, wait. Look at this. From the flank, BennyQt in Sanford. NetherRealm scored by Blacklist. UA pops it. Oh, wow.
They were happy. They were happy.
Macro battle here. Blacklist's turn.
Yeah, Blacklist again, they were happy with that Lord take. They didn't want to force the 5v5 engagement against Echo. They want to be able to utilize this Lord that is coming onto the bottom lane. Remember, you have a Bruno. You just need to be able to position yourself in this bottom part of the jungle. But Echo, they know that for a fact. That's why all 4 heroes that are able to fight are placed in this part of the map. Even Sanford is going to reinforce this defense coming out from Echo.
Yeah, again, first Lord being drawn here for Blacklist International. They're going to push down the bot here. What does Echo do?
They're looking to crash in. Penalty zone from Edward. The response, the re-engage. And Edward about to get popped here. NetherRealm coming in from Sanji.
Oh, you win.
Health goes down. Sensui right in the middle. Big bonk. Appraiser's Wrath. Is it his turn to turn? Nope. It's going to be no dice as they both back off.
So again, look at these team fights unfolding, right? Echo, as they farmed up for BennyCutie, it's very difficult for them to actually get to convert some of these kills when they're low. You know, this is, guys, we're 11 and a half minutes in. There's 1 kill on the board.
That's the lowest I think we've seen since the regular season. Because I think the longest we've gone so far without a kill that happened regular season was 12 minutes in.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Sanford coming through. That bush, penalty zone, knocking up 3. Edward, he's feeling himself. JP very low. He goes down. Sensui gets the kill.
The run down.
And now Karl'Tzy does not have the puissance, but it seems like Blacklist is going to be backing off.
Yeah.
Already big lead for Blacklist despite only getting 2 kills.
No HP, no HIB. And again, what they want is just the objectives. They just want to be able to choke out the resources away from Echo. You don't need to win 5v5 engagements. If you are able to push down these towers for the next 3 or 4 minutes, you will get a net positive result in terms of gold lead, and that just means that BennyCutie will not be able to walk outside base, split, and get some farm because Blacklist International will be standing inside the jungle of Echo, just, you know, removing the farm away from Karl'Tzy and BennyCutie.
Approaching the 13-minute mark here. Lord spawning in about 30 seconds. I have a question to present to you, gentlemen, because
another question. All
I
right.
think Echo here, you have to ask him, specifically BennyCutie, are we there yet? Is he ready? Just like the film starring Ice Cube, 2005, are we there yet?
Wow, you had to dig deep, huh? Well,
he probably looked that one up.
Okay, here's the thing.
The knowledge bank.
BennyCutie,
you'll never know.
Where he is at right now is already a carry. He's already a carry.
He's real.
But the thing is, you also have to consider the way that they execute these fights, because as a carry, you also have a problem of you just stealing the NetherRealm. And then you also have to wait 1.7 seconds before you start dealing damage.
Oh,
it worked!
Fight starting up. Penalty zone spent on 2. US still has his NetherRealm, and that's Sanji spending his. Look at this, Echo going in too deep.
Oh, the hold!
8-4 carry. BennyCutie's here. Lord still out of retry range. Sanford barely alive. Karl'Tzy takes the Lord from the back. Yue is slain. Now BennyCutie coming in. Sensui, energy eruption. He erupts himself. The storm is here. Flickering on through. And now it's Edward's turn to get his triple kill for BennyCutie.
You asked the question, Leo. And there it is. That's the answer. The triple kill, the carry is carry.
The storm is brewing for Echo. And now we feel the damage, we feel the DPS, the shred of BennyCutie. And Blacklist International, I just want to say, Reggie kind of messed up that Lord dance for Sensui. The Star Shutter hit the Lord, and Karl'Tzy was quick enough with the retribution timing.
Oh, look at the rubber banding effect as Oheb gets clapped here. Echo are in your face, they're in your base, and they're threatening the end. Karl'Tzy gets punished. All right, here we go. Blacklist showing their teeth. Thou shalt not push, not so quick as Echo skedaddle.
Okay, they defend, but that was really close to possibly ending here. Echo now just full-on swinging the gold in their favor as well. We're going to take a look at the replay. This is exactly what we're talking about. The shot from Renegade brings it down.
Oh, it messed up the timing.
Gets the timing. That is tough. And then they get collapsed on in the triple kill for BennyCutie here. So they're going to have to, basically they're paying the price now for this because momentum swings heavily in favor of Echo. BennyCutie fully buffed up where he needs to be item-wise and everything else. And now they'll play around that. It only took them, 14 minutes to get there.
No big.
No biggie.
I mean, it's no biggie if you're able to play like this. Like Echo now has full control of the map. Even though as I say that they're not in the jungle of Blacklist International, you still have to consider that there is a Novaria on the side of Blacklist. It's not so easy for Echo to sort of like establish this map control because of the vision that is being given by Renegade. So there is that semblance of hope for Blacklist International. You're not essentially crumbling in terms of farm and resources because you are able to cover some, some parts of your map because of the Astral Echo.
That's right. I'd like to echo that.
It's funny because it's Astral Echo, but you're Black
right?
International.
And yeah, no, I'm about to say the same thing again. The
Sorry.
fact that this is a 4K gold lead at 16 minutes, it's a small 4K gold lead.
Yeah. Honestly, even with that, at the way the game has gone, for the majority of it, Blacklist International is still in actually a good position to fight toe-to-toe with Echo. So really what it comes down to now, even with this situation, is can Blacklist International be the ones to get those ultimates out from Echo first, right? Especially as we get to these Lord fights in about 20 seconds here. One, is it UA, does he also take the Netherrealm, right? Which team uses that first, which team utilizes that first, but then getting through that sustainability with the Rafaela across from you. So you're fighting sustainability, obviously, with poke, with range, when you have the Novaria, a little bit of a vision advantage as well. But that's kind of the thing that Blacklist International has to solve here, and that's exactly why Echo will be confident enough to go ahead and start this dance up.
Yeah, no, this is a no-go. This is a no-go. If you're Echo, you're dancing with two left feet. You have an Astral Echo on you, and now it gets reset. Okay.
Okay, they're going to go back and forth. Once again, Edward, though.
Penalty zone, plus the Lord with a knock-up. Edward gets slain. Benny Cutie. And now they go for it. Another realm from Sanji. Blacklist effectively evicted out of the jungle. And now Echo scores another Lord. And now Sanji comes with a pull. Oheb goes down. Traded out for Sanford, though. Look at this. Echo coming in from the back. And they are going to sandwich Renegade, Sensui, and Yue. And now Sensui. Oh, he gets taken out here. Blacklist are dispersed here.
I think that's it.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to defend against this. UA, Renegade. UA's probably going to go down. Of course, being chased down.
Mid-lane Magician playing with fate. Takes down Sanji. Wins the 2v1. Now Carl Teasy looking to end this. Looking to buy time. And Edward and Renegade.
Oh my God,
first. The Bataan boy connection keeping Blacklist
UA's
in
still
it.
alive?
UA, my goodness.
He is. Oh, but not for long here.
Okay, he's
You say that. No mana.
One more.
No mana. All right, there goes a punch.
Hey, you got to give it up to Blacklist International buying enough time here with that situation. Yes, they still got to deal with the Lord. They've got 30 seconds for UA to be up. It's 4 members. Can they defend against this? Lord pushes it.
4v5. This is a Luminous Lord. It's big.
There goes the
and
slow.
there's a lot of damage coming in. Netherrealm forced out. Edward with penalty zone, but he goes down. Now a 3v5 defense. Sensui very low. Gets popped his immortality. And now the Lord gonna get taken care of. Sanji goes down. There's a wave in mid. Carl Teasy goes. Oheb still alive. Little Hitman goes back. Flicker's gone through. Watch the wave. Watch the base. And now Cutie gets his immortality pop. And he's fighting back.
No way!
Hitman is still here. Blacklist loses all of their inhibitors, but they effectively win the defense. Blacklist still in this. Echo crumbling.
How did they just defend against us? Yes, Sanji's up because of the passive, but Blacklist International gonna run it down mid here in an amazing defense.
You gotta come in, Edward, man. The penalty zone kept every single one on the side of Echo outside the range of the base. They were not able to utilize the Lord.
All right, watch out. Carl TZ coming in. Sanford as well, an early Netherrealm, keeping them alive, clearing the waves. But Oheb here.
Cutie in 3.
Taking down Sanji. Here comes Sanford. They're going to need to punch every single minion, every single wave here. And just like that, Blacklist International are headed on to the upper bracket finals.
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And they do it. They break their own streak against Echo. They get the win in the series, heading to the upper bracket. Wow.
Blacks International's first series win against Echo, putting them but one BO5 away from the big one. One series win away from the M5 World Championships.
Just got to soak it in there.
Yeah. Let me just say, they had to play the last fight perfectly, and perfectly they did execute that defense. That penalty zone, it looked like a feed from the Terizda. He was shredded as quick as, you know, as the series started and ended from the carry. But it was what Blacklist needed. It kept Echo outside the base of Blacklist International, and the micro, both from Renegade and Oheb, was phenomenal. That defense couldn't be better in any variation or universe you go to.
Renegade was playing the hero that he needed to play in that very moment. Yeah. If that was anything but a Novaria, if that was a setter tank, if that was a healer support, would not have happened the way it did.
We pointed out what he did to the Lord earlier on.
Yeah.
That just, again, made up for it entirely.
Compensated for it.
Compensated it.
Yeah, more than...
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
The combo was disgusting. Penalty zone into the Astral Echo. You cannot walk outside of that.
This is the different Blacklist International that people needed to see. So, again, congratulations to them. We're going to be thrown over on stage for the winning interview with Mara Aquino.
Thank you, casters. Once again, everybody, let's give a round of applause to Blacklist International. For this one, kailangan kong ibigay yung mic kay Rani J because sa iyong MPL career, this is the furthest that you've gone so far. You are now top 3 upper bracket finals and 1 win away from representing the country sa M5 World Championship. Ano yung ngayon? Yung tumatakbo sa isip mo? Anong nararamdaman mo? What's happening with you right now?
Syempre po, masayang-masaya ako. Pero hindi pa po ako satisfied kasi alam kong mas kaya pa namin sana eh. Mas kaya namin mag-finals or pumasok sa M5. Pero yun, dahil third place ko, syempre, proud ako sa sarili ko. Tsaka yung mga pinaghirapan namin simula ng regular season na yun, unti-unti na kaming nagbubunga.
Pagkatapos mo tinanggal yung headset mo, anong unang sinabi mo?
Nakalimutan ko na po eh.
Ano yung unang naramdaman mo nun?
Siyempre po masaya kasi ang tagal na rin po namin na hindi sila nagtatalo yung yung Echo ng Blacklist. So para sa akin sobrang sarap sa feeling kasi kami nakatalo. Kami
Sensui, ikaw din actually gusto ko malaman to from you. Just like Rani J, ikaw din. This is the furthest so far. And it's not over yet. Kahapon, napaka-emotional mo. And today, again, one step away na ma-represent mo ang ating country.
Siyempre po, nung una po, sobrang saya kasi parang nagpe-pay off na po yung hard work po namin 5 eh. Kaya yun po.
And you're doing so well, Sensui, talaga. Gumanda talaga yung career mo, lalo na pagkapasok mo sa Blacklist International. Anong ganap dyan, Oheb? Oheb, anong ganap?
Wala.
Kwento!
Dinidiscuss lang namin yung mga mali namin kanina.
Ay, kaagad-agad! Kaagad-agad dahil hindi pa tayo tapos. Eto, gusto ko lang malaman kasi the last time na natalo nyo ang Echo sa isang game was, I believe, Season 11. I believe, Season 11 pa yun, di ba? And the last time natalo nyo sila sa buong serye, sa MPL to, not including sa S10 pa, exactly. Season 10 pa. Now, you were able to beat a team that once dominated this league ngayong season. How were you able to do that?
Sobrang nag-focus talaga kami ng sobra kasi para sa amin sobrang laking bagay din na natalo namin yung Echo na paulit-ulit kaming tinatalo sa lahat ng mga tournaments. Tsaka sobrang laking tulong nito sa confidence namin tsaka momentum namin sa upcoming matches namin. Sobrang saya naming lahat.
That's right. Actually, ito gusto ko malaman, Coach Master the Basics. Etong
panalo na to, syempre tumaas yung confidence. How do you think from your observation, kasi syempre pag may isang koponan na lagi ko yung tinatalo, mag-iiba talaga yung mindset ng inyong manglalaro. Now, from this win, how do you think this will change their attitude, their morale, their perspective, moving on papunta sa ating championship?
Tingin ko yung confidence tataas, pero ang mindset kasi namin hindi kami pwedeng maging sobrang confident. Kailangan malaro pa rin namin yung laro namin. Yun yung priority.
At ngayon sasabihin na natin kung sino nga ba ang talagang naglaro ng laro. We're gonna announce the match MVP. Let me hear it from you guys. Sabi ni Oheb, lahat kami. All right, let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Oheb! Oheb, top 3 na kayo. And you were able to come back dito sa ating MPLs this season 12. What is the meaning of this para sa'yo that you're so close to once again representing the country?
Gusto ko yung patunayan yung sarili ko din kasi lahat na lang ng MPL season ko nung mga nakaraan, puro ako yung parang pinapatamaan ng mga tao na hindi daw nag-step up or hindi na daw magaling marunong ganun. Kaya gusto ko lang patunayan ngayon na ito ako, nagbatak ulit ako, nag-practice talaga ako para sa season na to kasi lahat kami, gusto namin patunayan ng mga sarili namin, lahat kami. Yan, gusto namin patunayan na malakas pa rin kaming lahat kami. Buong team namin.
Oheb is teary-eyed right now. Once again, everybody, let's give a round of applause to Blacklist International. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Blacklist International. Ngayon, nasa ating top 3, one step away from securing that M5 World Championship slot to represent the country. Hihimayin natin ang ating laban. Babalikan na natin ang ating analyst. Pasok.
Thank you, Mara, and congratulations, Agents and Blacklist International. You are gonna go to the upper bracket finals, and you finally get that series victory over Echo. What a game! And just like last night, yesterday, going up against Onyx, a crazy ending to a game number 4, but this time around, it's Blacklist who gets the W. Now, we know Coach RKJ, you're going to be seeing more of him later, so it's just going to be me. But he mentioned something behind the scenes. He said, if Echo win this game, sobrang galing nila. Because the draft here for Echo, so difficult to pull off to what Blacklist International showed off. Of course, they gave the Comfort Valentina for Yue and then the Novaria for Renege. They built up all these tools that do a couple things really well. One, they pressure the boxer really well in the objective team fights. That's why you see Edward, lagi siya nagko-commit ng kanyang penalty zone every time they see the boxer. And that way, they get to force out ultimates or healing, specifically from the Rafaela or the Netherrealm of the Faramis. But with everything having so much dive for Blacklist International, they can just go forward and apply pressure. That allows Oheb to shine, who becomes the MVP of this game. And one of the biggest reasons why he became the MVP here is, he just played really well with the lineup that was crafted to not only disrupt the objective team fighting of Blacklist International, but allow the Bruno to shine, but also that very crucial defense, which we'll talk more about pag nakita na natin sa ating recap and highlights of that previous game. Now, Echo, again, they kept things close, but this is such a very difficult lineup to make work. On behalf of Coach Arcadia, this is what he said. One of the few ways Echo would win this game is this, with either a retribution dual win from Carl TZ, punish a mistake, and then at the same time, a flank from Benny QT. He literally said that right before that Lord fight happened. He called it and it happened. It got to the point where it was this. Echo, again, one of the teams that fall to this kind of ending sometimes. Masyado silang greedy or excited tapusin yung laban at key moments, not realizing that meron pa rin mga capability yung kalaban nila na maka-wave clear at maka-depensa. But you have to commend Echo really here, how they fought this with Blacklist International finding a way to control the game to the point where mukha nang parang imposible na makalord dito yung Echo, but they found mistakes to punish. They found opportunities to say, hey, we can find a little bit more positioning and advantage pagdating sa Lord, but then when it came to the crucial defense, OHEB, and I really want to commend here, Renegade did so well para makapag-wave clear and para makapag-damage, maximizing the ability kits that they have. Yung Star Shatter galing sa Novaria and the Astral Meteor para makapag-wave clear kagad. And of course, OHEB being able to position really well, stay alive. You saw their Echo. Hinahanap talaga nila sa OHEB dun sa huling attempt para tapusin yung laban, but they couldn't get to him, and it got to the point where it just ended in a one-way down the mid, and the Agents erupt with joy as they go into the upper bracket finals. Now, we've talked a lot about Sensui, especially leading up to Mpl-Philippines Season 12. Kung pinapakinggan nyo, talaga kami yung cast namin, especially in Season 10, Season 11, and leading up to S12, we've always really touted him as someone who is up there with Carl Tizzy, with Wise in terms of being able to jungle really, really well. And Sensui says, I'm gonna make a name for myself, and he has solidified that this season. He did it last season as being one of the best Retribution junglers, and now he's doing it, filling the shoes very well and playing so well with Blacklist International, as you saw there in the jungling pattern and his heat map, controlling it so that Echo wouldn't be able to find a lot of opportunities. But then again, they did. There is a trend dito sa Mpl-Philippines Season 12 actually, kung saan hindi masyado maganda yung win rate ng combination of the Faramis and then the carry. Now, carry has fallen off out of favor somewhat. Meron pa din mga teams talaga na hinabol si carry because of the late game strength that you can get out of that hero, and it will really match the late game strength of a Bruno so well, especially with the lineup na binuo dito ng Echo. Meron din naman silang lineup na katulad ng lineup ng Blacklist, magaling din yung mga pyesa binigay nila para kay Benny QT so that he can shine, para maganda yung space sa kanya, so that he has sustainability. Again, you have 3 chances to be able to survive. You have the Holy Healing, binibigay ng Rafaela para makapag-reposition and get even closer so that he doesn't have to dash forward. You have the Nether Realm ng isang Faramis para, alam naman natin ano ginagawa ng ultimate ng Faramis eh. And then of course, he has his own Flicker as well. So it was another almost near classic performance from Bagyong Benny with how he was able to gank in that key Lord fight kung saan nakuha ni Carl TG and Echo yung Lord to the point where Blacklist International had their backs against the wall. Now, looking at the stats here, and to add to the idea really of how much impact OHEB and Renegade had in this specific game, the ace of the game, highest damage dealt, is actually OHEB, and then the wingman with all the assists provided by Renegade. Another thing Coach Arcadia wanted to point out was that Renegade, such a flexible roamer, at sobrang fan siya sa paglaro ni Renegade ng isang Novaria dahil parang halos lahat ng abilities ginagamit niya sulit. Almost all the time, the information was just non-stop being provided by Renegade. He was dealing damage with the Star Shatters. So that was the points that Coach Arcadia wanted to make if he were here on this stand with me. And that is the end of the El Clasico, maybe for now. Echo will go through the lower bracket, losing in the first round, katulad lang nangyari sa Mpl-Philippines Season 11 Playoffs, while the Agents can breathe a little bit lighter. That's it for the series. Thank you so much for joining us here with this series, with us on the analysis stand. And on behalf of Coach Arcadia, my name is Reptar. We'll throw you on over to Hans now with the M-Vibe check.
Thanks again, Reptar, and don't worry about it because I got Coach Arcadia here, and gaya na nabanggit niya kanina, we are witnessing an immense amount of series na Na-analyze mo din kanina and super helpful ng mga naging insights mo together with the resident analyst na si Reptar. Going up against, Echo and Blacklist International para sa pinakaunang serye ng araw na ito. At kung sino man ang dalawang mapipili natin dahil 4 na teams pa ang natitira ay tsak makakapasok sa M World Championship. Kaya naman, you're very familiar with the Malaysian MLBB scene.
Yes.
And he is the best person to talk about in terms of our featured team right now, which is none other than the Homeboys. Homeboys, this is the first time in, I believe, 7 seasons na nakarating sila sa championship, nakarating sila sa World Championship. So, ano ba, meron bang pagkakaiba or changes sa Malaysian MLBB scene compared sa dito mismo sa Pilipinas?
Sa totoo lang, siguro when it comes to game style or play style, medyo similar na rin when it comes to PH or other regions. Pero sa draft, medyo may siguro mga minor changes doon. Meron silang mga heroes doon na pinaprioritize nila. Pero dito sa PH, hindi na masyadong pinaprioritize.
Alright, I see it. Especially doon, sa mga picks na meron tayo, right? It's 37, wherein dito, minsan makikita natin around 35. So, merong mga picks na talagang lumulusot na we don't usually see, right? So, you're absolutely right with that one. And again, eto yon. Ito yung mga picks na meron tayo. And I have to say, somewhat similar yung iba. Pero meron akong isang nakikita, yung Hellcurt na dati. Nandito rin yan sa atin, di ba? Pero hindi na siya gaanong na-highlight as much right now. Very conditional. What about Homeboys? Sino ba dyan yung dapat na titigan ng mga Pilipino once na dumating sila dito sa Pilipinas?
Siguro para sa akin, yung dapat nila abangan si Zorn. Si Zorn matagal na player talaga to sa ML scene. Actually, kasali rin siya before dun sa MSC, yung unang-unang MSC pa. And then, last season, nag-perform well rin siya sa MPL Malaysia. So I think going to the M5, he might show something good also.
Alright, internationally speaking, MSC na ilista niya yan. And actually, nakarating din sila ng finals nung SEA Games. Nung nakalaban naman nila ang ating Team Seaball na nirepresenta din ang kanilang bansa right over at Malaysia. And sobrang naging insightful yun. Kasi kung titignan mo na mabuti, that could give you a little bit more in terms of yung play style talaga. Kasi aggressive si Zorn, di ba? And so is Homeboys. Yun yung nabanggit mo kanina, very aggressive ang playstyle ng MY.
Yes, si Homeboys, feel ko pwede siya mahalin tulad sa Echo playstyle. Kasi si Homeboys, sila yung tipong sobrang aggressive nila sa turtle fight. Sobrang sync nila with each other. Lagi nagko-connect yung mga skills nila. And yung heroes talaga na kino-compose nila is for turtle fight.
Alright, aggressiveness, playstyle to the max na makikita natin mula sa MPL-MY champions na Homeboys. Kaya huwag niyong palalagpasin yan kasi darating sila sa M5 World Championship. Again, Coach Ark, maraming salamat for your insight. This was a major breakthrough para malaman natin kung sino ba ang ibang mga kupunan na darating dito sa Pilipinas. Pero before anything else, the second series, the final one of the day is gonna be between RSG Philippines kontra sa APBR. Kaya naman huwag kayong aalis dahil maghaharap sila maya-maya. Magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 12.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Zero 35G, 4K ultra clear front vlog phone. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Pi Channel. And EVM Convention Center. Experience the Mpl-Ph Season 12 Playoffs action live at EVM Convention Center. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to bit.ly/S12 Playoffs tickets for more details. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Baka di lang niwalang kaya ko mag-jungle. Ganyan din naman sabi nila nung nag-gold lane ako, nag-change role ako. Papakita ko na sa kanila. Sa mga player naman, wala akong kinakatakutan na kahit sino. Dapat sila yung matakot sa akin.
Tingin ko yung pinakamalakas sa jungler ngayong season is si Carl TC pa rin. Napaka-flexible ng mga heroes na kaya niyang gamitin. Kaya niya mag-utility, kaya niya mag-assassin. Saka yung mga decision making niya on point, lalo na sa mga objective taking.
Nadadali niya na rin lahat ng players dahil sa tapang niya maglaro ganun. Sobrang aggressive niya na may halong play safe.
Feeling ko bumibelo pa lang yun eh. Tsaka gigil pa rin yun hanggang ngayon nakunin yung back-to-back na World Championship.
Yung top 3 junglers ko po ngayong season is, yung top 1 ko po si Carl TC, top 2 ko po si Kyle TC, top 3 ko po si Iran.
Top 1 ko is Irad, top 2 ko Carl, top 3 ko Saida.
Top 1 ko si Carl TC pa rin. Top 2 ko si Kyle TC. Top 3 ko si King Kong siguro. Sa tingin ko yung pinakamalakas na jungler ngayon si Carl TC. Siguro yung top 2 ko sa jungler Kyle TC. Top 3 ko si King Kong.
Top 1 si Carl TZ. Top 2 Kyle TZ. Top 3 Irad. Top 3 jungler ko this season is si Carl TZ, Irad, and Kyle TZ.
Number 1 ako, number 2 si Kyle TZ, number 3 si Irad.
Lamang ni Irad kay Carl, pag-aasasin ni Irad.
Sa tingin ko yung pinakamahina at saka kailangan pa mag-improve na jungle si Sensui kasi parang hindi ako part yung mga assassin hero kasi parang hindi yan nagagamit sa MPL kahit isang beses ata hindi siya nag-assassin puro tank jungle lang siya. Kay Sensui siguro patasin niya yung hero pool niya kasi hindi naman lagi na ganun at ganun yung role na hero na gagamitin niya.
Tingin ko mas mahirap ako talunin sa tank sa assassin kasi yung tank kasi more on objectives dun kami naglalaro ganun yung playstyle namin.
Sa tingin ko yung kahinaan ni Carl TC yung ipoforce mo siya mag-assassin heroes. Alam naman natin na hindi masyado comfort yung assassin heroes dahil sa lagi siyang tank jungle.
Siguro yung kinalaman ko po kay Ryzen yung pagkuha po ng objective sa kasama macro po sa team fights.
Tingin ko yung kailangan improve na player ngayon si Ryzen kasi siya yung ko hindi nag-step up sa team nila.
Feeling ko kailangan pa mag-improve is si Sensui. Maliit lang yung hero pool niya eh. Kaya niya lang gamitin ngayon mga tank utility.
Para sa akin po yung jungler na kailangan ng mas madami pang improvement is si Kellera. Kasi hindi ko po siya maramdaman eh. Tapos wala pa sa kalahati ko.
Kahit bago akong jungler, kaya ko patunayan sa inyo na magiging malakas ako ng jungler.
Siguro po this season pag nakatapat ko si Irad, tatulunin ko po siya tulad ng pagtalo ko sa kanya dati.
Tingin ko kaya ako nasama ni Carl sa top 3 niya. Siguro nung nalagpasan ko yung debut game ko. Kasi nung debut game ko hindi masyado maganda yung laro ko eh. Pero nung sa playoffs nagkatapat kami, nasasabayan ko naman siya.
Yung reason kaya ako lamang sa ibang jungler kasi ang aggressive ko maglaro tapos calculated yung mga risk na tinitake ko. Siguro kaya ako pinakamalakas kasi ako yung pinakamadaming achievements sa kanila.
Warriors, their stories linger on through time. We remember them as heroes, but every hero's journey has a beginning.
So much emotion surrounding esports and to build up the story of the entire year.
As tribulations are met, they grow ever stronger. In adversity, their greatness is shown throughout the ages. Introducing M-Series 5th Anniversary Greatest 10 Players. The nominees will be revealed from October 4th to October 28th, and the launch of the voting page will be from November 4th till December 7th on social media. The winners will be announced on the M-Series 5th Anniversary Awards Ceremony. Live on December 17th, broadcasting on your favorite platforms. See you there.
This will signify the boundless potential of our country and a reminder that through collaborations and partnership, we can be able to achieve many things. The future of esports, and we will continue to be part of esports and include it as part of our tourism portfolios in our country. Let's love Mobile Legends, but more importantly, let's love the Philippines. Daghang salamat. Thank you.
Let's give a moment for our representatives to sign the agreement. Again, it is now official. Hashtag MLBBM5 this December in the Philippines. And now, we're also giving out our token of appreciation to our dear guest.
Effective pa nga ba ang Pinoy meta? Ang mga Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling dodominahin ang mga ranked games at pro scene sa loob at labas ng bansa? Ngayong araw, alamin natin kung paano ginagawa ng Mpl-Ph teams ang isa sa mga pinaka nakakagulat na strategy sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Ito, ang split push. Ano nga ba ang split push strat na ito at bakit dapat natin itong matutunan? Ang split pushing strat ay isang in-game tactic kung saan ang isa o dalawang miyembro ng team ay minamaximize ang ongoing clashes o agawan ng main objectives para makasalisi sa enemy base at mabilisang tapusin ang laban. Layunin ng strat na ito na sabay-sabay na magbigay ng pressure mula sa iba't ibang bahagi ng mapa para malito ang kalaban at mas madaling makuha ang mga game objectives at kung maari tapusin ang laro. Ito ay nakafocus sa mga macro plays kung saan sinisira nito ang orihinal na rotation o plano ng kalaban at pinagre-react na lamang nito ang katunggali para sumunod ito sa gustong mangyari sa team. Nagsisimula o ginagawa ang tactic na ito kapag nasa mid to late game na ang labanan, kung saan mas madali na para sa mga certain heroes na i-clear ang mga waves at tumiretso sa enemy base. Para magawa ito, kailangan may malaking objective o teamfight ang mangyari, habang ang isa o dalawang member ng team ay sinasamantala ang clash para basagin ang turrets papunta sa base ng kalaban. Dapat hintayin na maging busy ang kalaban para hindi agad makapag-react bago simulan ang tactic na ito. Kung magbabak ang kalaban, tiyak na makukuha ng team ang isa sa main objective ng game. Ngunit kung mag-decide man sila na hindi mag-react sa play na ito, tiyak na tatalunin sila ng ganitong strategy. Pero hindi lahat ng heroes ay kayang makagawa nito. Ang hero na dapat mag-split push ay dapat may kakayahang tumakas kapag kinakailangan, kayang manalo sa mga 1v1 na labanan kapag may nag-respond na hero para ipigilan ng split push, at 3, mabilis na makapag-clear ng wave. Kaya naman ang pinakabagay na hero sa playstyle na ito ay sina Hayabusa, Fanny at Ling. Habang sina Moskov, Beatrix, Kari, Bruno at saka si Claude para sa mga marksmen. Ang mga heroes na ito ay mabilis makapag-clear, makapag-apply ng pressure sa kalaban at makatakas kung kinakailangan. Pero kailangan rin ng matibay na frontline heroes tulad ng tank at fighter para masustain ang damage ng kalaban habang nagbibigay ng space para ang iyong teammate ay makapag-push. Sobrang risky ngunit napaka-epektibo ng strategy na ito. Para magawa ito, kailangan ng eksaktong timing at komunikasyon para maging successful ang play. Dahil kung hindi, maaaring ito pa ang ikatalo ng iyong team. At ngayon alam niyo na kung paano i-execute ang split push strategy. Sana magamit niyo ito sa inyong mga ranked games at makapag-win streak na rin kayo. Practice at tamang in-game communication lang ang susi para magawa niyo ang playstyle na to. Pero ang tanong, ang Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling matadominate ang MPL Philippines Season 12 at ang paparating na M5 World Championship? Yan ang dapat nating abangan. Kaya naman sana ay meron kayong natutunan sa video na ito. Kung meron kayong mga suggestion o tanong tungkol sa strat na ito, mag-comment lang kayo dyan sa baba. Maging laging updated at follow nyo kami sa aming mga social media platforms sa YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram at ang official website ng MPL Philippines Season 12. At tandaan nyo, sa mundo ng Mobile Legends, kung may alam ka, tiyak na mas malakas ka, kaya ano pa ang hinihintay mo? Laban na!
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
At syempre, katabi ng MDL booth ay ang ating Redemption and Information booth. Hi, Kuya. Hello. Ano po pangalan nyo?
Mar po.
Mar, nakaklaim ka na ba ng iyong mga prizes?
Opo.
Kasama mo ba sila? Uy, ay hello po. Ay po kayo sa camera. Nakalive po tayo. Community Heroes. Sila po ay ating members ng Community Heroes. Kuya, pwede patingin ang passport mo? Nakompleto mo na? Nakompleto na? Nakompleto na po ba niya yung kanyang passport? Pwede po makita? Ayan. Ay, grabe. Ngayong araw lang po kayo pumunta?
Opo.
Uy, at nakompleto nila agad ang kanilang passport. Nalagyan ng stamp. At pwede po kayong manalo ng 5,000 MLBB Diamonds. Alam mo ba yun? May raffle tayo sa mga makakakompleto. Ano mga nakuha mo na? Pakita mo naman sa ating mga kaibigan. Ayan, meron tayong stickers, meron tayo nito, meron din tayong bandana, stickers. Ang dami niyong pwedeng makuha. At pwede rin kayo manalo ng 5,000 MLBB Diamonds. Good luck. Sana manalo ka. Salamat po. Maraming salamat at enjoy ang panonood ng MPL Philippines live dito sa playoffs. Maraming salamat from a Community Hub. Again, this is your very own Odin. Balik na muna tayo sa Land of Dawn.
I value this the most.
Sulitin natin.
You guys ready?
Power all 99, please.
All access data and only TikTok for only 99 pesos.
Magic data for me.
Data that doesn't expire, also 99 pesos. Smart Super Value deals coming right up.
Get the most out of your 99 pesos. With PowerAll's 8 GB for all apps plus only TikTok.
Or magic data that doesn't expire. Switching? Simple with Smart eSIM.
Smart Super Value deals.